When he returned, he had little gold attached to him. Although the phantom glass wings could still be used, it would consume too much energy. For the same reason, he didn't use agility of wind or the Overlord's technique either. After a moment, Chao Tian and the others had rushed to the place where the ancient sounding snake died. Looking at the huge potholes on the ground and the rich, bloody smell permeating the sea, they were shocked. Chao Tian's eyes flickered. This guy has the power of a law enforcer, but is not even a junior law enforcer. Chao Qiu shuddered. Look at the marks drawn on the ground. How big a creature would it have to be to make such horrible scratches? Yi Baiyu flew out and searched around. There is nothing left. The person has already run away. So fast. Jiaren Chao suddenly took out the flute at her waist and played it gently. With the sound of the flute, an illusion appeared in the water. After a while, Jiaren Chao stopped playing and said lightly, Han Fei. What? Han Fei? Chao Qiu's eyes widened. Impossible. Han Fei just became a hidden fisher a few days ago. But this power. Jiaren Chao said gently, don't forget that Han Fei has killed a law enforcer. Alone. Chao Tian frowned and after a long time, he said, let's go. Don't chase after him. Since it's Han Fei, we'll meet him sooner or later. At this time, Yi Baiyu flew back. The sea demons have come. Shall we fight them together? Chao Tian gave an honest smile. No, we'll go our own way. After a while, fighting sounds resounded again here. The figure of the Chao Qiu trio gradually disappeared. On the ground, 9 sea demon bodies were left. Luo Xiaobai and the others came after Han Fei. However, Han Fei's speed was too fast. At this moment, they had only traveled 1/3 of the distance. When Han Fei came back, the two sides ran into each other halfway. Lu Renkuang immediately shouted, Fei Fei, huh? Where is the sounding snake? Zhang Xuanyu looked miserable. Obviously, he was exhausted with the chase. Fei Fei. Are you okay? Why are you back? As he said this, he stared behind Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai said, have you resolved it? Han Fei was speechless. Why are you following me? Zhang Xuanyu said, of course, so we could help you. Han Fei said impatiently, shouldn't you go explore the valley? I took so much effort to allure the big snake away. Didn't you take this opportunity to explore the valley? Lu Renkuang rolled his eyes. We've been busy chasing you. How do we have the time to explore the snake cave? Han Fei immediately said, let's go. Go to the snake cave. Luo Xiaobai asked, where is the big snake? Dead. Puff. Cough. What? How did you kill it? Han Fei swam forward. Let's talk while we move. After swimming for a while, Han Fei suddenly said, forget it, Xiaobai, can you find the place of the spiritual plants you mentioned? Luo Xiaobai frowned. Why do you ask me this? Yes. Han Fei said, let's go separately. I am faster, so I'll go back to the snake cave. Overlord and Snowmorn are still there. I have to go take them back. You guys go to the next place. I'll come find you later. Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, did you just leave a sea-quelling bazaar treasure there? Lu Renkuang was shocked. Won't it be snatched away by others? Zhang Xuanyu added, no, we have to go back with you. A sea-quelling bazaar treasure is better than the semi-divine weapons picked up here. What if someone snatches it? Han Fei said, don't worry. I've killed even the big snake. Who else can beat me here? Go quickly. Chao Tian and the others are coming this way. Keep a distance from them. Remember, don't act rashly if there is any danger. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. We always take caution when you're not around. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Okay, let's talk later. I'll go find Overlord first. At this moment, Han Fei faintly felt that Overlord seemed to be on the run and was no longer in the snake cave. If the four people returned together, it would only slow him down. He patted Little Gold and said, go find Overlord. Along the way, Han Fei was watching the infinity water in his palm. Since the explosion of infinity water, it had been absorbing a kind of water vapor. Was it the essence of water? Han Fei guessed that the infinity water couldn't self-detonate endlessly. Just as the phantom glass wings needed to absorb the power of wind, infinity water also needed to absorb the essence of water after it exploded. Now, Han Fei wanted to see how long it would take before infinity water absorbed enough essence of water to return to its original state. Han Fei was sitting on Little Gold, and soul eaters appeared occasionally, but Han Fei just ignored them. Little Gold's speed was fast, so these soul-eating beasts couldn't catch up with them. Han Fei didn't plan to absorb the ancient-sounding bead immediately in case someone suddenly attacked him while he was absorbing it. Then he might be in danger. Little Black and Little White were circling in a puddle in Forge the Universe. Fortunately, he could still perceive the Overlord's location, so he headed in that direction. After more than 2 hours, Han Fei's brain suddenly had a stabbing pain. Was Overlord destroyed? _F***CK. Which B** starred is so bold? How dare he destroy my clone, _. Swish, _. He had Little Gold attached to him and hurried out. He put another energy fruit into his mouth to make sure when he found Overlord, he would still have enough combat power. Half an hour later, a sea demon team of more than 20 members was gathering together for a rest. Among them, there was an acquaintance of Han Fei, Yu Ji. It was Yu Ji who discovered Overlord. She had just entered the sea demon realm, so she was able to enter this ancient battlefield. Someone scolded, we've been chasing this iron knot for such a long time. It turns out that he is just a semi-divine weapon. Someone shouted, recover as soon as possible. If this is a semi-divine weapon, where is its master? A heavenly talent said, probably in the valley just now. Remember how many people died there? Those snakes could bewitch people, causing 13 of us to die. Yu Ji frowned and said, no, Yu Fei is not dead. If Yu Fei is dead, how could this puppet escape? A captain-level powerhouse said, Yu Ji, are you really sure that this puppet is Yu Fei's? Yu Ji nodded. I'm pretty sure. This puppet took orders from Yu Fei in the demonic forest channel. This puppet must be his. Someone said with a frown, Yu Fei? Isn't he an Azure Sea Blue demon? There is no Azure Sea Blue demon among the sea demons who came this time, let alone on the human side. Yu Ji shook her head. I don't know. But I think we should leave here quickly. A heavenly talent said disdainfully, why? Yu Fei is not that strong. No matter how fast he cultivates, he is at most in the sea demon realm. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of him? I think we can lure him over with this puppet. If we can kill him, we'll be rewarded. A powerhouse at the peak level of the sea demon realm nodded. Yes, even if he is already at the peak level of the sea demon realm, he can't beat us all. Even when he reaches the sea spirit realm, facing so many of us, he still has no chance to win. As he said this, he held Snowmorn. This sword is extraordinary. It is definitely a high-quality divine weapon. Even in our 10,000 demon valley, it is difficult to find a weapon of this level. Yuji wanted to say something, but she had no chance. She wanted to say that if Yufei was so easy to deal with, there wouldn't have been so many people killed and we might not have even lost the battle in the demonic forest channel. 80 kilometers away. Hanfei's perception passed by. Because Hanfei's soul power was stronger than these people, no one noticed it. _UG? Humph. On the battlefield, I won't be merciful. Hanfei didn't hurry when he saw that they were resting. They couldn't use Snowmorn and he had enough time to kill them. At this moment, Hanfei took out a few fish skin charts and began to draw arrays. _Humph. As long as I trap you here, you'll be buried with my overlord. A trapping array was not enough. Hanfei also drew 2 killing arrays and a dazzling white light array. After half an hour, 20 kilometers away, Hanfei cautiously moved towards them. Bit by bit. If it weren't for the fact that Little Black and Little White were in a special state, hiding in Little Black's mouth would be the best way to remain hidden. At this moment, in order to prevent these people from escaping, Hanfei had to approach them carefully. After all, since Yuji saw Overlord, she must have guessed that Yufei was here. Even if a single sea demon escaped, his identity would be very likely to be exposed. When Hanfei was about 15 kilometers away from these sea demons, someone suddenly looked in his direction. Hanfei immediately stood still. But that sea demon still narrowed his eyes and said, "Something is wrong. Everyone, be on alert." Hanfei bared his teeth. This B*****'*'''''''''*s perception was quite strong. Hanfei immediately threw out the void lines, which emerged out of the ground 7 or 8 kilometers away, pulling up much sand and mud. These sea demons immediately looked there. Hanfei activated the Overlord's technique, had little gold attached to him, and transformed his own face into Sun Mu's. At the moment when these sea demons looked away, he rushed out. At the moment when Hanfei's figure appeared, all the sea demons were shocked, shouting, "Gold-red wings? How can a human hidden fisher have gold-red wings?" Hanfei roared, "It's every human being's duty to kill sea demons. I'm Sun Mu. From the 1,000-Star City, an unparalleled heavenly talent. It's your honor to be killed by me." These sea demons were taken aback. Isn't this guy only an intermediate hidden fisher? Is he out of his mind? Someone shouted, "Attention, see if there is an ambush." Hanfei yelled, "Do I need to ambush you to kill you? Do you know who I am? You little ants, die." Hearing Hanfei's words, no normal person would run away. At least not before Hanfei showed great strength. They were here to kill. How could they possibly run away when they met a human? A heavenly talent shouted angrily, "How dare a mere intermediate hidden fisher speak to us like this? I'm gonna kill you." The man jumped out of the water, activated the Sea God Descends, and launched the Sea God Strike. Its golden harpoon was shining on the seabed. Hu! 9 Mansions Dragon Seal. Hanfei punched across. A big seal appeared, and the dragon's roar resounded across the sea. With a boom, the heavenly talent was sent flying, and the golden harpoon in His hand was bent by the blow. Seeing this scene, the sea demons all became serious and their eyes glowed. A powerhouse at the peak level of the sea demon realm activated the whale riding skill, setting off huge waves. However, at this moment, Han Fei was within 5 kilometers of them. Overlord's technique. With a bang, a golden fist mark fell and crushed the big whale. When the powerhouse was about to strike again, Han Fei had already approached him. Han Fei smiled. Don't you think it's too late? Gravity. Han Fei fell to the ground and turned his palms. A gravity of more than 40 million kilograms pressed down and almost everyone fell to the ground in an instant. Some sea demons vomited blood and couldn't even stand up. Then Han Fei waved his hand, and a fish skin map appeared. Within 300 meters, arrays rose up, and a defensive array was formed. Hoop. The gold-red wings were folded, and the phantom glazed wings spread out. Han Fei disappeared with a swish. Several shadows congealed in the air, and one of them suddenly appeared in front of a powerhouse at the peak level of the sea demon realm. I've told you it's too late. Boom. Fist marks pushed out and the void lines clasped the powerhouse's soul. Han Fei was casually walking on the bottom of the sea, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, and his figure kept flashing with a swish. Under the gravity, the sea demons under the advanced sea demon realm were all crushed. In an instant, of the over 20 sea demons, only 8 survived. All the sea demons that were still alive were horrified and shocked. They regretted not listening to Yu and leaving earlier. Yu was not dead yet. She watched this scene in shock. Han Fei, you are Han Fei. Han Fei grinned and glanced at Yu lazily. Phew, you finally found this out? Too late. When they looked at each other, Yu suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. You. Who are you? Han Fei smiled. Have you guessed? TSK. You can also call me Yu Fei. _hum_. Upon hearing it, everyone was horrified, and their eyes all popped out. How? How is that possible? Yuji's eyes were filled with disbelief. How? How can that be possible? Han Fei grabbed an energy fruit and took a bite. Why not? Can't you see? Demons also transform into humans? By the way, thank you for taking me back to the 10,000 Demon Valley. You are a good person. Yuji was stunned. I found Yu Fei more than 1.5 million kilometers away from the Scattered Stars Island. How did Han Fei appear there? However, it was meaningless to think about it now. Han Fei had already admitted he was Yu Fei. Roar. Shameless human beings. Go to hell. A powerhouse at the peak level of the sea demon realm activated Sea God. Descends and launched a powerful strike, trying to resist the law of gravity. The moment he just stood up, however, a harpoon stabbed him through, crushing his innards. The sea demon turned his head incredulously, only to see his teammate who had just been attacked by Han Fei was stabbing him expressionlessly. The former's face was full of puzzlement. Why? Why? The sea demon bared his steel teeth. Because I am also Yu Fei. _hum_. At that moment, all the sea demons who were still alive felt panic from the depths of their souls. What the hell is going on here? Someone screamed, burning his blood and fleeing. However, with a flash of light, Han Fei was already in front of him, punching at his forehead. Han Fei sneered. You killed my puppet and grabbed my resources. You're the First to dare to do this. Did you have any idea what price you would have to pay? Swish, 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 Han Fei's figure flashed and his hand kept chopping. In the blink of an eye, these sea demons were all killed. With only Yu left, Han Fei squatted on the ground and slowly said, "Under you." Ji's scared and resentful gaze, "To tell the truth, you are really a good person. Poo. Yu spat at Han Fei, but the water rippled and her saliva disappeared in an instant. Yu roared, "Shameless." Han Fei smacked his mouth. "Tsk, I never said I was a good person. Believe it or not, I don't want to kill you. But you just ran into the muzzle of my gun. What a pity. For the sake of the human race, I can only ask you to die." Yu roared, "You Fei, Master Feather won't let you go. My master won't let you go." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Blue Feather? Humph. Maybe he himself doesn't know what he is doing. How dare he meddle in this kind of affair? Do you really think this is something an explorer can handle?" Yu was shocked. "What do you mean?" Han Fei shrugged. "You won't understand even if I tell you. Remember to be a human in your next life. Maybe we can be friends. Buzz. As he raised the knife and slashed down, Yu died. Even if she had an immortal seal, it would just cost him one more slash. After a while, Han Fei put away everyone's sea-swallowing seashells. Finally, he found Snowmorn and the 500,000 kilograms of spirit-awakening fluid that the Overlord had snatched. He had to admit that these people were pretty strong. There were a lot of good things in the sea-swallowing seashells, and he had made another small fortune. Recovering the gravity domain, Han Fei followed his soul power and found the remnant of Overlord more than 800 kilometers away. Looking at Overlord, who was almost destroyed, only a small trace of soul fire returned to Han Fei's mind. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. What a pity. I lost a trace of soul fire for nothing. Overlord, I'll have to find a way to remake it. With a thought, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe. At this moment, he first took out the spiritual fruit that Overlord had picked. Since no sea demon knew what kind of spiritual fruit it was, no one ate it. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name: Soul Fruit. Introduction: the soul fruit produced from the saliva of sounding snakes. It contains a lot of ownerless souls, can resist soul attacks, and reduce soul temptation. Taking it can strengthen one's soul level. Sky level. Quality: ultra quality. Edible effect: strengthens the soul, resists soul attacks and temptations, but has no effect on creatures above the explorer level. After taking it, one cannot strengthen their soul by taking other spiritual fruits of the same kind. Within 3 years, repeated consumption is invalid. Wow. This is good stuff. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Fortunately, those B** stars didn't eat it. Otherwise, it would be a big loss for him. After all, this was a treasure indeed. Can I use it to cultivate the god-scaring painting? Thinking of this, Han Fei swallowed the soul fruit without hesitation. The next moment, his mind was unprecedentedly clear and the god-scaring painting appeared in his mind. Then he felt the god-scaring painting was disintegrating piece by piece. 1, 5, 10, 18 pieces. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a wisp of silver appear on the god-scaring painting, and the soul fruit became ineffective. The god-scaring painting, after all, was just a painting, so there was supposed to be a pattern on it. Although the lines on it could still greatly increase his soul and spiritual power, it was strange there was no pattern on it. At this moment, the pattern appeared, which was a spear point-like sting, covered with a murderous, dazzling light curtain. Wow. It's just a tip of the pattern, but it's already so terrifying. What if the whole pattern emerges? Han Fei quickly checked his information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 56, Intermediate Hidden Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 4,325,681, 36,999. Spiritual Power, 4, 668/4, 668. Perception, 59,999 meters. Spiritual Heritage, Level 7, Low Quality. Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 49. Main Art, Level 5 of Void Fishing, Divine Manipulation Technique, Heaven. Level, Divine Quality. _huh. I know I've memorized 18 pieces, but why is my range of perception still stuck at 59,999 meters? A damn bottleneck again? However, the breakthrough in spiritual power made Han Fei quite gratified. This time, his perception range suddenly increased to 120 kilometers. Of course, this was a breakthrough in soul power. Han Fei grabbed the ancient-sounding bead and put it in his mouth. He wanted to see whether he would really get the ability of clairaudience or not. After a moment, Han Fei appeared on the bottom of the sea because he heard the sound of fighting there. Han Fei felt the water ripples, and there was only a slight tremor. The battlefield was beyond his perception. According to this range, it should be 500 kilometers away. TSK. Let me have a look. Han Fei had planned to go to the snake-sounding cave first because there were still a lot of things there. He somehow had a feeling that there couldn't be just a big snake. However, compared to the snake cave where the treasure had been taken, Han Fei was most attracted to places with battles, because it meant that he had people to rob. 500 kilometers away, among the reefs, Han Fei perceived an acquaintance. You Shire? Han Fei was speechless. This idiot is fighting sea demons, one person against 68 sea demons, Besides, Han Fei saw nearly 40 sea demon remains on the ground. Han Fei was dumbfounded. It turns out that besides him, there were other people who could fight against hundreds of enemies alone. But why were there so many sea demons here? This didn't make sense. Didn't the sea demons need opportunities? Did sea demons have to appear in groups? If this was the case, how could they find humans on this ancient battlefield so easily? However, at this moment, Yu Shire was seriously injured. He was stained with blood, his abdomen was pierced, and his shoulder had a broken golden harpoon stuck in it. Even so, Yu Shire was still very brave at the moment. At this moment, 3 sea demons were madly bombarding him with sea god descends. And Yu Shire, while holding a stick in one hand, a large shadow of a blue dragon roared and neighed behind him. Every time he brandished the stick, a dragon shadow erupted. At this moment, he was thrusting the long stick at the opponent, setting off surging waves. The next second, the stick shattered and the sea demon died. During this period, Yu Shire was stabbed in the waist and flew out, breaking the huge reef to pieces. However, even in midair, Yu Shire could still grab his armor box, so he hacked out and shattered a whale shadow. Han Fei was dumbfounded at the scene. Yu Shire looked so silly, squatting at the door of his house with a bowl in his hand all day long. He didn't expect him to be so good at fighting. Every time he was injured, a sea demon died. Besides, Yu Shire didn't seem to be affected by his wounds at all. He kept taking weapons from his armor box and fighting the sea demons, looking so confident and powerful. Wow, this fool. Han Fei swam over quickly to help. Although he didn't know why he had to fight so many enemies alone, Han Fei appreciated his courage. At this moment, the sea demons fighting Yu Shire were all advanced sea demon realm experts or even peak level ones in addition to many heavenly talents. The sea demons were obviously horrified by Yu Shire. A sea demon said in horror, "Does this human want to die? How can he still fight?" Another sea demon answered in shock, "Master Feather is right. Human heavenly talents are terrifying. He is the most fearless person I've ever seen." Someone shouted, "Although we are not his match, we can't just escape flying." Harpoon array. Dozens of harpoons flew across in the air, but Yu Shire didn't even frown. He seemed to activate an unknown secret method. Under the stunned gazes of Han Fei and the sea demons, 4 more hands grew out of him, making him look like a demon god. Han Fei's eyes widened suddenly. _F***CK, are you deity? Where are your other 2 heads? Yu Shire clapped the armor box and 6 long knives flew out, and he held them in his hands. Being stabbed by a sea demon, Yu Shire just let blood flow from his body and said calmly, "Scattered Stars Island, Empyrean Waterfall, Yu Shire, here today to break the array. Anyone who stands in my way shall die." Han Fei rolled his eyes. Is this guy crazy? Your blood is almost all drained from your body, okay, The next moment, Yu Shire had already launched a charge against these sea demons. Han Fei could even hear someone exclaiming on the other end, "Mad, this human being is mad. Let's gang up on him. Kill. Clang. Clang. Clang, The sky was full of harpoons and dazzling white light in the harpoon array. Every time Yu Shire cut a harpoon, a new long knife would fly out of the armor box. Boom. By the time Han Fei arrived, Yu Shire had already smashed more than 20 harpoons, including 2 golden harpoons. A half-mermaid heavenly talent suddenly shouted, "Sea god descends, raging god collides." Then a big whale rammed out, trying to ram Yu Shire to death. Yu Shire didn't fight back, but rather looked back and grinned stupidly. Han Fei rolled his eyes. "What are you looking at? Retreat." Yu Shire threw out all the 6 knives, and the sharp blades crushed the big whale that rushed over. Han Fei flew up and threw a divine healing technique on Yu Shire. And the void lines, controlling a powerhouse at the peak level of the sea demon realm, went around behind these sea demons. Bam. Han Fei stood in front of Yu Shire. "Does fighting so many sea demons alone make you feel good?" A half-merman heavenly talent grinned in anger. "There are so many human lunatics indeed. Here comes another one." Ignoring him, Han Fei looked back and found that Yu Shire was already sitting on the ground. He quickly stuffed a spiritual fruit into his mouth. Yu Shire gave him an innocent smile. "Are you okay? If not, I can still fight." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Come on. Your legs are shaking." Yu Shire grinned and scratched his head. "I'm a bit tired." Swish, 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 As they were talking, harpoons darted at them. Han Fei snorted and punched out. Crack, 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 The harpoons were bursting. Hoop! The phantom glass wings spread out, and Han Fei hurried out in a straight line. In that straight line, there seemed to be a row of Han Feis. Someone exclaimed, "It's Han Fei. Brothers, this time we are destined to be famous. Kill Han Fei and open the way to the royal city." Roar, roar, roar. Han Fei looked dumbfounded. What does killing me have to do with going to the royal city? As far as I know, no one has ever been to the royal city. What does this have to do with me? Han Fei discovered that these sea demons' eyes glowed when they saw him as if they saw a hot pot of delicacies. All the sea demons activated their secret methods, and at least 5 of them pounced on him. Swoosh, Han Fei flashed, rushed into the crowd and killed a sea demon with the blood drinking knife, yelling, "Are you crazy? You idiots!" Among the sea demons, he threw out the golden seal and activated the 9 mansions dragon seal. A shadow of a hill appeared and knocked down many sea demons' heads. Of course, this was an illusion. What Han Fei really used was the law of gravity. Boom, Almost at the same time, more than 40 sea demons were crushed on the ground. Swish, 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 puff, buzz, Han Fei, like a phantom, flickered across in the crowd. Every time he raised his knife, a sea demon would die. Standing not far away, Yu Shire was stunned by the scene. He scratched his head from time to time and said, "Very strong. It seems that I can't beat him." The sea demons were also dumbfounded. Is this a single person, not an army? Someone tried to enter the field of gravity, to help. However, as soon as he came in, he fell to the ground. Before he could run out, Han Fei had already beheaded him. And the powerhouse controlled by the void lines was also rushing over. Someone smiled and said, "It's Master Yu Fen. He must have brought reinforcements over." However, the smile on that sea demon's face hadn't yet disappeared before he was stabbed to death by Yu Fen, controlled by Han Fei. Someone yelled, "Yu Fen, what are you doing?" However, Yu Fen didn't seem to hear anything but kept killing. 3 of the sea demons had been able to resist the law of gravity, but they hadn't adapted yet. Han Fei grabbed the gold seal and smashed it at one of them, and he was beaten down. The infinity water that turned into countless sharp knives, together with the law of gravity, swept across the sea demons like a flying dragon. The situation of the battle was immediately reversed by Han Fei alone. After 3 minutes, Han Fei discovered that Yu Fen, who he controlled, had been stabbed to death. Because he was still under Han Fei's control, he didn't even use the immortal seal. Only 13 escaped from the law of gravity, and all the rest had almost been killed. Boom, 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 The 9 mansions dragon seal was activated again and again. In the law of gravity, 2 heavenly talents and a sea demon at the peak level of the sea demon realm were crushed. Puff. In such a short time, the sea demons that greatly outnumbered them had all escaped. 30 of them escaped and the rest were all killed. Han Fei checked the sea demon sea-swallowing seashell and asked Yu Shire, "Is there a seal here?" Yu Shire nodded. "Yes. I found it. It's that red reef, just 20 kilometers Ahead. Han Fei took a look and found there was a big red strange stone indeed, which was protected by a spiritual barrier. No wonder there were so many sea demons here. They didn't want humans to come here to destroy the seal. In fact, Han Fei was also hesitant at this moment. He might as well not break the seal. After all, on this ancient battlefield, there were still many people waiting for him to rob. However, he had seen it. What should he do with the seal? Yu Shire slowly got up. I owe you my life. I'll remember this. Han Fei looked at him with a strange look and asked, Is your soul beast a dragon? Yu Shire gave an honest smile. No, it's an immortal golden serpent, not a dragon. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It sounds so powerful. Immortal? No wonder he dares to be so reckless. Before the spiritual barrier of the sealing object, Han Fei threw a few more divine healing techniques to Yu Shire and said solemnly, Just because we found the spiritual barrier, doesn't mean we can break it. Before he finished speaking, Han Fei saw Yu Shire pull out a long stick at the semi-divine level and jab the barrier with a terrifying force. Boom. Both Han Fei and Yu Shire were sent flying by the terrifying force. Under Han Fei's stunned daze, the semi-divine weapon exploded, and the barrier was broken. Damn. Han Fei said with a stunned look, It's over? Hey. Shire, couldn't you have warned me first? We were so close to the barrier. Yu Shire smirked. Okay, let me smash the sealing object. This time, Yu Shire took out a big seal. Han Fei was wondering what the hell was in Yu Shire's armor box. How much money would it cost each battle this guy fought? Every time he took something out of his armor box, he detonated it. Sure enough, there was another boom. Yu Shire, this fool, exploded 2 semi-divine weapons in a row, exploding the sealing stone. Then he turned his head and glanced at Han Fei. There are many weapons here. I picked up these weapons along the way. Han Fei forced a smile. It's still too wasteful. Aren't they semi-divine weapons? Han Fei wondered if this guy picked up a divine weapon, would he still detonate it? Han Fei was speechless. When this strange stone burst into pieces, within 1,000 kilometers, the sea was buzzing and rumbling. Han Fei and Yu Shire looked up for a long time, and the buzzing sound gradually subsided. Yu Shire scratched his head. Maybe it's not enough to break one seal. We'll have to break another one. Han Fei curled his lips. But you have to find it first. Yu Shire looked at Han Fei. Let's find it together? Han Fei shook his head. No, I want. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip and he quickly pinched his fingers and calculated secretly. After a while, Han Fei's expression kept changing. Is Luo Xiaobai in danger? This was his premonition. Han Fei glanced at Yu Shire. Do you know where? There are a lot of spiritual plants. Yu Shire pointed to the left of Han Fei. I have met Yui. She went in that direction and said that there was a forest of spiritual plants there. Han Fei immediately spread his wings. Shire, I have something to do. I'm leaving. Han Fei paused, pointed to the right side, and said, about 3,000 kilometers. Over there is a snake cave mountain range. The big snake inside has been killed by me. You can go and see if there is another sealing object in it. Yu Shire grinned. Okay. Thank you. Underscore swish underscore. Without hesitation, Han Fei had already rushed out. Underscore Luo Xiaobai should be invincible in forests. Why was she in danger? Was there a powerful creature? Like the big snake? Underscore no, I must move quickly underscore. La la la. A little girl with fancy clothes whose hair was dyed sky blue, crimson, and pure black slipped along in the water. Anyone from the Empyrean waterfall would recognize who this girl was. Except for Li Luo, no one would be dressed in such a fancy and weird manner. Suddenly, a shadow appeared underground, and a big fish with two big pincers pounced on Li Luo. Li Luo snorted. Why does this fish have pincers? Are you a crabfish? No. A lobster fish. EW, you're really ugly. Li Luo wasn't panicked at all, but just when the big fish was 10 meters away from her, she disappeared with a flash. Then, within a second, the big fish was tied up by colorful vines and grasses. Walk, walk, walk the big fish. Huh. There is a battle. A strange blade of grass on Li Luo's shoulder vibrated slightly, and she made a sweet smile. Let's go rob people. In this area of water, red lights were everywhere and shadows of swords were rampaging. A large lobster with no shell was wagging its tail crazily. Its two pincers were two big snakes, and its tail was a scorpion tail. At this moment, this weird big soul-eating lobster, which was already riddled with holes, finally crashed to the ground. Sun Mu fell on the ground pale-faced. With a thought, he withdrew his deity, slaying Array, looking like a sword warrior. There were 8 people walking by his side. Among them, someone was flattering him, "Young master, your deity slaying Array is getting stronger and stronger. I believe that you will be able to kill these soul-eating beasts without secret methods soon." Sun Mu snorted lightly. Okay, but the soul-eating beasts are a lot weaker than sea spirit experts. And Han Fei can already kill sea spirit experts. The man flattered him. How can Han Fei compare to you, young master? He is just a lucky country boy. How can he know what you're capable of, young master? Sun Mu raised his head high and said, "Let's go. If there is a forest of spiritual plants, then..." Who is it? The sword light swept across, cutting a red demon vine in half. Wow, you're really grumpy. I'm just listening. But what your subordinate said is not right. Han Fei is from the Thug Academy. He is terrific. At the moment, Li Luo was sitting on a wisteria 100 meters away, her hands propped on the plant, her feet swinging. Sun Mu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Empyrean waterfall, Li Luo? Li Luo was surprised. Do you know me? Sun Mu snorted. Although I haven't been there, I know everyone in the Empyrean waterfall. Do you want to stop me? Li Luo quickly patted her chest with her small hand. Oh, I'm so scared. Are you Han Fei's enemy? Sun Mu looked calm. So what? Li Luo smiled. It just so happens that I want Han Fei to do me a favor, to cook me a meal. Then, I can become a law enforcer, no problem. So, how about I slaughter you and give your head to him as a present? Shut up, B*TCH. How dare you insult our young master? Let me kill. _hum_. In an instant, flowers and vines bloomed everywhere, the phantoms of colorful soul-eating beasts were popping out, and white knife blades flickered in the air. For almost an instant, the person who was scolding Li Luoluo was wrapped in a riot of color. Sun Mu and others hurriedly retreated and brandished their swords, trying to cut off the colorful brilliance. Sword protects my body, and dragons and snakes retreat. Amidst the misty colors, someone shouted, and surging sword energy burst out. However, within a minute, a shrill scream rang amid the colors. Li Luoluo curled her lips unhappily. Humph, I just want to borrow something. From you. Why did you scold me? Eat him. When the colors dissipated, everyone felt a chill down their spines. The guy scolding Li Luoluo was standing there like a statue, posing as if he was about to jump. His body was covered with colorful leaves of grass, and there was an ugly crayfish on his head. However, the man has already died. A peak-level hidden fisher was turned into a humanoid statue. How horrifying was she? Sun Mu's eyes were cold. Li Luoluo, are you sure you want to fight against our Sun family? Li Luoluo said shyly, isn't it interesting? I couldn't find any sea demons. But you just happened to be here. Sun Mu shouted in a low voice, Sky Sword Array. Boom, _. 7 swords crossed in the sky, and the 7 people behind Sun Mu put on a different posture, respectively, looking oppressive and powerful. Hum, _. The big sword dozens of meters long fell, hacking at Li Luoluo. Oh. That's really mean of you. You guys are even bullying a little girl. That's too much. Everyone was speechless. A little girl? Not a demon? At that moment, the big sword shadows were all over the sky, seeming to be able to kill an ordinary hidden fisher in one blow. With Sun Mu as the center, the swords flew all over the sky. Puff, 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 _. On the ground, colorful, densely packed demonic vines burst out. Some vines were not vines, but centipedes and spider silks, and some grass blades were not grass blades, but all kinds of weird leaf insects. There were vines, insects, silk, and knives, and Li Luoluo's figure ran and flickered among the sword shadows. Her eyes suddenly glowed red, and then a person was killed. Someone exclaimed, no, a bug got in my eyes. Ah. Bugs, bugs. Sun Mu's eyes turned pale, and he shouted angrily, everyone, concentrate. Don't be bewitched by this woman's illusion. Giggle. Are they delicious? Do you want to eat them? The bugs crawl into your mouth. Hey, don't give me that look. Look at your clothes. No, look at my clothes. Aren't they beautiful? Someone looked at Li Luoluo and then was stunned. It was not a person, but a big bug piled up by countless bugs. This person took a half step back in fright. However, it was this half step that pushed him into the abyss. A bug fell on him when he panicked. Immediately afterwards, the worm began to bite and gnaw. And then this man went crazy. Sun Mu was furious. The battle hadn't even started yet, and 3 of his 8 men who were all peak-level hidden fishers had already died. You evil bee *tch, try my sword. Wow. A high quality. No, an ultra-quality divine weapon? You're rich. I can't afford to offend you. Bye-bye. Sun Mu roared, do you think you can still leave? Hundreds of kilometers away. A big golden bird was flying in the air, and Han Fei looked at the infinity water that was still absorbing the essence of water and curled his lips. The time it takes to recharge is a bit long. Suddenly, Han Fei raised his head. Why are there so many fancy colors up Ahead? There seems to be swords sounding underscore. Ah. Murderer, help. Lilualuo ran while throwing bugs behind, which were colorful, just like grass. And vines. If others saw this scene, they would think Lilualuo was a manipulator. Go to hell. In front of Sun Mu, a scarlet sword shot out into the sky and chastely. Lualuo. Underscore puff, underscore. Lilualuo's head seemed to be chopped off. But then she popped up from the other side. And the thing that was chopped was actually a blade of grass. Lilualuo jumped into the distance, with one hand on her hips and the other hand pointing at Sun Mu, and said, "Hey, why are you chasing me? Do you want to molest me? If you don't stop, I will eat you." Sun Mu coldly snorted. "Shut up." The ultra-quality divine weapon flashed again, and Lilualuo disappeared. Again. Anyway, she had so many bugs, and killing bugs couldn't kill her. However, Lilualuo was still a little distressed when she saw her bugs being hacked to death. After escaping 5 or 6 times, Lilualuo suddenly stood still, her face cold. Be ***, let me teach you a good lesson. Then, one after another, soul-eating beast phantoms appeared, rushing towards Sun Mu. Young master, be careful. This demon girl is rather deceitful. Besieged by the soul-eating beasts, Sun Mu suddenly shouted, "Red lights. Everywhere. Underscore swish, 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 underscore." Long swords flew out one after another, and Sun Mu's swords had all become semi-divine weapons. For a time, there seemed to be millions of rays of sun, and those soul-eating beast phantoms were all shredded. Every time a soul-eating beast died, a bug would fall. Lilualuo's face became colder and colder. Underscore swish, underscore. Lilualuo's speed suddenly soared by 7 or 8 times, and 2 daggers appeared in her hands. She seemed to slash once, but in fact, she had slashed dozens of times. Sun Mu sneered. "This is my deity-slaying array. Do you think you can injure me here?" Lilualuo didn't say a word. Her figure flickered and she rushed towards Sun Mu's subordinates. Sun Mu was furious. "How dare you?" The man targeted by Lilualuo frowned and guarded himself with his sword. However, a scarlet eye suddenly appeared in the air, and the person immediately felt a bug in his eyes. Not only his eyes, but also his body. Mouth, ears. No, it's an illusion. Too late. Underscore buzz, underscore. Lilualuo killed this guy and hurriedly retreated. With a bang, her figure disappeared and Sun Mu's long sword failed to touch her. 10,000 swords in one. Sun Mutin controlled the swords with one hand in an attempt to kill Lilualuo. At this moment, a voice came from the sea. "Phew! Isn't this Sun Mu? What a coincidence. Who are you fighting?" In mid-air, a cloud of colored mist flashed, and Lilualuo's eyes were cold. "Han Fei, come here and help me kill him." "Lilualuo?" Han Fei was taken aback for a moment, then increased his speed sharply, and hurried over from more than 100 kilometers away. Sun Mu sneered. "Great! Another enemy of mine has come. Let me send you to hell today." The crimson longsword was spinning in front of Sun Mu's palm. He was actually waiting for Han Fei to come over and seemed to intend to kill him here indeed. After a moment, Han Fei approached, floated in the air, glanced at Liluo, and said, "Why are you fighting?" Lilualuo glanced at Han Fei coldly, which sent a chill down Han Fei's spine. "I came to help." Why are you staring at me, underscore? Li Luoluo gritted her teeth. He killed my bugs. I must kill him. Han Fei bared his teeth. Underscore you want to kill him just because he killed your bugs, underscore. However, Han Fei liked it, so he immediately smiled. Nice, I want to kill him. 2. Let's take half of his life each. Sun Mu turned his head, his face cold, and 108 swords were hanging in the air. Han Fei grinned. Why? Are you going to use red light everywhere or 10,000 swords in one? Or something new? Li Luoluo warned, he is holding an ultra-quality divine weapon in his hand. Huh? Han Fei raised his brows. He could tell the long sword was extraordinary, but he thought it was a low-quality magic weapon. So was it even comparable to the cosmic sword? Sun Mu's voice was indifferent. Now I no longer need the sea token, but I don't mind having one more. Heaven-sealing sword tied. As Sun Mu set up an array, waves of a radius of 1,000 meters surged up. Sun Mu's momentum was soaring, giving Han Fei a sense of crisis. Damn it, this guy has become stronger. Han Fei took out a mint leaf and stuffed it into his mouth. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the void lines rippled in the sea. At this moment, the void lines would definitely not be able to catch Sun Mu. However, during the battle, it might be possible. As long as he approached Sun Mu, he would have a chance. Han Fei grinned. Okay. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Underscore swish, underscore. He put on the feather suit of wind, activated the Overlord's technique, and punched out with a boom. At the moment when Han Fei attacked, Li Luoluo also launched a strike. The ground and water instantly turned colorful. Underscore buzz, underscore. Sun Mu shattered the golden fist mark with a cut and sneered. How can evil prevail over good? Han Fei frowned slightly. Underscore the art of invincibility isn't normally easy to deal with. Besides, I activated the Overlord's technique, but how did Sun Mu break the art of invincibility so easily? Underscore. Underscore it must be because of the ultra-quality divine weapon underscore. Underscore however, wouldn't the use of the ultra-quality divine weapon consume spiritual energy? With Sun Mu's level and ability, how could he use such a sword move at the same time when he launched a killer move? Underscore. Han Fei guessed that Sun Mu didn't consume his own spiritual energy at all when he used this sword. Rather, just like him, he had a certain means of storing spiritual energy. If this was the case, he would have to use Snowmorn. Han Fei wanted to explode it with infinity water, but the cooling time of infinity water was a bit long and its power had not been restored. Seeing that within a kilometer, the billowing waves all turned into swords. Han Fei shouted, Li Luoluo, solve his men, Sun Mu is mine. Without a word, Li Luoluo swept towards Sun Mu's men and Han Fei stretched out one hand, and Snowmorn appeared in his hand. Han Fei chuckled. I also have a sword, which is bigger than yours, but I don't know if it will be stronger than yours. Although Han Fei had learned the cosmic sword technique, he was definitely a lot weaker than Sun Mu, who had been practicing the deity slaying array for many years. Therefore, he drew his sword without a word. Sword drawing technique. Underscore. The seawater collapsed. Han Fei's spiritual energy was absorbed in an instant. But the reserve spiritual energy was also gushing out. As he brandished the sword, it turned dark and colorless all around, and half of the heaven ceiling sword tide was shaking. Han Fei fell to the bottom of the sea. Although it consumed a lot of energy, and he was starving like hell, he still stared at Sun Mu. Try taking this sword move of mine. Sun Mu was a little stunned. Heaven-sealing sword tide was a continuous mass destruction attack method. He had planned to use this sword to slowly consume Han Fei and Li Luoluo to death. However, when Han Fei made this sword move, he didn't know how to resist it. 10,000 swords in one. At this time, Sun Mu's only way was to withdraw 108 swords, and then use the 10,000 swords in one again. However, when Han Fei's sword was about to reach him, Sun Mu burst out in a cold sweat. There was only one thought in his mind, don't try to parry this sword, Immediately, 3 amulets floated in front of him. Sun Mu used the 10,000 swords in one and retreated in a hurry. 2 of his men turned pale. No. Protect young master. Body protecting sword. Sword shield. Buzz. The 10,000 swords in one was torn open by the sword drawing technique. That flew past and shattered 2 amulets of the 2 peak level hidden fissures. Puff. There was a very small sound, and the 2 were swept by the long sword. At this moment, the void lines attached to the 2 of them, not giving them the chance to use their immortal seals. As for Sun Mu, the 3 amulets shone with a strange light. With triple light shields protecting him, Han Fei wasn't sure whether he could shatter them. Crack. 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 3 amulets were broken one after another. Sun Mu was horrified. Seeing that he was about to be chopped, a long sword burst into pieces. The semi-divine weapon was detonated and sent him flying. He actually used this to protect himself from being hacked to death. Seeing this, Han Fei looked disappointed. He failed to kill Sun Mu. Sure enough, a heavenly talent from a big clan was different, as 2 people sacrificed themselves to protect him. Young master, go. There were still 2 peak-level hidden fissures left, who guarded Sun Mu to escape. As for why there were only 2? Because Li Luoluo killed one just now. Seeing this, Han Fei immediately shouted, Li Luoluo, come here. Swish, swish, Li Luoluo's figure flashed and landed in front of Han Fei. At this moment, the billowing sword tide had already struck over. Although Sun Mu had stopped in the middle, half of the sword tide had already been formed. Han Fei drew 3 fish skin charts in a row. Zip. In the bottom of the sea, a big turtle was lying on its stomach as a violent sword tide poured down like rain, and sound waves were surging. Crack. The first coiled turtle array lasted for 3 minutes, before it collapsed. Immediately afterwards, the second coiled turtle array glowed. This time, it lasted for 5 minutes. The third one began to take effect. This time, it lasted a full 10 minutes. At this point, Han Fei had no coiled turtle array in his hands. As he issued an order in his mind, infinity water wrapped him and Li Luoluo. Clank, 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 When the sword tide disappeared, Han Fei and Li Luoluo were in a mess, both vomiting blood. Han Fei exclaimed, I have to admit that the Sun family people are really good at using swords. Even 3 coiled turtle arrays failed to resist that sword tide. As if changing into another person, Li Luoluo suddenly patted her chest and said, Oh, I'm so scared. Han Fei, your enemy is too powerful. That guy even has an ultra-quality divine weapon. Hey! What sword did you just take? Let me take a look at it. Han Fei had put away Snowmorn long ago. He said as if not hearing her, "Did I use a sword just now? You must have seen it wrong. I was using a high-quality divine knife. Do you think I'm stupid?" It was impossible for Han Fei to take Snowmorn out anyway. Sun Mu wouldn't guess that he was using a seek-quelling bizarre treasure and would think at most that it was an ultra-quality divine weapon. Li Luoluo pouted. "Humph, you're so stingy." "Forget it, I don't feel liking looking at it now." "But, you owe me a breakthrough meal, remember?" "Huh? What? Breakthrough meal?" Li Luoluo skipped along. "Just now, the man said that he was here to kill you. I remembered that I promised to kill 100 people for you in exchange for a breakthrough meal, right? So I attacked him, but that man was too strong and I couldn't beat him." Han Fei was speechless. "Why don't I remember this deal?" Xiaojiu became a law enforcer purely because of the technique she practiced and her own strength. In fact, it had little to do with my meal. Otherwise, I'd be as powerful as a god. Li Luoluo curled her lips and said, "Alas, I don't care. You have to make me a meal anyway. You have to help me make the breakthrough." "Yes, you have experience in this. You helped old Do with this too." Han Fei rolled his eyes. Old Do made the breakthrough because of the earthquake, okay? I didn't even King know it happened, Li Luoluo said, "Okay. I mean you must be a lucky person. If I stay with you, maybe I'll become lucky too and make a breakthrough soon. By the way, do you like bugs?" Han Fei said in surprise, "What would I like bugs for? I don't like them." Li Luoluo's voice suddenly raised, "How can you not like bugs?" Han Fei chuckled awkwardly. Perceiving many bug corpses, he smiled. "So, you are not a manipulator, but an insect manipulator?" Li Luoluo rolled her eyes at Han Fei. "No, I am a manipulator. It's just that I manipulate insect grass." "Forget it, you wouldn't understand." Han Fei thought to himself, I don't want to hear it is more like it, okay, . Suddenly, Han Fei patted his thigh. "Come on, I have to go to the spiritual plant forest. Bye." "Hey. Wait, I'm coming too." On Little Gold's back, Li Luoluo curiously looked down, holding Little Gold's head. Little Gold rolled his eyes up from time to time to look at this weird girl. Han Fei patted Little Gold impatiently. Hey. You are flying in the wrong direction." Little Gold quickly looked forward and adjusted his direction. Li Luoluo asked curiously, "What kind of contractual spiritual beast is this? It's strange. Is it a bird?" "But there is no such bird on the scattered stars island." Han Fei said, "I got him by accident. Anyway, I just need him to be able to fly." Li Luoluo didn't ask any more. Birds were not rare to see anyway. Li Luoluo continued to ask curiously, "What are you doing in the spiritual plant forest? How do you know there are creatures on this battlefield?" "I knew it through bugs." "How did you learn of this?" Han Fei was a little helpless. How come these people all have so many questions? Han Fei shrugged. "Luo Xiaobai, do you know her?" "She had once come to find me. She is also from the Thug Academy." Li Luoluo nodded. "I've seen her. She's pretty, exactly my type." Han Fei was stunned. "Come on. Luo Xiaobai likes men." Li Luoluo was angry. I like men too. I mean, she is pretty but cold, exactly. The type of girl I like. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever. She can summon spiritual plants from this battlefield, so she knows that there are plants there. With plants, I guess there will also be spiritual plant forests. Huh? Li Luoluo said in astonishment, isn't it the same for my bugs? In a barren land, a bloody land, a land where demons thrived, a submarine forest appeared. This forest was definitely not a good forest. At this moment, there were more than 300 people trapped in this forest, including the Luo Xiaobai trio. Many people and sea demons had already died. Of course, the Luo Xiaobai trio didn't know this was the case in the forest, because they were also trapped. Zhang Xuanyu smacked his lips and said, Xiaobai, do you think this forest is alive? We've already met the third wave of sea demons, but we haven't met a single person. Lu Renquang nodded. Yes, the corpses of the sea demons were all eaten by this forest. We shouldn't have come in the first place. There are too many bugs here. I don't know if Feifei got lost or what. Luo Xiaobai said calmly, it's okay. Although perception is not working here, we can still use our 5 senses. Besides, although the plants here are weird, there are a lot of wisterias and white vanilla leaves here, so there shouldn't be a big problem. At least, we can be sure of one thing, there is a ceiling object here. Hiss. Suddenly, the grass and the trees moved, and a passage appeared. Luo Xiaobai said, prepare to fight. One day later, Han Fei and Li Luoluo stood outside a vast spiritual plant forest. From the outside, it could be seen that the forest was full of flowers, vines, and grasses. However, the most prominent things were the gray vines that Luo Xiaobai once summoned. The trees here were unusually tall and dark green. On the trunks, there weren't many leaves, but it was mostly covered in vines and twisted branches. Through these vines, Han Fei and Li Luoluo saw that the forest was moving like it were breathing, and they felt as if something was tempting them. Han Fei took out a few mint leaves, stuffed one into his mouth, and passed one to Li Luoluo. What is it? It can keep you sober and prevent you from falling into any illusions. Li Luoluo immediately grabbed a piece and put it in her mouth. Give me more. Then Han Fei grabbed a few handfuls and handed them to her, saying leisurely, do you feel that this forest is luring us in? Li Luoluo snorted. Of course it is. Such a low-level temptation. Han Fei smacked his lips and said, but we still have to go in. I feel that there is something in it. Li Luoluo said in astonishment, you feel it too? I thought I felt wrong. The ceiling object should be inside, right? Han Fei nodded. Probably. He had just calculated it but couldn't figure out its exact position. Han Fei grinned and said, let's go. Even if they knew there was danger, they couldn't just walk away from it. There were always some dangers that you had to face. Just like this weird submarine forest, they knew it had a problem. But the thing they wanted was in it, so they still had to enter. This was the way of cultivation. The winner was the one who would make it to the end. Li Luoluo hopped into the forest. As long as there is a forest, there will be bugs. And as long as there are bugs, I am afraid of nothing. Han Fei glanced at the infinity water that was no longer absorbing the essence of water. It had been restored to its best condition. Han Fei grinned. Let's go. Let's flatten this forest. The two entered side by side. When they entered the forest, they saw mostly vines. But as they walked deeper, Han Fei discovered that the forest wasn't as monotonous as he imagined. Here, there were also all kinds of weird luminous aquatic plants, as well as large blue-red flowers with teeth, deformed hermit crabs, and various little hermit creatures such as hermit snakes, hermit centipedes, etc. They didn't even want to hide, as if they welcomed them. The forest was its own ecosystem. Besides, Han Fei discovered that perception didn't work here, so did Li Luoluo. However, all this was different in Li Luoluo's eyes. This girl had already sprayed a colorful haze around. After a while, a large number of deformed parasites ran to Li Luoluo. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine when he saw it. A woman who plays with bugs is not someone you can mess around with. This girl was as poisonous as the old poison, Yi Qing Feng. No wonder that 3 or 4 of Sun Mu's subordinates were killed by her, despite the ultra-quality divine weapon Sun Mu had. Li Luoluo hummed a song. There are no large creatures here. It means that these spiritual plants are very dangerous. Han Fei nodded. For now, these spiritual plants haven't attacked us. Let's go deeper and check it out. Half an hour later. As they walked along, Han Fei saw the trees here moving and the vines pulling away. They actually took the initiative to make way for them. At this moment, a long road appeared. Seeing this, both Han Fei and Li Luoluo frowned. Danger comes. Han Fei guessed right. This spiritual plant forest was definitely alive. Even if it wasn't alive, there was at least a boss like the leafless tree that could control the entire forest. What Han Fei worried about was that if there really existed something like the leafless tree here, it would be dangerous. In the demonic plant channel, there was strength suppression, so the leafless tree could only exert the strength of a hanging fisher. But it was different here, where there was no strength suppression, which meant that the opponent could be very, very strong. In this case, when necessary, Han Fei felt that he could try to destroy the ground veins and forcibly pull away the strength of that strong master. However, he didn't have the seeds of the demon-shattering vine. If he wanted to destroy the ground veins, he would have to go underground and do it himself. Han Fei walked forward with Li Luoluo, while transmitting, "Can you destroy the veins and roots of this forest, Li Luoluo tilted her head innocently. Destroy the ground veins, Han Fei nodded. If necessary. It may be of great use, Li Luoluo smiled. Okay, I can make my insects bite the ground veins. However, I don't know exactly what the ground veins here are, Han Fei said, if there are some places that are different from others, it may be more dangerous. Then, just gnaw off everything underground, Li Luoluo giggled. No problem, hum, The water rippled slightly. Han Fei said, let's go. Let's see what's up front. After walking less than 10 kilometers, 4 sea demons suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei and Li Luoluo, including 1 heavenly talent, 1 intermediate sea demon realm, and 1 in the advanced sea demon realm. Bah! You call this danger? Li Luoluo said unhappily, I don't think they can pose any threat. Han Fei looked at the 4 sea demons thoughtfully and said leisurely, the forest wanted us to take this path. It must be its plan to have us meet these sea demons. Interesting. Then let's kill these sea demons as the forest Once. Lilualuo immediately said, half and half. Han Fei grinned. No, let's see who'll kill the most sea demons first. Lilualuo was annoyed. Come on, half and half. I'm a girl, and I helped you. Kill 4 Sun family people. Han Fei was speechless. Fine. Half and half. The 4 sea demons were excited when they saw Han Fei and Lilualuo. The half-merman Heavenly Talent's eyes flowed when he saw Han Fei. It's Han. Fei, leave him to me. And the woman is yours. _hum_. White light flashed, and a golden figure emerged. The Heavenly Talent used the secret method of Sea God Descends. On the other side, a waterman, a big fish, and a big mantis shrimp appeared. Hoop! As soon as the phantom glass wings spread out, Han Fei flew out with a swish. In an instant, dozens of golden fist marks burst out. On the other end, Lilualuo giggled, and colorful insect grass erupted. The Heavenly Talent shouted angrily, Han Fei. You are destined to be my ack. _dumb. Dumb. Dumb. Han Fei punched the harpoon, which bent in the hands of the half-merman, with a single blow, and then crushed his secret method in a flash. As Han Fei's figure flashed, he repeatedly bombarded the Heavenly Talent on the ground, muttering, Bullsh*T, you idiot. The void lines attached to this person. The next second, a seal hit down. It only took Han Fei 2 minutes to knock out the guy. Then Han Fei turned this sea demon into his puppet. That sea demon of the peak-level sea demon realm that was controlled by him had been killed, so this guy would be his new puppet. After reading the information in his mind, Han Fei saw images of the 10,000 Demon Valley, but nothing about this ancient battlefield. It seemed that the void lines were not omnipotent. At this moment, Han Fei could only see the chaotic battle scenes in the sea Demon Colosseum. Aha! Awakened by the screams, Han Fei quickly looked back and found a sea demon had turned into a colorful statue. The 2 others were scratching themselves frantically but were soon killed by Lilualuo. Lilualuo looked at the half-merman, who stood up again curiously and asked, What's wrong with him? Han Fei grinned. He's controlled by my soul technique. Soul technique? Lilualuo's eyes widened. Han Fei is so scary. He has mastered such a creepy technique. Fortunately, I'm his neighbor. Otherwise, I might be in danger. Han Fei didn't know what Lilualuo thought. In Han Fei's view, Lilualuo was the one who was scary. This woman was so perverted that she turned people into works of art, which was creepy. After a while, the 2 grabbed 4 sea-swallowing seashells. Lilualuo said, 1 piece for you, 1 piece for me, 1 piece for you, 1 piece for me. Han Fei said impatiently, I didn't expect you to be quite greedy for money. I'll take this one, and the other 3 are yours. Lilualuo snorted. Do you think I'm stupid? The good things are all in this 1. Han Fei scoffed. Fine. You can take half of the semi-divine weapons in this 1. Do you want the other things in it? Lilualuo giggled. No. I've already had too many ultra-quality spiritual weapons. The 2 talked and suddenly looked back, only to find that the sea demons that Lilualuo had killed were suddenly entangled by countless vines, and then a large piece of vegetation got into their mouths. Huh. Lilualuo and Han Fei both shuddered. The forest ate them. Suddenly, Han Fei found that vines were trying to entangle the half-merman. Heavenly talent controlled by Han Fei. Humph. The infinity water swept over and large swathes of vines fell apart. Han Fei said coldly, if it's for you, you can take it. But if it's not for you, you need to leave it alone. Sure enough, those vines began to shrink, and everything returned to silence. Li Luoluo said in surprise, it's amazing. This forest is really alive. After Han Fei looked at the people swallowed by the vines and found that their flesh and blood were withering, he sent out a void line only to find that the souls of these people were gone. Huh? What's the matter? Han Fei frowned. I can't feel their souls. Li Luoluo said casually, they're dead, so their souls dissipated. Han Fei shook his head. How can it be so fast? Let's keep going and see what'll happen. Half a day later. Han Fei and Li Luoluo had already encountered 5 waves of sea demons, with more in number each time. However, fortunately, the 2 were strong enough. For Han Fei, even if all these 5 waves of sea demons were put together, they were not his match. At this moment, the weird trees and vines were giving way. Han Fei and Li Luoluo walked deeper. Suddenly, Li Luoluo stopped. It's not right this time. There are a lot of vines and insects gathering around. Han Fei's face turned cold. Are insects a problem for you? Can't you control them? Li Luoluo exclaimed and said, but there are so many of them that I doubt the forest wants to eat us. Han Fei was speechless. Then try to control them. Control the insects to eat this forest. Li Luoluo rolled her eyes. How can it be so easy? I can control hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, but how can I control millions of insects? As soon as she said so, countless hermit insects and gray vines came from all directions. However, these insects were divided into 2 batches and were fighting and biting each other, which must have been because of Li Luoluo. Han Fei sneered. The forest can't kill us with sea demons, so it wants to use insects and vines? What an evil forest. _hum_. The infinity water dispersed, and 100 meters around Han Fei turned into a sea of knives. The knives were flying across, and no vines could gather up. Li Luoluo became serious. Han Fei, I'm afraid I can't block this. Then a strange, colorful plant that resembled vines, insects, and grass appeared in front of her, and a colored haze was scattered. Puff. Li Luoluo spouted a mouthful of blood. Humph. When I become a law enforcer, I'll flatten this damn forest alone. Tens of thousands of colorful insects could hardly resist the insect tide. Army. Only 10 minutes later, these colorful insects had been gnawed away. Han Fei stomped and a spirit-gathering array appeared. Silks of spiritual energy shot out of his fingertips and entered Li Luoluo's body. The latter immediately perked up, ready to continue to control the insects. Han Fei said, take a rest to recover. Let me try. Li Luoluo still had some insects left, but they were her last resort. As Han Fei concentrated, the knife that the infinity water turned into became smaller and smaller. At first, it was a long knife, then became the size of a kitchen knife, and finally became the size of a flying dagger. Boom. 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 The infinity water, like a meat grinder, was stirring frantically, and within 100 meters, anything approaching it was crushed. Even so, there were still many insects escaping. However, the insects controlled by Li Luoluo were still here, so these escaping insects all became Li Luoluo's property. This process lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, Li Luoluo managed to control 40 to 50,000 new insects. Han Fei felt dizzy. Your turn. Han Fei went to take a rest and Li Luoluo took his place. She said, we can't go on like this. In the ocean, there are almost endless insects. This forest is so vast and there are so many insects. We can't just keep killing the insects. Han Fei drank several sips of spirit awakening fluid, stuffed mint leaves in his mouth, and slashed to death the puppet half-merman that had been following him. He needed to absorb some soul power. After half an hour, the insects controlled by Li Luoluo were almost all dead. And the corpses of the insects were piled up like a mountain. Li Luoluo's face was pale. Can you still fight? Han Fei bared his teeth. Sure. At this time, there were only a few methods that would work, and the most effective of them was the law of gravity. Although Han Fei was reluctant to expose this power in front of Li Luoluo, he had no other choice. Li Luoluo was only a peak-level hidden fisher, and she certainly couldn't fight this weird forest alone. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the infinity water was taken back. Seeing this scene, Li Luoluo was surprised. Are you sure you have a way? Here they come. With a smile, Han Fei turned his palm over and pressed down. The terrifying gravity crushed all the hermit insects that were gathering up within 100 meters. Han Fei didn't even need to use the Overlord's technique. His strength had gradually increased to around 7 million kilograms. If even this power couldn't kill these little insects, this forest would be too horrible. Wow. Allah? Li Luoluo was stunned and said in surprise, Han Fei, you mastered the power of Allah? Han Fei shook his head. No, this is not a law, but a combat skill. Li Luoluo snorted. Liar. What combat skills could be so powerful? This is obviously the power of law, the law of gravity. God. You have mastered the power of law before you became a law enforcer. Li Luoluo's eyes were glowing, and Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Han Fei said to the uninhabited forest, good, very good. We never wanted to offend you, but you wanted to kill us. Then let's see who will win then. Han Fei looked at Li Luoluo, who was still looking at him with glowing eyes, and said, come on, let's fight our way in. Li Luoluo said happily, okay. Let's destroy this forest. However, at this moment, the road in the forest had disappeared. The trees and vines blocked the road. Huh. Han Fei sneered. Do you think you can stop us? Han Fei stepped over the insect corpses and headed straight into the forest. Wherever Han Fei went, except for the tall trees, all the remaining spiritual plants were pressed to the ground. Although spiritual plants could exert infinite power with the help of the earth, they were still unable to withstand this force. Under this pressure exerted by Han Fei, in addition to trees, many plants and gray vines were crushed. Han Fei saw some weird flowers and plants trying to stick out their barbed thorns at him. However, under gravity, not even one plant succeeded. Han Fei glanced and forged the universe. At this moment, Little Black and Little White were still swimming in the water and hadn't completed their evolution. He could only look at Li Luoluo. Can you find this B** start's position? Li Luoluo said, I only know that most insects come from here. Li Luoluo pointed to the front left, and Han Fei said, "Let's go." "No matter what, go there first." The two rushed forward. Along the way, whenever there was an obstacle, it was destroyed by the law of gravity in an instant. Somewhere in the forest, endless flowers and plants were blooming. Outside, a large number of corpses piled up. And in this field of flowers, a woman who looked extremely gentle suddenly said in surprise, "Huh. They retreated?" Another place. A big black hole erupted, and countless insects were swallowed by the black hole. Lu Renkuang roared, "Swallow, swallow, swallow. Let me swallow you all." Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned white. All kinds of poisonous vines were densely covered, and within a radius of more than 500 meters, there were insect corpses everywhere. Zhang Xuanyu kept using the 9-layered waves in the furious sea, and the waves were endless. Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. This damn demonic forest. If I catch the guy behind this, I will stab him to death. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai's eyes returned to normal, and she pointed in a direction and said, "The insects have retreated in that direction." Lu Renkuang stopped the sky-swallowing technique, holding Luo Xiaobai's vines and panting hard. "I hate insects, but I ate so many insects this time. So gross." Zhang Xuanyu patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay. It said that insects are actually quite nutritious." Lu Renkuang wailed, "Then why don't you eat them?" Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, "I don't have your appetite." Lu Renkuang. Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's catch up with them. If my guess is right, the one behind this just wants us and the sea demons to fight each other. After we killed the sea demons, he sent the insects over. So he just wants us to die. I think we are not the only ones looking for him." Indeed, it wasn't just them who were looking for the one behind this forest. But Luo Xiaobai's guess was not entirely correct, and not all the sea demons were dead. Rather, under the arrangement of the mysterious existence in this forest, the sea demons in some areas were dead. However, the sea demons also thought that the humans were all dead. Therefore, when Han Fei and Li Luoluo ran for less than 1,000 kilometers, they discovered that several passages had appeared in the forest that led to a large clearing. In this clearing, there were 17 sea demons, including 9 captain-level powerhouses at the peak level of the sea demon realm, and 8 half-mermen. Heavenly talents. All the 17 sea demons were wearing golden battle suits and holding golden harpoons. Li Luoluo stamped her feet. "This damn forest is really bad. We're in trouble." This time, Han Fei couldn't recognize the sea demons' faces well and felt that some of them seemed to look familiar. They had to be the ones who survived the demonic forest passage. However, Han Fei didn't know their names at all. On the opposite side, these sea demons were stunned too. Seeing the insect tide receding, they thought the guy behind the scene couldn't hold on any longer. Who would have expected that the guy brought so many people together? Seeing Han Fei and Li Luoluo, they got excited. Someone's eyes flickered. "It's Han Fei, haha. No wonder so many powerhouses have gathered. It's because of him." Everyone looked at Han Fei, but didn't take Li Luoluo seriously. A heavenly talent shouted, "It's Han Fei, ha." Another sea demon grinned. "He is mine." Someone snorted, "He is yours?" Qian Yan Chen, just because Lord Qian Yaning is your adoptive father doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Have you asked us if we agree? Someone sneered. Chen Yan Chen, we all have a chance to take Han Fei's head. Do you think you have special privilege? Another expert shouted, anyway, let's get him. Someone sneered, if we kill him, whose credit will it be? Han Fei listened and was speechless. Are you so sure you can kill me? Although 17 enemies is quite a few, none of them are at the sea spirit level, even if you ganged up on me, so what? Wanna try the Overlord's technique and the law of gravity? Han Fei said to Li Luoluo, let's kill a few of them first. They're all at the peak level. I think I can kill 5. Han Fei glanced at Li Luoluo in surprise. 5? This girl is tough, Han Fei scratched his head and said to the sea demons, are you going to challenge me one by one? I have no objection. Someone immediately sneered. Challenge? Han Fei, do you think you can leave alive today? Han Fei shrugged. So, you want to fight me together? A heavenly talent bared his teeth. Of course, do you think we would underestimate your combat power? Humph. Swish. While this person was speaking, Han Fei flashed 5 times and rushed into the crowd. The Overlord's technique was suddenly activated. This time, he didn't even bother to use the 9 Mansions dragon seal as a cover and flew over as quickly as possible. In a flash, a terrifying power fell. Li Luoluo was dumbfounded. Wow, he is so quick, Even Li Luoluo didn't have the time to react, let alone the sea demons. Almost. In an instant, everyone fell to the ground. No, use. The sea demon hadn't finished speaking, and Han Fei had already appeared next to him. As he threw the void lines on the sea demon and activated the draw technique, the latter died. Someone was shocked. Allah, it's the power of Allah. Han Fei flashed again and appeared next to the speaker, who hurriedly guarded himself with a golden harpoon. However, puff. Han Fei stabbed him in the neck with a knife. Surprised? I can not only cut with a knife, but also stab with a knife. Then he threw the void lines on this sea demon's body, preventing him from using the immortal seal. When Han Fei was about to attack the 3rd sea demon, almost all the sea demons had been on alert. In the face of a person who had mastered the power of law, they had to activate Sea God Descends to save their lives. However, at this moment, Li Luoluo had already rushed over. Her eyes were red, and she quickly skimmed past a few sea demons. The eyes of those who were targeted by Li Luoluo were full of insects. At the same time, colorful flowers bloomed everywhere and vines and grasses were rampant. Someone shouted coldly, it's an illusion. Don't be fooled. Li Luoluo giggled. Illusion? Are you sure? Han Fei saw that there were really insects all over those people. Li Luoluo knew the power of the law of gravity, so at the moment when the other party wasn't prepared, she launched the attack, making people mistakenly think that this was an illusion. Even Han Fei felt sorry for these sea demons. It was really hard to imagine the feeling of having a lot of insects getting in one's own body. Of course, Han Fei didn't stop either. He raised the knife and chopped down, killing another sea demon. This was his fastest reaction. Due to time issues, Li Luoluo could only control 3 sea demons, and he had killed 3. The remaining 11 had activated Sea God Descends, and golden shadows appeared one after another. Han Fei suddenly grinned. Do you really think this is just pure gravity? He clenched his fist. Shake. Within the entire gravity coverage area, gravity fluctuated. The sea demons had just got up, but soon fell down again. This time, the void lines caught 3 sea demons at once. Hanfei was not prepared to give them a chance to escape at all. Although this would be very laborious, he did not need to control these sea demons, he just needed to prevent them from using their immortal seals. With the law of gravity alone, Hanfei was able to become a law enforcer. But after all, he wasn't a law enforcer yet, so he'd better solve them once and for all. Drawl. Puff, 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 underscore. With 3 consecutive slashes, Hanfei used all his spiritual energy without even bothering to use the spiritual energy reserve. Ah. Secret method, blood burning. Hanfei's eyes narrowed. The 5 sea demons performed another secret method. At the same time, feeling that the law of gravity was unstable, Hanfei immediately shouted. Kill them. We can't wait anymore. And Liluoluo had already taken action. The 3 guys controlled by the insects would immediately become works of art, without Liluoluo doing anything. Liluoluo launched an attack on another sea demon. In addition to being a special manipulator, she was also a hunter, a powerful hunter. Hanfei waved his hand and 2 fish-skin maps flew out, one a maze array, the other a flashing array. At this moment, his figure appeared next to a sea demon with a swish. Activating the 9 Mansions dragon seal with his left hand, and brandishing the blood-drinking knife with the right. At the same time, a void line caught this sea demon. Explode. Someone felt that they were going to die, because Hanfei had already appeared. So they chose to explode their semi-divine battle suits and harpoons. With this explosion, Hanfei and Liluoluo flew out at the same time and were shaken back. Damn it, you don't even want your life? Why the hell did you learn from you? Shire? When the 2 semi-divine weapons were detonated, the sea demon was also shaken off. Hanfei attached the void lines to him and then slashed. When he activated the air-breaking strike, that sea demon used the flying flower demon flash and dodged it. Liluoluo took the opportunity to kill one sea demon. Seeing Hanfei had seriously injured this sea demon, she flashed to the front of the sea demon and stabbed at him with 2 daggers. Taking this as an opportunity, the heavenly talent named Chen Yan Chen immediately shouted, "Go to hell." When Hanfei saw the guy pull out a ball full of demonic energy, he frowned and shouted, "Liluoluo, come back soon." The ball had opened in the blink of an eye, and inside was a weird scorpion tail. Suddenly, the scorpion's tail grew larger and larger. What could be seen was that there were 3 layers of extremely sharp blades on the scorpion's tail. In a moment, the scorpion grew hundreds of meters long and swept across. Haha. Go to hell? I'll definitely stop in on my way to the royal city. Liluoluo screamed, "This guy is crazy." It's a one-time use, high-quality divine weapon. While speaking, Liluoluo appeared next to Hanfei and then stood behind him. There were originally only 6 sea demons left. 2 of them blocked the way of the scorpion's tail and were cut into 3 sections as it swept past. Hanfei scolded, "B*****, you even attacked your companions?" In an instant, the infinity water condensed on Hanfei's palm and was thrown out by him. Blast. Boom. The infinity water that had just recovered exploded again, which made Hanfei very unhappy. The guy behind all of this hadn't been found yet. But he had thrown out his trump card, which really pissed him off. The violent force set off turbulence in the forest. Han Fei and Li Luolua were sent tens of meters away, knocking more than one tree down. He kept spurting blood, and a coiled turtle array was shattered in an instant. Fortunately, he protected Li Luoluo. Otherwise, the latter would have been injured even more seriously than him. The fighting sounds resounded across hundreds of kilometers. And on the plot of land, within a kilometer, everything was crushed. Puff. Han Fei vomited another mouthful of blood and cast a divine healing technique, respectively on himself and Li Luoluo. Then he glanced at Li Luoluo, who was also spurting blood, and said, "Let's go and see." "Huh. Your face." Li Luolua's hair was scattered, and her face was stained with all kinds of colors. When the fierce wave rolled past, Han Fei was surprised to find that Li Luoluo had been wearing a mask. She actually looked like a pure porcelain doll, which was in sheer contrast to her usual odd style with green lipstick and black eyeshadow. _hum_. Li Luoluo bared her teeth. The colors recombined, and her original face was restored. "I'm gonna kill them." Puff. Huh? Han Fei raised his eyes to look at the sky as if he hadn't seen anything. Because Li Luoluo was infuriated and her momentum soared sharply. In Han Fei's eyes, she suddenly became blurred, and there seemed to be 8 or 9 Li Luoluos. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to understand something. _whoosh_. Li Luoluo rushed out. When Han Fei hurriedly followed her up, he found that Li Luoluo had turned from a hunter to a violent woman, brandishing the stick in her hand frantically, a bit like when Xia Shaochan got mad. But that was not right. At this time, Li Luoluo suddenly put away the stick, and a pair of scissors emerged from her body. With a click, she cut the tail. For a time, on the colorful vines, weird insects crawled out to cover the sea demon. Now there were only 2 sea demons left, as the others were blown away by the detonation of the infinity water. Among them, one was killed by Li Luoluo, and the other was still lying in the pit, groaning. Without saying anything, Han Fei threw out the void lines and then chopped that sea demon to death. Giggle. Just as Han Fei was about to find other sea demons, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter. Li Luoluo was speaking to an insect with joy. "Little cutie, you finally came out. Let's eat fish." Han Fei shuddered. Is she schizophrenic? The furious girl was laughing so happily now. And she ran into the woods with thousands of insects. Han Fei didn't even want to follow her. Now, he didn't want to have any contact with Li Luoluo. Now he knew why she was called Variety Devil Girl. Han Fei flew away. Now, there should be 4 more sea demons, and Li Luoluo should be able to solve 2 of them. He wanted to find the sea demon that used the one-time use, high-quality divine weapon. That guy was quite tough and his status was definitely not low. So he had to find a way to kill him. He split the void lines into 30, with which he soon discovered Chen Chen, who was on the run. He was blocked by a lot of insects on the road, unable to escape. Han Fei grinned. It seems that the one behind the scenes doesn't want this guy to run away, swish. It was only dozens of kilometers, and Han Fei had arrived after only flapping his wings twice. When Han Fei arrived, the insects had run away before Han Fei did anything. Qianchen turned his head, his face all dark. Han Fei. Han Fei bared his teeth. Phew, you can't run away. Look, the guy behind the scenes doesn't want you to go. After all, you are quite strong. Anyway, as long as you die, you will be his nourishment. Instead of killing you, he might as well let me kill you for him. With that, Han Fei said to the big tree next to him, am I right? Smart move. Qian Yanchen frowned. Han Fei, do you really think you can kill me? Swish. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei flashed to Qian Yanchen, and the latter immediately divided into several clones in a swoosh. Han Fei sneered. Clones? That's already outdated. Huh? Not clones. They have power. Han Fei grinned and also divided into a few clones. At this moment, one Han Fei was holding the golden seal in his hand, one was holding the demon-slaying spike, and the other was holding the silver stick. I forgot to tell you my clones can fight too. Han Fei had discovered that all his clones had combat power. If he didn't deliberately let them disappear, they could last for an hour or so. As for their power, they were certainly inferior to his original body, and they could only make one strike. However, that strike would be able to kill an intermediate, hidden fisher. If the clone used a semi-divine weapon, it might even beat an advanced hidden fisher. Qian Chen didn't speak, but flashed to stay 100 meters away from Han Fei, staring at Han Fei viciously. Han Fei smiled and said, I know you are stalling for time. Probably for some special move. But, how do you know that I am not stalling for time too? Clatter. As Han Fei snapped his fingers, something seemed to be shrinking in the water. In order to let Qian Yanchen's guard down, Han Fei threw the void lines into the air, which wound like a spider web. As long as he pulled in the net, the other party had no chance to escape. Go to hell. Qian Yanchen knew that he couldn't wait any longer. His hair turned white in an instant, and a strange force enveloped Han Fei. Screw you. Han Fei hurriedly retreated. He knew this sea demon was different. He actually had a way to control time. As far as he knew, the leafless tree had this ability, but he didn't expect that this sea demon would have the ability too. Qian Yanchen laughed out loud. Han Fei, do you think you can escape? My foster father ranks number 1 among the 8 wings of blue feather, so how can I be weak? Although you made me lose 200 years of longevity, it's worth it. After killing you, I'll be able to go to the royal city. Wait, why are you still standing? Han Fei was also dumbfounded. Although he reacted very quickly, time shouldn't have anything to do with distance. Around him, the vines withered, big trees shrank and lost their vitality, but he was unscathed. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the flickering ring on his hand. Can the ring given by the time dragon carp resist the power of time? Han Fei scratched his head. Although this matter is difficult to explain, I don't think you need to listen to my explanation anymore. Die. Buzz. The void line net shrank and tied Qian Yanchen up. Han Fei's clones rushed out at the same time, attacking Qian Yanchen's clones. Puff. Han Fei beheaded Qian Yanchen with a single slash. As for his clones, most of them were gone at the moment. Well, there was only one left, and it ran into the woods, but was overtaken and killed by Han Fei. Humph. Qian Yanning ranks number 1 among the 8 wings of blue feather, but you don't. Who do you think you are? Han Fei looked down at the ring in his hand. Wow. He had thought that this ring was useless, but it turned out that it had such an amazing effect. With it, he could ignore the law of time. Huh? Where's Liluoluo? Han Fei quickly put away his weapons, stuffed an energy fruit in his mouth, and immediately went to search for Liluoluo. Regardless of whether Liluoluo was schizophrenic or not, this girl was very strong and could be a good helper. In fact, except for Ning Jingyao, Nameless, and Du Jianglu who he was familiar with, he didn't know the people in the Empyrean waterfall well. He had witnessed how brave Yu Shire was. Now, he had experienced the strength of the variety devil girl. It was said that Yui was also here. He wondered how strong she was. As for the Luo Xiaobai trio, Han Fei wasn't quite worried about them. Lu Renquang's sky-swallowing technique was very powerful and had a peculiar effect. These insects shouldn't be able to stop him. He was just worried that they might encounter many sea demon heavenly talents. But it wasn't very likely. There were a total of about 5,000 sea demons here. And the ancient battlefield was huge. What he and Liluoluo met should be the strongest group. They were also by far the strongest group of sea demons Han Fei had ever fought against. After a while, Han Fei had collected the sea-swallowing seashells and found an artwork sculpture and some hanging bodies whose blood and flesh had been swallowed by vines. When Han Fei found Liluoluo, she was squatting on the ground. In front of her, there were rows of insects, which were in colorful formations like soldiers. Han Fei looked around and didn't see any sea demons. Were they swallowed by the forest? Han Fei couldn't help but walk 2 steps forward. Liluoluo, what are you doing? Seeing that Liluoluo suddenly turned her face to him, Han Fei took a step back in shock. She had become an innocent little girl again. Seeing the strange makeup on Liluoluo's face disappear, Han Fei was a little nervous. This was not a good thing. It showed that Liluoluo's schizophrenia was very serious. Liluoluo grinned. Brother, I'm watching the insect soldiers killing each other. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Well, little girl, what shall I call you? Liluoluo smiled and said, my name is Li Kiki. Han Fei was speechless. I haven't seen this kind of thing happen before. What should I do? Ahem. Kiki. How old are you? 8 years old. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. _SH*T. Does Liluoluo have an 8-year-old identity? Han Fei said in fright, Kiki, watch it after we leave this forest, okay? Right. Now, are you going to fight bad guys with brother? Li Kiki immediately jumped up. Kiki is going to beat the bad guys. Brother. Don't be afraid. Kiki is very powerful. Han Fei lowered his head and said, let's go. Protect me. Yes, you. Protect me. Han Fei was speechless. Protect me? Aren't I the babysitter? However, Han Fei smiled secretly. Since Liluoluo had become Li Kiki, he could take all the spoils this time. Nice, at least no one would snatch things from him now. Brother, hold my hands. Han Fei? But Li Kiki had already pulled Han Fei to run out with her. Han Fei was speechless. Why do I feel a bit guilty? Han Fei shrugged, stretched out his hand, and the infinity water returned to his palm. After a while, infinity water began to absorb the essence of water. Again. Han Fei had discovered last time that infinity water continuously absorbed the essence of water, and it would take 1 to 2 days for it to make a perfect self-detonation tool. As his strength increased, the power of its self-detonation would be greater. Although it could explode for the second time, the power was definitely reduced a lot, so Han Fei didn't plan to use it now. About an hour after Han Fei left, the Luo Xiaobai trio came over. However, at this moment, the corpses of the sea demons had all disappeared, being dragged away by the vines and sucked dry. Lu Renquan looked at the huge pit in the ground and was surprised. What a violent battle! Zhang Xuanyu said in astonishment. Many people must have died here. Were they killed by a human or a sea demon? Luo Xiaobai suddenly said. Han Fei did it. Huh? What? Glancing at Lu Renquan and Zhang Xuanyu's stunned faces, Luo Xiaobai asked. Can't you even feel the aura of Han Fei? Lu Renquan immediately laughed. Haha. I knew he was okay. But what is he now? Zhang Xuanyu pointed to the side road and said, Here. He must have left from here. It was because the ground where Han Fei walked was unusually solid. The vines were crushed flat on the ground. Luo Xiaobai frowned. I'm just wondering, why didn't the person in the forest smooth out the path here? Zhang Xuanyu smiled. It shows that he is not omnipotent. He just controls everything from a distance. And the huge destructive power makes him no longer able to control the environment here. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. It's possible. Let's go. Catch up with Han Fei and check it out. Han Fei was telling stories while walking. Once upon a time, there was a huge castle in which lived a vicious queen and a girl named Snow White. Snow White and the 7 dwarfs lived a happy life ever after. Li Kiki cried, Bad woman. She used the poisonous apple. Brother, what is an apple? It's a spiritual fruit? With that said, Han Fei took out a spiritual fruit and took a bite. Apple is a kind of spiritual fruit. Grunt. Brother, I want to eat too. Taking up so many things from the little girl, Han Fei graciously took out a spiritual fruit and handed it over. Kiki, do you know where the bad guys in the forest are? Li Kiki said, Ask the insects. As she said this, a small centipede appeared in her palm. Li Kiki asked innocently, Little insect, do you know where the bad guys are? Then she raised her head. Brother, it doesn't know. Han Fei rolled his eyes helplessly. Forget it, I'll figure it out myself. Han Fei pinched his fingers and tried to calculate the location of the most dangerous place, and he quickly found the right direction. Before Han Fei walked far, he heard someone shouting in the water, Fei Fei. Fei Fei, are you here? Han Fei was stunned. Zhang Xuanyu? Han Fei smiled immediately. You. Here. However, there was no response. Then he remembered that he had clairaudience. Zhang Xuanyu and the others could still be some distance away from him. On the other side, the Zhang Xuanyu trio was fighting. Luo Xiaobai was controlling the poisonous weeds and vines to kill the insects. At the same time, she said to Zhang Xuanyu, It's too far. Han Fei is unlikely to hear. Lu Renquan had activated the sky-swallowing technique and was devouring. Only Zhang Xuanyu was idle. Zhang Xuanyu said in frustration, The B** starred in the forest just doesn't want us to meet each other. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the insects over. Again. Luo Xiaobai said flatly, This is a good thing. It means that the one inside is not strong. He is afraid that we will get together. Zhang Xuanyu muttered, but it'll take a long time. By the way, are there endless insects here? Luo Xiaobai hummed. And there are also vines. However, within 10 kilometers of me, I can compete with him for control of the spiritual plants, and I'll win. About half an hour later, Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, why are there more and more insects? Gosh, the number has doubled. Lu Renkuang was busy swallowing, his eyes already green. Now he just wanted to pass out. Luo Xiaobai said, it seems that the guy is anxious. Why is he anxious? Boom. Boom, The three of them looked to one side, where the ground was shaking, and it was exactly where the insects came from. Lu Renkuang said, no. I can swallow small insects, but if they're too big, I'm afraid I will have indigestion. However, at this time, they saw colorful rays of light erupting in the depths of the forest. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Oh, no. It must be poisonous insects this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a large swath of colorful insects popping up from the ground. Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang both glared at Zhang Xuanyu. However, what was beyond their expectation was that these poisonous insects began to fight against the insects gathering up, and in a moment, most of them were killed or injured. Seeing the insect tide receding, everyone was puzzled, and then they saw Han Fei holding a girl's hand and running over. Lu Renkuang was overjoyed. Oh! Fei, you are finally here. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up, and he stared at Li Kiki. My god, she's cute. Luo Xiaobai asked coldly, who is she? Before Han Fei answered, Li Kiki bowed respectfully and said politely, hello. Handsome brother, beautiful sister, and chubby brother, my name is Li Kiki. I am 8 years old this year. Everyone? The three of them all looked at Han Fei, wondering what the hell was going on. With a grimace, Han Fei said to them in a voice transmission, she is Li Luo from the Empyrean Waterfall. She has multiple personalities. This is one of her personalities, only 8 years old. The Luo Xiaobai trio looked at each other. What? Did I hear that wrong? Zhang Xuanyu was the first to react. Alas, what a pretty little girl. Let me hug you. Before Han Fei could stop him, Zhang Xuanyu had already embraced her. Next second. Bam. Zhang Xuanyu flew out and sat on the ground with a dazed expression. Li Kiki seemed to change into another person. She stared at Zhang Xuanyu with a serious face. I'm Li Kuang. What did you want to do to me? Han Fei? Everyone? Then Li Luo, who was now Li Kuang, turned to look at Han Fei and looked down at their holding hands. Then both of them shivered and looked disgusted. Huh. Li Kuang rubbed his hands in disgust. Bro, please behave yourself. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. How could Li Luo have a male personality? Zhang Xuanyu was stunned and Luo Xiaobai froze. What is going on here? Only Han Fei laughed. Haha. Brother Li, do you remember why we are here? Li Kuang twisted his neck domineeringly, took out a stick, carried it on his shoulders, and said proudly, of course, this forest is weird. Let me level it. Humph, Li Luo is so weak. I'm the one good at fighting. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Do you know Li Luo? Li Kuang smiled contemptuously. Of course, she is the master personality. Although I don't come out often, I am the strongest in this body. Come on. Let's kill our way through this place. Everyone. Zhang Xuanyu said to Han Fei via voice transmission, _Fei, what happened to Li Luoluo? _ Han Fei rolled his eyes. That's your fault. If you hadn't hugged her, Li Kiki would not have become Li Kuang. Luo Xiaobai asked, Han Fei, are you sure about the direction? Han Fei pointed in the direction he had just come. Yes. Keep going, no matter what happens. Go forward and we will find whoever is behind this place. On the way. Lu Renkuang was complaining, hey, can I not eat insects? No. Everyone spoke in unison, including Han Fei. If there were a lot of insects, who else could solve them except for him? Li Kuang waved his hand, and a large swarm of insects followed behind him. Colorful and densely packed, making everyone tremble. Li Kuang bared his teeth and said, the insects are like my soldiers. No one can resist them. The one behind the scenes is just deliberately mystifying. Let me lead the army of millions of insects to destroy him in one fell swoop. Han Fei asked, Brother Li, how many insect soldiers can you control now? Li Kuang was stunned for a moment, and said vaguely, there are tens of thousands anyway. But it doesn't matter. I'm the strongest. Han Fei. Han Fei rolls his eyes. You're the strongest? Do you know you're schizophrenic? 3 hours later. Zhang Xuanyu was surprised and said, huh? Why didn't we see anything yet? No. Sea demons, no insects, and no vines or grasses. Has the guy behind the scenes given up? Luo Xiaobai said calmly, no. It's just that he knows these means are useless. The insects are no match for Han Fei. I can control the vines and grasses. As for the sea demons, Han Fei continued, the sea demons should be all dead. I joined hands with Brother Li and killed 17 heavenly talents, right here in the woods. Li Kuang nodded. Yes, I can easily crush these weak sea demons. Han Fei was speechless. This Li Kuang is such a brag. I wonder if he is really as powerful as he says, At this time, Han Fei felt that this personality was not as reliable as Li Luoluo herself. At least, she herself was really strong. Whether it was timing, control or combat efficiency, she was definitely one of the strongest. Luo Xiaobai said, then it makes sense. That person should know that ordinary methods are invalid for us, but he hasn't figured out any other way, so he can only wait in hiding. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. That is to say, he is actually not strong. Otherwise, he would have used other means to deal with us. Han Fei said to the depth of the forest, hey, you. Actually, we can leave. You alone. Hand over all the treasures in this forest and destroy the ceiling objects. We'll leave immediately. There was no response from the one behind the scenes, so they could only keep walking. Half a day later. Their eyes suddenly brightened. The forest was gone, replaced by a small mound. No more than 100 meters high and tens of kilometers long, which couldn't even be called a mountain. Li Kuang immediately raised his stick and yelled, B****, come out. Along the way, they had a certain understanding of Li Kuang's stupidity. No one was paying attention to him anymore. However, no one could deny Li Kuang was quite strong. Tens of thousands of insects scattered out and started to crawl around the mountain. After only half an hour, Li Kuang sneered. Found him. Zhang Xuanyu raised his eyebrows. Really? So fast? Li Kuang said, it turns out to be a big insect. Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly. Why is it so easy to find? Doesn't the guy behind the scenes know how to escape? Luo Xiaobai raised her hand, and a large number of vines emerged from the ground and stretched out, seeming to be looking for danger. Han Fei was also pinching his fingers and calculating. However, neither of them found any danger, so they followed Li Kuang all the way forward. After walking around the mound for a long time, Li Kuang stood under a soil slope. At this moment, everyone saw it. What was before them was a lobster? But this lobster was a bit strange. Its body was very much like dead wood, and its legs were all sunk in a piece of soil on the rocks. At this moment, it was lying vertically in the soil on the stones upside down. This was actually the only marine creature that Han Fei had seen on this ancient battlefield. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name: tree lobster. Introduction: a creature rumored to be extinct, extremely rare, which usually appears in a demonic plant forest. They have strong spiritual power. Because its body is connected to the ground veins, it can control the ground veins and thus control spiritual plants. However, its fighting ability is low, and it is also very easy to be hunted. When a tree lobster encounters a dragon insect, stick insect, their strength doubles, and they can almost sweep the entire spiritual plant forest. Level 61. Quality: legendary. Contained spiritual energy, 52,630 points. Edible effect: eating it brings a certain chance to gain the ability of teleportation. Collectible: lobster tendons. Absorbable. Remarks: lobster tendons can be refined into ultra-quality weapons, which is the reason why tree lobsters are scarce. After seeing this thing, Han Fei was deep in thought. Although he was attracted by the lobster tendons, he didn't lack weapons now. But it could be his fourth contractual spiritual beast. Of course, Han Fei also noticed another thing, which was the stick insect. Judging from the ability of a tree lobster, it should not be able to control thousands of insects. So there must be a stick insect here. And why didn't the tree lobster run away? Was it because it couldn't run away? Or it was covering the stick insect? If so, this tree lobster was quite clever. If he hadn't seen the information in his eyes, he wouldn't have expected that there was another creature here. Li Kuang yelled, "Let me kill this thing." Han Fei quickly stopped him and said, Brotherly, don't panic." Li Kuang turned his head. "What?" Han Fei said, "This lobster is weird. Let me talk to it." "Everyone?" Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Han Fei, what do you want to do?" Lu Renkuang said in surprise, Fei, can it speak?" Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Why bother to talk to it? Just stab it to death." Li Kuang agreed. "Yes. Stab it to death." Han Fei shook his head and said, "Don't panic. We've already found its nest. Are we afraid of it? _swish_. Han Fei flashed to the top of the slope and walked to the other side of the slope. He casually said, "Big lobster, let's talk." The tree lobster's eyes were erected, and its claws hooked slightly. Seeing that Han Fei had no intention of killing him, it hesitated slightly, turned around, and climbed towards the top of the mountain. Li Kuang was speechless. "My breath. Oh, my breath. Sister, where's Big Brother?" The Luo Xiaobai trio. Because the perception didn't work here, Han Fei sat on the top of the mound and patted on the ground next to him. Come here. Let's talk. The tree lobster was not very close to him, about 20 meters away from Han Fei. However, such a small distance was nothing to Han Fei. Han Fei chuckled. 3 things. Firstly, tell me where the sealing object is? We already sensed it when we came in. Secondly, where is the treasure? Don't say there isn't any treasure. How could there be nothing in such a large forest? Thirdly, if you want that insect to live, you'd better tell me the first 2 things. _hum_. The tree lobster shivered slightly and wanted to run. But Han Fei appeared next to it with a swish, and the void lines had attached its body. _squeak. Seeing insects crawling out from all directions, Han Fei immediately said faintly, how many times have you 2 tried? Insects can't kill me. Why don't we make a deal? I am not interested in taking your lives. I only want treasures, as long as I destroy the sealing object. Han Fei didn't say this to the tree lobster, but to the stick insect that was hidden somewhere. At this moment, Han Fei was searching around. He saw a round stone split in half. Under the stone, there was a cave, and inside the cave was a mysterious small space. Haha, got you. At this time, a vine emerged from Han Fei, and Luo Xiaobai asked, Han Fei, do you need help? Han Fei replied, no. Wait for me for a while. If this tree lobster was a legendary creature, then the stick insect should be of the same level. Wouldn't it be wonderful to collect 2 legendary creatures? The tree lobster had no fighting power, so it was easily controlled by Han Fei. Its plan to sacrifice itself to save the stick insect failed. When Han Fei and the tree lobster came to the stone, Han Fei found a large number of insects guarding in front of the stone, trying to stop Han Fei. Han Fei turned his hand and pressed it down, and immediately, the insect corpses were everywhere. I told you insects are useless to me. What I want is treasure. With that, Han Fei controlled the tree lobster to enter this strange little space, and he followed closely behind. As Han Fei stepped into this small space, he discovered this must be the secret of this forest. In this ultra-small secret realm, there was only 1 stick stuck in the ground. Of course, what Han Fei noticed at first sight was not the stick, but the big insect that was sticking to the stick. Han Fei looked up and down. The insect's body was also like dead wood, but there was a faint golden light on its edges. It looked like a luminous dead branch. It turned out that this thing was manipulating the insects in the forest. This was a golden gray stick insect, 2 meters high, with 8 sections of body, 6 claws, and double hook-like feelers. At this moment, there were a lot of insects around it. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name, stick insect. Introduction: an extremely rare stick insect, which grows in demonic plant forests. They have strong spiritual power and can control insects. However, its fighting ability is low, and it is also very easy to be hunted. When a tree lobster encounters a dragon insect, stick insect, their strength doubles, and they can almost sweep the entire spiritual plant forest. Level 61. Quality: legendary. Contained spiritual energy, 53,022 points. Edible effect: eating it brings a certain chance to acquire the ability to talk to insects. Collectible: insect honey. Absorbable. Remarks: insect honey is a precious material for alchemy and is one of the important ingredients of the law pill. Han Fei grinned. Now we finally meet. Is this stick the sealing object? Han Fei could tell at a glance that this stick was very special as it gave off a certain aura, a bit like the cosmic sword. It was either a top-quality divine weapon or an ultra-quality divine weapon. But it wasn't likely a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Snowmon looked much more gorgeous than this stick. This stick would suit Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei already had the embroidery needle and the snowmorn. Even if he took this stick, he wouldn't be able to fully tap its potential. So, he might as well give it to Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei looked around and found a corpse lying here. To Han Fei's disappointment, except for this corpse, there was no spiritual spring energy or spirit awakening fluid on it. Han Fei stared at the stick insect with a dark look and said, "I'll give you 3 minutes to consider my questions. Where is the treasure? And is there any spiritual spring or spirit awakening fluid here?" Suddenly, a vague voice rang in Han Fei's mind, can you control it? Han Fei couldn't help but smile. The stick insect can talk, At this moment, Han Fei had controlled the soul of this tree lobster. Han Fei grinned. "You've used 1 minute. The stick insect immediately responded, "Actually, there is nothing good here. We are just guarding this seal." Han Fei smiled and infinity water appeared in his hands. "Now you only have 1 minute left." "Wait a minute." Han Fei's eyes were cold. "What, have you decided to tell me the truth?" The stick insect said, "The little girl who controls insects needs me. I have told her that I am willing to be her contractual spiritual beast. I'll also tell you where the treasure is." Han Fei bared his teeth. "Do you think I dare not kill you?" The stick insect said, "You don't need to kill me. I am just an insect. Since you have controlled the tree lobster, why not let me go?" Han Fei said, "Collect." The tree lobster was immediately collected into the demon purification pot. The only thing that surprised Han Fei was that this stick insect was too smart. Within 3 minutes, he had put aside his dignity as a legendary creature and promised to be Li Luolua's contractual spiritual beast. Swish, 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 The others ran in one after another. "Insect." Han Fei shuddered and immediately stared blankly at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai explained, "When you took that lobster away, she changed into another person." Han Fei. "Wow. The stick." At the first glance, Zhang Xuanyu saw the stick inserted in the center of the little secret realm, and his eyes almost glowed green. Luo Xiaobai grabbed Zhang Xuanyu with a vine, dragged him back, and looked at Han Fei quietly. "What happened?" Han Fei pointed to the insect and said, "I originally wanted to kill it. However, he took the initiative to ask Li Kiki to take it. Although it was a pity that he missed a legendary creature, it was all right. This stick insect knew where the treasure was. At least it could help them find the treasure." Han Fei looked at Li Kiki and said, "Kiki, let this insect be your contractual spiritual beast, okay?" Li Kiki pouted, hesitated for a long time, and suddenly said, "Sister Luo Luo. Kiki won't accept it." Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and then he saw Li Kiki's face slowly distorting, and various colors returning to her face. When her lips turned blue-purple, Han Fei knew that Li Luo Luo had returned. "Ah. Damn, stupid Kiki, you should have given me your body long ago." "Why do you give my body to Li Kuang? He's just an idiot." Li Luo Luo said angrily and gave Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu a menacing look. "Don't tell anyone my secret." Han Fei shrugged speechlessly and said, "Come on, collect the stick insect." Li Luolua's eyes lit up, and she stepped forward. "What a good insect." Zhang Xuanyu touched Han Fei's shoulder and asked, "Is Li Luoluo back?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, which isn't a bad thing. Li Luoluo is a bit more herself right now. However, now we've seen 5 personalities, Li Kiki, Li Kuang, Li Luoluo, and 2 others who we don't know their names. Maybe a few haven't even come out yet, who knows?" Hiss. Zhang Xuanyu gasped in shock and said, "More?" Han Fei remembered when he was fighting Sun Mu, and when Infinity Water exploded, Li Luoluo seemed to have changed into another person. Han Fei wasn't quite clear who the other 2 were. Besides, her nickname was Variety Devil Girl. It made sense for her to have 7 or 8 personalities. Han Fei was still thinking about it when he heard Zhang Xuanyu say hesitantly, "Fei Fei. Well, can you introduce me to her?" Han Fei? Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu in shock. "Are you serious? Believe it or not, she can stab you without a second thought." Zhang Xuanyu said carelessly, "Didn't Xiao Shaochan stab you often?" "I don't mind." Han Fei was speechless. "Don't forget she can control insects. I'm afraid that when you wake up, you will only have bones left." The smile froze on Zhang Xuanyu's face. Well, let me think about it." Then, while Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu were whispering, Li Luoluo had signed a contract with the stick insect. Li Luoluo looked back at Han Fei strangely. "I know the location of the treasure. How shall we deal with this stick? As long as it falls, the seal will be broken." Zhang Xuanyu immediately said, "Let me try it." 9 layered waves in the furious sea. A boom resounded in the little secret realm, and a terrifying, overwhelming power erupted. However, that stick could produce an invisible barrier to resist the power. Zhang Xuanyu failed to break the barrier after trying twice. Seeing this, he put his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, "Good, this barrier is not bad. Fei Fei, I was just testing it. Now it's your turn." Li Luoluo rolled her eyes, muttering, "Do you think we don't know you can't break it?" Zhang Xuanyu's face suddenly turned blue. God, he was mocked by a girl. Lu Renkuang shook his head slightly. Poor Zhang Xuanyu tried to impress the girl but failed. Seeing that there was no water in this secret realm, he immediately proposed, "Shall we eat hot pot here?" Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Step back. Underscore clang clang underscore. Underscore boom, 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 underscore." Invincible fist marks bombarded the seal crazily. The horrible power shook the little secret realm. After more than 30 punches, everyone heard a click and the barrier collapsed. Han Fei drew up the stick and threw it to Zhang Xuanyu. "Xiaobai, I found that there are both strong and weak spiritual barriers. The defense of this barrier is very strong. Underscore bam, underscore." Before Luo Xiaobai could answer, the secret realm exploded, and seawater instantly poured in. The entire forest was shaking, so was the sea. Above their heads, thunder rumbled. The seal of the outside world seemed to be affected. Luo Xiaobai said, "The seal must have been loosened, and there may be a chance to break this space." Han Fei's heart did a flip and he immediately said to Li Luoluo, "Quickly take us to find the treasure. We won't have any chance if the people outside come in." Lu Renkuang nodded hard. Yes, yes. Let's find the treasure first." Li Luoluo ran out with a swish. Come with me. This time, there were no insects in the forest, so they were extremely fast. And it took them only half an hour to reach where the treasure was. At this time, the sea was still shaking. Luo Xiaobai guessed, it is very likely that some people on the outside are trying to break into the secret realm. Then hurry up. Li Luo stomped and a large swarm of insects began to burrow into the ground. After a while, a big pit appeared in the ground. Seeing this pit, everyone felt a chill down their spines. There were all kinds of corpses, and all kinds of weapons in it. It had to be the tree lobster and the stick insect that killed these people, sucked them dry, and buried them here. As time went by, there was a whole pit of corpses. Lu Renquang exclaimed, wow. A lot of semi-divine weapons? Han Fei had already jumped in. Semi-divine weapons? Yes, there are even semi-divine weapons, Lu Renquang quickly said, hey. Put that down. Zhang Xuanyu shot back, a stick may not be enough for me. Li Luo added, and mine. In a moment, these bandits had taken all the weapons that had been buried in the pit for an unknown period of time. Only Luo Xiaobai, standing by the side of the pit, looked up at the sky and muttered, the people outside haven't broken in yet. Outside the forest was devastation. The Han Fei squad stood stunned, not knowing where to go. Luo Xiaobai asked, where is Little White? Han Fei said helplessly, she seems to be having a breakthrough and can't come out temporarily. Zhang Xuanyu held his stick carefully and almost rubbed it into his body. At that moment, he said carelessly, we should find a place to go. Lu Renquang exclaimed, huh? Someone has come out. They turned their heads and found it was Yui. Seeing Han Fei and Li Luo together, Yui immediately waved her hand. Han Fei, Luo. Li Luo looked at the others warningly. Remember to keep it a secret for me, Li Kiki and Li Kuang don't exist. Yui walked over quickly, looked at them, and said with surprise, are you just coming out from the forest? Li Luo giggled. Yes. We destroyed the sealing object in the forest. Yui couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. I knew it. But there were too many insects in the forest, and there was no way to get inside. Are you sure? You destroyed it? The outer seal doesn't seem to have been opened yet. Han Fei said, there is more than one. I destroyed another one with Shire. Yui's eyes lit up. Where is he? Han Fei shrugged. I was separated from him, so I don't know where he is. Yui sighed. What are you doing here? We're thinking about where to go. Yui pointed in one direction. There, many people went in that direction. Luo Xiaobai asked, sea demons or humans? Yui smiled. Both. Some people passed by and didn't enter, but we manipulators would have certainly gone in. However, it is full of insects and flowers that are really ugly. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help poking out his head. Girl, hello. Before he finished speaking, Han Fei pressed his head back with one hand. Then let's go in that direction. With so many people going there, there must be something going on. Han Fei sensed that there seemed to be something attracting him. A group of 5 had now become a group of 6. One day later. They hadn't found anything strange yet when the sea suddenly shook again, even more violently this time. They seemed to see some illusions above the seawater as if they could see the sky outside, but the sea slowly fell silent. Luo Xiaobai remarked, someone broke a seal, and the spiritual barrier is about to be broken. Lu Renquang suddenly said, "It seems to be up ahead." Everyone immediately looked at him, and he gave an innocent smile. "I feel that there seems to be a slight suction power in front of me, it just started." 2 hours later. Han Fei sensed that a big hole appeared in front of him with a shape a bit like the bottomless hole in the transverse mountain. In front of the cave, corpses littered the ground, and Han Fei was surprised to find Tang Ge, Mu Ling, Jiang Qin, and others. Besides these familiar faces, many others were there. Of course, there were also many people from the Empyrean waterfall. With a single glance, Han Fei had found at least 50 acquaintances. As for the battlefield outside the cave, hundreds of sea demon corpses littered the ground. Han Fei wasn't surprised. In a sense, humans had an advantage over the sea demons. That was because sea demons would not form a family, an academy, or an organization. But humans were different. Sun Mu's weapons were all renewed. This was a sign of their success. Could sea demons have so many semi-divine weapons, or even ultra-quality divine weapons? Han Fei didn't want this information to spread. When they traveled 50 kilometers away, Yui said, "There are a lot of people ahead." Han Fei couldn't help but glance at her in surprise. Can a peak level hidden fisher perceive 50 kilometers away? Immediately, Li Luoluo shouted, "I saw Qing Chen, Da Shui, and Nameless." Yui frowned. "Shire is not there." Luo Xiaobai and the three looked at each other. One's strength could be seen from their perception range. In terms of strength alone, both Yui and Li Luoluo were superior to them. Luo Xiaobai asked, "How far are their perception ranges?" Han Fei calmly analyzed, Yui, 50 kilometers, and Li Luoluo, about 42. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. The gap was not big and was acceptable. After a while, they arrived and Wang Dashui waved at Han Fei. "Little junior brother, little junior sister." At the moment when they appeared, Sun Mu, Mo Fian, and the others gathered together spontaneously. With their subordinates counted in, they were 5 times more than the people on this side. Tang Ge didn't wave his hand, but said to Han Fei, through voice transmission, "Our relationship has not been exposed yet, so I'll pretend not to know you." "Well, Han Fei shook his head. No, it has probably been exposed. This time, so many strong masters from all sides are competing for the sea-quelling painting. They must have done a thorough investigation of all involved. Even if they know it, they won't necessarily tell each other. The big clans in the 1,000-star city clans also fight with each other. Also, the 7 sects seem to be quite resolute to get the painting. They're definitely not as simple as they seem on the surface. Han Fei glanced at them and replied, "The people from the Empyrean waterfall are not necessarily all good people. I don't know many people there. My guess is that many of them also have a sea token. The two talked for a while and separated. Li Luoluo and Yui went to the other people from the Empyrean waterfall. After all, they weren't from the Thug Academy. Jiang Qin was sitting cross-legged, and Chu Linyuan got up and said, "Junior brothers and junior sisters, how about this trip?" Luo Xiaobai responded, "We've gained a lot." Mu Qingchuan smiled and said, "That's good. If I've guessed right, the spiritual barrier will open soon. The remaining sea demons are very likely to be in serious trouble." Han Fei nodded slightly. "So, is Blue Feather going to suffer great losses this time?" Jiang Qin said indifferently. Blue Feather thought this was just an ancient Battlefield. He didn't know that the ancient battlefield was actually the entrance to the underground city. Now the spiritual barrier outside has been broken. As long as Blue Feather comes in, it'll be like catching turtles on the shore. 8 wings of Blue Feather may all die. Everyone couldn't help being shocked. Shuaishenqi made quite a smart move. However, Jiangqin said, but don't celebrate yet. It is extremely difficult to kill Blue Feather. Besides, Blue Feather may have some hidden means. Han Fei glanced at the other people. But there are so many of us here. Jiangqin nodded. This is why I said the 8 wings of Blue Feather may all die. No matter what trump card he has, he can't confront the big clans and the major sects in the 1,000-star city clan alone. Luo Xiaobai looked at the big black hole that led to somewhere. Is this the way to the underground city? Jiangqin nodded. It should be, but this has nothing to do with the bottomless pit in the transverse mountain. This is something separate. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. I'm really afraid that if I jump from here, I will go to the other side of the world. Everyone? Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Never mind. Has everybody arrived? I guess there are still many people scattered elsewhere. Mu Qingchuan said, up to now, 5 seals have been broken, and this spiritual barrier is already unstable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been exposed so quickly, and there wouldn't be so many people gathering here. Those who are destined to come will come soon, and those who aren't will not. Han Fei said in surprise, 5 seals have been broken? Jiangqin said, don't you feel that when the seal just now was broken, the spiritual barrier was almost opened? Lu Renquang couldn't help saying, what if sea demons arrive first, when the spiritual barrier is broken? Luo Xiaobai said, impossible. So many human heavenly talents are gathered here. We certainly won't let the sea demons arrive first. Han Fei patted Lu Renquang on the shoulder and said, don't worry. You can just jump into the hole. You'll have to jump anyway. Lu Renquang sighed. As long as there are no insects in it. Another day later. There were as many as 500 humans outside this big cave. During this period, a team of about 60 sea demons came here but immediately fled. Even so, no one chased them. Chu Linyuan said, we don't need to chase them. When the spiritual barrier outside opens, all the sea demons here will die. Han Fei said, but 60 sea-swallowing seashells. Everyone. Suddenly, the seawater oscillated, the sky burst into a radiant glow, and waves surged. Jiangqin suddenly opened her eyes. It's broken. Underscore rumble. Underscore. Underscore crack, underscore. It seemed to be broken somewhere. Anyway, deafening sounds resounded throughout the sea. At this moment, everyone got up. The deafening sounds went on and on, a phantom of a blue dragon appeared in the sky, and some bells rang. Here, they could only feel surging waves. About half an hour later, a few hundred kilometers away from them, it was shining dazzlingly and thunder rumbled. Underscore swish, underscore. A woman holding a sword suddenly appeared in the air, seeming to be defending someone. Han Fei couldn't help asking, who is this? In the crowd, some young women stood up one after another. Among them, there was an acquaintance of Han Fei, Gong Yuehan. Gong Yuehan bowed and greeted, Junior Aunt. The woman didn't even respond, and her figure disappeared with a swish. Then, Han Fei perceived that the woman appeared 10 kilometers away and began to fight against a half-merman. Han Fei knew this half-merman, who was Yu Ji's master, Yu Baichen, the sixth place of the 8 wings of blue feather. Han Fei was shocked by this attack. It was too strong, almost unrivaled. It literally cut the seawater in half. Is this the power of a real powerhouse? Yu Baichen was also terrifyingly strong. A phantom of a big fish appeared in the sky, and a yellow giant stood upright with a harpoon in his hand like a god. Han Fei seemed to hear that woman snort as she waved her sword. Then, waves soared thousands of feet high, and the phantom of the big fish was shattered. Yu Baichen was sent flying out of Han Fei's perception range. Oh my god, Han Fei didn't know why the people from the Jade Fairy Palace came first, instead of the big clans from the Thousand-Star City. At this moment, at the entrance of the cave, everyone looked solemn and was prepared for fighting, although this seemed to be useless. Han Fei perceived that there were battles in all directions, and the 8 wings of blue feather seemed to all be there. There was a resounding sound in the sea. Blue Feather shouted, "Good, very good. Shueishenqi, do you want to start a full-scale war with us?" Shueishenqi's indifferent voice sounded, "Aren't we already in a full-scale war? The 10,000 Demon Valley should belong to humans." Boom. Terrifyingly powerful waves swept across in all directions, and the sound of rumbling filled their ears. The aftershock alone shook thousands of kilometers away. On the bottom of the sea, Han Fei seemed to be facing one billowing wave after another. The waves beat like drums, and many of the people turned pale. At this moment, a divine weapon descended from the sky. It was a death door, which separated the waves like a wall. Someone was standing above the gate as if towering above the clouds. The disciples of the Death Door sect all stepped forward. Elder Duan. An inch of 1,000 years. A hoarse roar resounded in the water, which shook everyone. Immediately afterwards, a person flew over at the speed of almost 100 kilometers a second. Han Fei perceived that the battle suit on this man's body was rotten, and his black hair whitened in a moment. Han Fei's eyes widened. The head of the 8 wings of blue feather, Qianyan Ying? When the person arrived, the heavenly talents of the origin returning peak all chased over, shouting, Junior Uncle, Junior Uncle." In the waves, Blue Feather laughed. "Shueishenqi, do you really think that 8 wings of blue feather are all sea spirits?" A voice rang, "I, Qianyan Ying, the head of the 8 wings of blue feather, have broken through the sea spirit realm more than 20 years ago." Han Fei was horrified. Qianyan Ying's words meant that he already had the power of an explorer. Qianyan Ying was only 100 kilometers away, and a strong master from the Death Door sect parried his attack with a big seal, and 3 huge doors fell from the sky. The 3 doors were shattered almost instantly. When Qianyan Ying was going to reach them, a man in black appeared out of the blue and punched out. The collision power made the man above step back several tens of meters, and then he said calmly, "I'm Chao Wudi, from the Chao family." Jiang Qin leaned over to Han Fei and introduced him. "Chao Wudi is a genius. He became a law enforcer 18 years ago when he was only 26 years old. Now he is already an explorer, known as martial arts maniac. He is Chao Qiu's youngest uncle." Han Fei immediately clutched a vine and gasped in shock. Here is another explorer. Come on, the spiritual barrier was just broken. Han Fei couldn't help exclaiming, "It's a pity that I can't watch them fight." Jiang Qin shook her head slightly. "You will die if you watch. Stay alive." On the other side, Chao Qiu waved his hand. Uncle, uncle, here. Chow Wudi glanced down and said, don't disgrace our family this time. Try your best. If someone tries to stop you, kill them. After finishing speaking, Chow Wudi stomped and smashed the law of time of Qian Yaning. Then he punched out again and thousands of fist shadows flew across the sky. This scene excited everyone. Even Han Fei was no exception. At that moment, he felt that he seemed to make a little breakthrough in the art of invincibility. This guy was too strong, so strong that even Han Fei was scared. After a while, one expert after another descended, but most of them were of the law enforcer level. Han Fei perceived there were 4 battles 100 kilometers away. Huh. There is one sea demon missing. Han Fei frowned and said, the second place of the 8 wings of blue feather is a mysterious man named Jiu Honghai. I've never seen him. Suddenly, from above the giant door shielding them in front, a gaze swept down. The strong master from the Death Door sect seemed to hear Han Fei's words. Han Fei didn't care. Even if he heard me, it doesn't matter. Can't I know something about the sea demons? Jiang Qin said, it's fine. Chu Linyuan put a hand on Han Fei's shoulder and said, don't worry, but our Thug Academy should pick someone to join the war. Han Fei asked, who? Old Jiang? Mu Qingchuan chuckled. Interesting. I heard that you and Mr. Jiang are on good terms. It seems this is true. The strong master from the Death Door sect had put 3 gates in front of them, forming a triangle. No matter what happened outside, they were safe here. As for the humans scattering in other places, Han Fei didn't know what would happen to them. They might escape, be at a loss for what to do, or be killed. Han Fei suddenly had a bad hunch. The next minute, he perceived 9 rays of light coming from 9 places. Shuo Shenqi's voice suddenly sounded, what are you waiting for? Humph. I don't need you to remind me. Crack, 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 . Above their heads, there was a huge array extending thousands of kilometers. It had 9 layers and each line of it was rotating dazzlingly with a strange light. Step on the heavenly palace and set up a strange door. The array set up by me shall be invincible. Under Han Fei. Oh no. Under everyone's stunned stare, old Jiang stood on this array with his hands behind his back. At that moment, on the array, countless mystic rays of light shot out and they were full of killing aura. 8 of the 9 figures rushing from outside were crushed in an instant. Gulp. Zhang Xuanyu elbowed Han Fei. Fei. Is this that old Jiang? Lu Renkuang's face was full of shock, or perhaps full of admiration. Wow. He is so strong. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Old Jiang has been hiding his real strength. But this is really cool. Humph, this old B** starred is simply showing off, . He turned his head, only to see that Jiang Qin's face was dark, Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan were muttering something, and Wang Dashui and Bai Lu looked up, seeming quite amazed. Han Fei was a bit disappointed. Hey! Why don't you cheer? Disciples of the sect should all cheer when a strong master from their sect shows up. Shouldn't we? In the next second, Han Fei received a message via voice transmission, little. B** starred, why don't you cheer for me, . Han Fei was speechless. Then he took a deep breath and shouted out loud in the water, oh, my powerful Master Jiang. A single array he set up can wipe out all our enemies. No one can be his match, not even in the 1,000-star city. Underscore smack, underscore. Someone suddenly slapped Han Fei. He stumbled and found old Jiang was glaring at him. Underscore you brat, although what you said is true, how can you say it this way? Shut up underscore. Han Fei. Han Fei was angry and thought, underscore this old B asterisk starred, I was cheering for you. Why did you slap me, underscore? Then he found that everyone was looking at him speechlessly. Jiang Qin's black face had turned into a red face. Sure enough, similar people attract. No wonder Grandpa liked Han Fei. Chu Linyuan looked at him in shock. No wonder Mr. Jiang likes you, little junior brother. You're really excellent. Luo Xiaobai lowered her head as if thinking of something. Obviously, she didn't want to talk to Han Fei at the moment. As for the others, why did Han Fei care about the others? Old Jiang laughed out loud and mystic light suddenly shone dazzlingly in the array, forcing a black figure to run around in the array. However, if he wanted to run out of the array, he had to break the array first. Soon, the person was crushed and annihilated by the array. A 9-headed snake tried to break the array, only to be stomped on by old Jiang, and all its 9 heads were crushed. That scene was truly shocking. No matter what other people thought of the Thug Academy before, at this moment, they were all horrified. Including the powerful master from the Death Door sect, he looked very solemn. He didn't think he was old Jiang's match. Chao Qiu asked, Sister, which one is stronger, the senior from the Thug Academy or uncle? Old Jiang was lying on the side in the sky, holding a wine gourd and drinking. Hearing this, he immediately sneered. How can Chao Wudi, the brat, compare with me? Chao Jiaran said, this senior is old, but uncle is still young. Who knows what will happen in the future? Old Jiang was very unhappy to hear this. Underscore old? Am I old? Underscore. So he immediately ordered Han Fei via voice transmission, underscore teach her a lesson underscore. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Underscore go away. Why is it any of my business? As she said. You're old. The limelight is something that should be left to me, underscore. Underscore leave it to you? Humph. You can't even resist a single snakehead of Jiao. Hong Hai, okay, underscore. In the distance, deafening sounds went on and on. In the end, Han Fei discovered that hundreds of kilometers away, the ground had completely sunken. Cracks were everywhere, and smoke and dust billowed like flowing clouds in the sky. Hu Shueshenqi, are you really not afraid of the one under our 10,000 demon valley? Shueshenqi sneered. Come on, bring him here and see if I am afraid of him. No one knew what it was like outside. Anyway, the battle had become so fierce that everyone seemed to be in a violent wave. Except for the corner where Han Fei and the others were in, other places had been beaten into mud pits. With the naked eye, nothing could be seen. Shueshenqi and Blue Feather were fighting. Han Fei even wondered whether they would destroy this ancient battlefield. After about half an hour, the battle finally ended. Han Fei said to old Jiang via voice transmission, underscore hey, old man, how is it going outside? How many died, underscore. Old Jiang answered, 4 of the 8 wings of Blue Feather have died, and Blue Feather was severely injured under the siege of 2 explorers. At this moment, he has escaped. Han Fei curled his lips. Underscore only 4 died? I thought they would all die, underscore. Old Jiang snorted. Underscore stupid, Shuaishenqi wouldn't really kill Blue Feather. If he killed Blue Feather, what if the 10,000 Demon Valley had a stronger leader? So, it is better to keep Blue Feather underscore. Han Fei curiously asked, underscore what about Qian Yaning? Is he dead, underscore? Underscore no. At the explorer level, he's not easy to kill. However, although we didn't wipe out the 10,000 Demon Valley, we've ascertained what they're capable of. At least, as many as 32 sea spirit level sea demons were killed in the battle. And the sea demons in the sea demon realm on the ancient battlefield all died, underscore. Han Fei swallowed. It was already a good outcome. Han Fei asked, underscore what about human beings? How about the human masters, underscore? Old Jiang chuckled. Underscore if it weren't for protecting human seeds, at most 2 of the 8 wings of Blue Feather could escape. Most humans were protected. This battle can be considered a complete victory for humans, underscore. Han Fei couldn't help but admire them. He thought that the sea demons knew about the sea quelling painting plan, but it turned out the stupid Blue Feather didn't know of it at all. He dared to get involved in this matter before he investigated it clearly. How stupid. After calming down, however, Han Fei felt that if he were Blue Feather, maybe even if he knew this was a trap, he would still have to jump inside. Otherwise, if humans grabbed the ancient battlefield, the threat to the sea demons would be greatly increased. TSK. This is an overt plot. Anyway, a guy who could be the supreme commander couldn't be simple. Regardless of whether the sea demons meddled in this affair or not, he could maximize the benefits. This battle could even determine the situation for the Scattered Stars Island in the next few decades. What a smart move. After a while, figures appeared in the air. Shuaishenqi arrived and nodded at old Jiang. And the latter pressed a hand onto the array. With cracking sounds, the array was soon put away by old Jiang. Underscore swish, 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 underscore. This time, more than 100 law enforcers had come. Chow Wudi was back. Now, there were 3 explorers here, who were like 3 pillars for the human side. There were also masters from the 7 sects, members of the big clans from the 1,000-star city, and other law enforcers. Han Fei looked around but didn't find old Han. Underscore huh. Old Han wants me to grab the sea quelling painting, but he is not even here, underscore. The juniors all went to greet their seniors. Half an hour later, dozens of other people came here. Han Fei saw that Yu Shire was carried over by a burly middle-aged man. There were as many as 523 hidden fissures. Han Fei said in surprise, how are there even hidden fissures here? Shuaishenqi shouted, this time, mankind has had a complete victory. More than 5,000 enemies in the sea demon realm were killed. You've done a great job. Wow. Doesn't it mean that the sea demons were almost wiped out? Wow, is this a trap or something? We won. Below, the people were in an uproar. Beside Han Fei, only Lu Renquang exclaimed, I knew it. How could such a large-scale battle that is unprecedented in history be that simple? Zhang Xuanyu sighed. Anyway, I've already got a divine weapon. I have no regrets. As for Xiaobai and Jiang Qin, they were very calm and remained deadpan. Han Fei sneered at Zhang Xuanyu. Do you dare to make it recognize you as its master? That thing may suck you to death. Zhang Xuanyu was taken aback for a moment. Then what should I do? Han Fei shrugged. How should I know? Just make do with the semi-divine weapon level stick for now. Unless you have enough spiritual fruits and spiritual medicine, don't try to make that stick recognize you as its master. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. What if it is snatched away by someone? Han Fei smacked his lips and said, of course, snatch it back. Others can't become its master either. Anyway, it's now an ownerless weapon. However, Jiang Qin threw a pill bottle to Zhang Xuanyu and said, take it when you're making it recognize you as its master. The pills can bring a lot of energy to you. However, even if the weapon has recognized you as its master, use it sparingly. With your current strength, if you use a weapon of this level, it is likely to suck up all your spiritual energy. Then you will be in danger. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Thank you, senior sister. You are too kind. Zhang Xuanyu grinned from ear to ear. His big trouble was solved by these pills that Jiang Qin gave him so casually. Han Fei was surprised. Sister Qin, why do you have this kind of pill? Are there any more? I also have some weapons that haven't recognized me as their master. Lu Ranqing Gaoso shouted in a trembling voice, senior sister, don't forget me. Jiang Qin glanced at them lightly. There are 4 pills in the bottle, 1 for each of you. So this was for the 4 of them. If Han Fei hadn't asked, the pills would have all been taken by Zhang Xuanyu. Jiang Qin gave Han Fei a meaningful look. What Grandpa is best at is actually not arrays, but alchemy. Han Fei was taken aback for a moment. Has Tango learned all the alchemy skills of old Jiang? However, thinking of the battle just now, Han Fei still wanted to learn arrays. Because an array master could show off his skills just as old Jiang did just now, but an alchemy master couldn't. He could only draw an array combining more than a dozen arrays, but how many arrays were in the array old Jiang set up just now? Besides, Tangu was his good buddy. He was happy for Tangu. After old Han disappeared, the 2 of them depended on each other for survival. Now, Tangu practiced alchemy and he learned arrays. Wasn't it perfect? With this in mind, Han Fei smiled. In the sky, more law enforcers came over. Sir, we've taken all humans out of the ancient battlefield. Is there anyone here who needs us to take them out? Shueishenqi lowered his head and said lightly, anyone who doesn't know the secret of this cave, get out of the way. In the crowd, many people whispered to each other. Some people didn't know the secret of this cave. In the end, 102 people walked out. When these people, after taking a step forward, looked back, their pupils constricted. Do the remaining people all know the secret of this cave? Ridiculous. Wasn't everyone here for the first time? How could they know the secrets of this cave? Han Fei and the others, of course, didn't move. Obviously, Shueishenqi was about to clear the field. However, to Han Fei's surprise, Shueishenqi said, listen well, you are all the heavenly talents of the Scattered Stars Island. But today, you need to know one thing. The unknown place is called this, not because of the Scattered Stars Island, but because of another world buried deep underground. An underground city that only exists in legends. Oh. The 102 people were shocked. They had never heard of this. But why were they being told now? Shueishenqi said, since you can be here, you have the right to know. But listen, there is a lot of danger there. If you leave now, you can immediately get the 7-star rank and 10 million points of credit and can be a supervisor when you go back. anyone want to leave? These 102 people looked at each other, pondering. On one side there were great dangers, and on the other was a 7-star rank, 10 million points of credit, and a promotion. Which one should they choose? Someone walked out. He didn't even know the secret before, which meant that the others were already prepared, so he might as well leave. Having someone take the lead, soon a lot of people left. Some people thought that they shouldn't rush on the path of cultivation. If they died in this cave, they wouldn't have any chance. Of course, there were naturally some people who refused to leave. They finally got the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest people. How could they let go of this chance? The path of cultivation was full of risks. They couldn't flinch. Danger represented opportunity. If they were afraid of death, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter this ancient battlefield in the first place. In the end, 76 of the 102 people were left. The rest of them decided to take the risk. A law enforcer landed, drawing an array with one hand. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. A small teleportation array? Junior uncle. Faceless had once shown it to him, and he also secretly learned it in the ancient 72-floor demon realm, although he hadn't mastered it. The law enforcer said, "The people who want to leave, follow me." The sea was rippling and the atmosphere was weird. When these people left, in an instant, there were only 447 people left here. But Han Fei counted and found that there were only 99 sea tokens. How could they be allocated to 447 people? Then he heard Shueishenqi say, "Among the 400 or so of you, some will go down to continue looking for opportunities, and some will have other purposes. No matter what your purpose is, you should be able to come out of this entrance. Of course, it will not be that easy to come out." After that, Shueishenqi looked around. "Okay, split up and act separately." Chao Wudi casually threw 3 pieces of ancient jade to Chao Qiu and his brother and sister. "Holding this jade, you'll be able to come out." A strong master from the Heavenly Sword sect casually scattered a dozen sword talismans to the disciples of his sect. Han Fei was surprised to find that Nameless turned out to be a member of the Heavenly Sword sect. He was actually Tang Ji's senior brother. The different parties distributed different things to their disciples or members, but the effects were the same. This meant that it was easy to enter the underground city, but difficult to come out. This also meant that once someone lost this talisman or the like in the underground city, there was a great possibility that they would never get out. Old Jiang also threw a piece of ancient jade to each of them and said lightly, "There are so many opportunities in this world, so the opportunities in this city are not necessarily the best. Just do what you should do." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Is the old man implying something? What he meant was that the opportunities in the city were not necessarily good. What really mattered was the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei secretly told himself, no matter what, just grab the painting first. Han Fei glanced at old Jiang. "Grandpa, have you still got the pills for replenishing blood and energy? Can you give me 2 more bottles?" Old Jiang said crossly, "Do you think the pills are as cheap as cabbages?" Han Fei grinned. "Grandpa, I have a sword, a high-quality divine weapon." Old Jiang wondered what Han Fei meant. He seemed to be asking for the pills, but his tone was strange. If it was just about the high-quality divine weapon, Han Fei didn't need the pills given that he had so many spiritual fruits. Then old Jiang frowned. Did this kid want to make the sea-quelling painting recognize him as its master? Han Fei nodded slightly towards old Jiang, who immediately waved his hand and said, "All right, I'll give you 2 more bottles. Why didn't you tell me you got a divine weapon earlier?" Han Fei bared his teeth. "I've just gotten it." With old Jiang here, Han Fei was not afraid of someone eavesdropping. However, seeing this, many people frowned slightly. This was a pill given by an explorer-level powerhouse. It must be so lucky to be a disciple of the Thug Academy. Zhang Xuanyu approached Han Fei and asked, "What pills?" Han Fei curled his lips and said, "None of your business." After a moment, Shueishenqi said, "Are you done yet? Okay, the rest of the people shall belong to the Scattered Stars Island, and I'll give them something to help them leave the cave. I've remembered each of you. Since you take things from my hand, after coming out, you shall guard the Scattered Stars Island for 10 years. Those who disagree, leave now." After waiting for about 10 minutes, no one left, and Shueishenqi handed out a lot of ancient jade to them. Shueishenqi meant that he didn't care where they were from. As long as they took his things, they belonged to him for the next 10 years. No one would be allowed to leave, and no one could interfere. Otherwise, he'd teach them a lesson. In fact, his words made sense. Since they had taken other people's things, they should give something back in return. When everyone got some means of help for coming back, Shueishenqi said, "Okay. You can go down." Jiang Qin said, "Let's go." As for the others, they almost left at the same time as Jiang Qin, for fear that if they were slow, others would beat them to the punch. They jumped into the big hole one after another in the outside world. After everyone left, someone looked at old Jiang coldly. "Mr. Jiang, the Thug Academy sent many people down this time. Can you afford it?" Old Jiang snorted. "What do you mean? Do you look down on the Thug Academy? I'm telling you, the Thug Academy will set foot in the Thousand-Star City again sooner or later." Someone sneered. "Mr. Jiang, don't brag. If you're really that strong, you wouldn't have declined back then." Someone ridiculed, "There are so many big clans in the Thousand-Star City, how can they possibly lose to an academy?" Old Jiang sneered. "Humph, don't forget that our ancestors used to conquer an entire city alone. At that time, who dared to look down upon the Thug Academy?" Someone snorted. "In that case, let's see what you're capable of. After so many years, you only trained 2 generations of disciples. Have you overestimated yourselves?" Old Jiang drank a mouthful of liquor and scolded, "Little b****, call your Zhang family's ancestors to come out. You're not qualified to challenge me. And you're the most useless in the Yi family. Who do you think you are? And you, the brat from the Chao family. Why are you staring at me?" Not flinching at all, old Jiang argued heatedly with others alone and tried his best to defend the Thug Academy. As for Shueishenqi, he turned around and disappeared in a flash. What happened next was out of his hands. He let them compete for the sea-quelling painting. Anyway, with this big victory, the humans could be stable for the time being. Above the sea, Shueishenqi was about to return to the island when he suddenly felt something. "Elders, let me remind you, the Scattered Stars Island is a restricted area. Isn't it rude for you to break into it?" "Haha. Brat Shui, we don't mean to interfere with the internal affairs of the Scattered Stars Island. We'll just stay in the sea, we won't enter the island." Someone walked out of the clouds and nodded at Shueishenqi. Someone stood in the sky and said casually, "With us here, the one under the 10,000 Demon Valley won't dare to come out easily. Someone sat on a big gilt chair. I only care about the sea-quelling painting. By Kongi, why are you still hiding? Humph. Let's see if your juniors can take the painting. While they were talking, a recliner suddenly appeared in the air and old Bai grasped some strawberries with his left hand, carried a wine jar with his right hand, and sat comfortably in the air. Shuaishenqi slightly frowned, snorted, and stepped away. Han Fei and the others jumped into the black hole, only to feel a terrifying force sweeping their whole bodies. When falling down, Han Fei saw a crack in the darkness. Jiangqin shouted, "Be careful of the void cracks. If you are sucked in, you will never be able to return to the Scattered Stars Island." The others dodged the cracks in a hurry. However, the cracks were not difficult to dodge. Han Fei even glanced inside but could only see pitch black, although he vaguely heard the sound of water in it. Suddenly, he heard Luo Xiaobai say, "Oh, no. I can't summon vines in this passage." Jiangqin assured her, "Don't panic. This is not an undirected teleportation array. Be careful. Don't separate." Han Fei shouted, "Hey, learn from me." Then everyone saw Han Fei was upside down with his hands pressing against his thighs. Han Fei felt this was too exciting, just like bungee jumping. Oh no. Like skydiving. They didn't even need to focus on balance to avoid the void cracks and land at the bottom of this black hole. The others immediately did as Han Fei did. Soon, everyone learned from Han Fei. In the end, they were all like falling missiles, and their bodies almost rubbed the air with sparks. Seeing the void crack, Han Fei only needed to control the wind a little bit and could dodge it easily. It was not as dangerous as he imagined. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Xuanyu said in shock, "How deep is this hole? We've been flying for almost 20 minutes. Chu Linyuan said, "It makes sense, or this place wouldn't be called the unknown place. It's the key to the Scattered Stars Island. If it was so easy to find, it would have been found hundreds of thousands of years ago." 50 minutes. 80 minutes. After a whole 100 minutes, a blue light appeared in front of everyone. Jiangqin cautioned, "Attention, do not separate. Puff. Puff. Puff, _." Everyone passed through that crack of blue light one after another. Suddenly, a strange sight appeared in everyone's eyes. There was no water, but only a piece of land here. Besides, it was not ordinary land. Glancing from mid-air, one could find there were high mountains, many waterfalls, and a blue sky. In the distance, in the sky, there seemed to be big birds flying. Looking down, it was a primitive jungle, with donut-like vines, broad leaves, tens of meters long, white mushrooms the size of a house, and variegated mushrooms of different colors. Han Fei also saw that there were huge sunflowers scattered everywhere. The sight that came into view was like a magical continent that had never been developed, a primeval jungle. However, after feeling amazed, Han Fei felt something was wrong. These things were too big. Mushrooms bigger than a house? Besides, how do sunflowers spread pollen among the huge flowers of various colors? Han Fei looked back and saw the blue sky with white clouds. F***ck. This is not underground at all. Han Fei immediately said, "Attention, don't eat anything here, especially the fancy-looking things. They're probably poisonous. Besides, there may be many unknown creatures, no matter what they meet." Before Han Fei finished speaking, Lu Renkuang suddenly shouted, "Look, what is that?" Han Fei looked up and saw a large swarm of buzzing things flying over in the sky. To be precise, a guy fell into the grass, and then these things flew over. Han Fei's eyes widened. Damn, bees? When the creatures got closer, Han Fei exclaimed, damn. Wasps. Run. Pay attention to the poisonous stinger on its tail. Hoop. The phantom glass wings spread and Han Fei flashed out with a swish. Everyone was rushing towards the forest. Han Fei was speechless. Xiaobai, hide in the water. Be careful in the forest. Han Fei was about to rush into the forest. Suddenly, a flock of big yellow-blue birds with long white tail feathers were startled and charged towards the wasps. Seeing this scene, Han Fei shouted, protect yourselves. Xiaobai, you guys. Follow senior brother and senior sister. Ah. Han Fei suddenly saw the wasps that were bigger than a calf shooting their stingers out, which burst through the air. One of them was high, but as a hidden fisher, he was not weak. That man pressed the poisonous stinger with both hands. However, his hands began to rot. Oh my God, which virgin forest did I drop into? This is an underground city? The wasps approached quickly, and information emerged in Han Fei's eyes. Name magic-tailed wasp. Introduction: an ancient insect, with a large and poisonous body. Female. Wasps have a long needle in their tails, which can be retracted or shot out, and is extremely poisonous. Male wasps can spray poison arrows and are highly aggressive. Magic-tailed wasps have sharp claws and teeth, blade-like wings, and an extremely fast speed. They often travel in groups. Don't go near them if you don't have to. Level 55. Quality rare. Contained spiritual energy 16, 864 points. Edible effect inedible. Collectible magic-tailed poison sting, magic-tailed poison. Absorbable. Seeing the birds coming, Han Fei immediately flew towards the wasps. With a swish, he flashed and appeared on the back of a wasp. And the place where he was just now was drilled through by a big bird. In a flash, Han Fei saw the big bird's data. Name: white-tailed fairy. Introduction: white-tailed fairy lives in the woods and feeds on insects, preferably ants. They usually live in tree holes, and their white tails are comparable to divine weapons. With sharp beaks, they're good at pecking their enemies. Their wings are soft, but can be shot out in battle. Level 58. Quality rare. Contained spiritual energy 18,998 points. Edible effect: long-term consumption can increase strength. Collectible white-tail whip. Absorbable. Han Fei immediately gasped in shock. Random bird is so powerful? Level 58. It is equivalent to an advanced hidden fisher puff. Han Fei saw that a guy dodged the magic-tailed stings, the sharp beaks, and the flying feathers all over the sky. However, a white whip swept across, cutting the man with his battle suit into 2 pieces. F***ck. Is there no ocean here? This damn land world is even more dangerous than the ocean world. Bam. Han Fei placed one hand on a wasp's head and was about to use the void lines to control this thing, but a white-tailed fairy came at him. Swish. Han Fei flashed again, appearing on the white-tailed fairy's back. The void lines buckled white-tailed fairy's body and controlled its soul. The wasp attacking him was pecked through, and its venom flew across. In Han Fei's body, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect immediately began to work. In his perception, Luo Xiaobai and the others had rushed more than 50 kilometers away. Han Fei immediately controlled the white-tailed fairy to fly towards the people from the Thousand-Star City. Hey! Let's settle our unsettled accounts. This land is my home court. Riding the bird felt much better than riding an insect. The big wings stretched out and he flew across the air. Sun Mu took all his men to land on a big mushroom. Han Fei recognized the mushroom. This was a poison god umbrella, which was one of the most famous mushrooms, easy to recognize. Such mushrooms usually had a symbiotic relationship with the trees around it. Poison god mushrooms couldn't poison people to death, but this mushroom was bigger than a house. Han Fei wasn't quite sure about its toxicity. Swoosh. Han Fei controlled the white-tailed fairy to attack them. Sun Mu immediately changed his face and shouted angrily, Han Fei, do you want to start a battle when we've just gotten here? Han Fei laughed wildly. This is my territory. No matter what, I'm gonna kill you first. The white tail swept across, and a strong master punched out. However, Han Fei's target was never them. Who? Han Fei activated the Nine Mansions Dragon Seal and shattered the poison god umbrella. For a time, poisonous powder flew all over the sky. Sun Mu thought this mushroom was just a spiritual plant and didn't see anything special about it. However, when a fog spread, his servants immediately shouted, Young Master, it's poisonous. Buzz. Han Fei activated the draw technique. Sun Mu flashed out and a servant of the Sun family was killed. Han Fei jumped down. He wasn't afraid of the mushroom's poison at all. The heaven spirit detoxifying insect was going to evolve and needed to swallow new poisons. Swish. In an instant, Han Fei hacked out and sent another man flying upside down. Unfortunately, this man was already prepared and managed to escape. However, the Overlord's technique was immediately activated. That man was chopped to death by Han Fei as soon as he walked out of the void. Han Fei, go to hell. Sun Mu brandished his sword and slashed straight at Han Fei. The two of them were locked in a pitched battle. Seeing this scene, many people gasped in shock. Are the people from the Thug Academy lunatics? How can they start a fight before they even figure out where we are? Who? When Han Fei was about to annihilate the servants of the Sun family when a water dragon roared and pounced on him. Boom. The art of invincibility was activated and Han Fei threw 3 punches at the dragon. Han Fei grinned. Phew, Miss M.O., you want to join in the fun too? M.O. Fian snorted coldly. Han Fei, last time you attacked me in the wind sky canyon. Today is my revenge. Han Fei's perception swept across and found that Zhang Wen, Li Hai, and Li Baizhou were coming. He gritted his teeth. _SH*T, it seems that he has no chance to kill Sun Mu today. Han Fei smiled and said, hey, wait for me here. I'll take care of you one by one. _hum. The white-tailed fairy flew over, Han Fei flashed, sat on the bird's back, and flew straight away. Li Luoluo shouted to Han Fei, why don't we go together? Han Fei responded, no, let's act separately. However, Han Fei discovered that Yui and Yu Shire were together and had already landed. After the others landed, they dispersed and left as soon as possible. Someone was fighting a big snake on the tree. The disciples of the mountain sea pavilion were besieging a large land lizard. However, this had nothing to do with Han Fei. In his perception, Luo Xiaobai and the others had run more than 80 kilometers away. Huh? Where is senior brother Dashui and his wife? While Han Fei was searching, he suddenly heard a melody. Han Fei frowned and turned his eyes to Chao Jiaran on a mushroom, who was also looking at him. Chao Chiao said to him in voice transmission, _run_. Han Fei's face turned cold as he saw Chao Tian standing in the air, blocking his way. Han Fei asked, "What is this? Wanna fight me?" Chao Tian gave an innocent smile and said, "This time the most powerful contender is you. Now, the other people of the Thug Academy are not around, so it's the best time to solve you." Han Fei's eyes narrowed. While he was hunting others, someone was also hunting him. _puff_. Han Fei killed the white-tailed fairy with a cut, retracted the void lines, and smiled coldly. "Okay. I had thought that you were the strongest in the Chao family, but it turns out your uncle is. Now, let's fight." He perceived Sun Mu and the others were flying in this direction, seemingly not wanting to miss this opportunity. But was Han Fei afraid of them? Meow. Just at this moment, a cat's claw appeared in the air and scratched at Chao Tian. Big Yellow's appearance surprised Han Fei. Big Yellow said, "Han Fei, let me help you beat him." Han Fei grinned. "Thanks, Big Yellow, I'll treat you to a big fish when we're back. _hum_. Han Fei turned around and held a longbow in his hand. The 8th arrow of the War Soul Art burst out and darted at Chao Jiaran. After that, he jumped into the air and punched Chao Tian. Chao Tian had just blocked Big Yellow's blow, and hurriedly raised his hands to parry Han Fei's punch. Granny Een said lightly, "Okay, Big Yellow, stop playing. Let's go." Meow. Han Fei, I have to go. Han Fei was dumbfounded. _SH*T, how can you leave so soon, _. 9 Mansions Dragon Seal. A dragon roared and pounced at Chao Tian. Han Fei took the opportunity to fly away and rushed towards Luo Xiaobai and the others. On the way, a figure flashed by. Is it you by you, _. Han Fei gave him a sideways glance. You can try attacking me. But if you fail, I'll kill you. Yi Baiyu thought about it and gave up. He was not sure about beating Han Fei, so he didn't have to take this risk. Yi Baiyu smiled. I'm just passing by. Behind them, Tang Ge and Mu Ling had just come down with a group of disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. At this moment, Tang Ge brandished his halberd, yelling, "Chao Tian, let's fight." Han Fei nodded at Tang Ge and ran away. The Heavenly Sword sect, ranked first among the 7 major sects, was even stronger than the Jade Fairy Palace. Han Fei wasn't afraid Tang Ge would be in danger. If Han Fei had known that he would be in trouble, he wouldn't have attacked Sun Mu in the first place. After a while, Han Fei frowned and looked at the huge crack on the ground. There were signs of fighting on the ground. But where were Luo Xiaobai and the others? Han Fei followed their traces, only to find a pool of blood. Judging from the amount of blood, the blood was definitely an animal's. Han Fei pinched his fingers and calculated, and found that the Luo Xiaobai trio seemed to have separated from Chu Linyuan and the others. Han Fei glanced in his mind. Little Black and Little White had not yet completed their evolution. How could he find them in such a huge primitive jungle without Little White's help? Huh? Suddenly, Han Fei felt the ground shaking. A hand sized ant came out of the ground. Hey! Little ant. Han Fei jumped on the tree and saw a few shadows flashing past with a swish. Are those squirrels? But these squirrels are huge, This is a lost world, nothing to do with the sea. It has so many land creatures. Did the underground city move away instead of sinking into the ground? It could be. It was like how the time dragon carp opened up the river of time as a living space for little time. There must be a strong master who can open up space and store a new world in it. This was a strong possibility. After all, the space and forge the universe had expanded again. If this space was like the kind of space in the star shell, it was very likely. Well, Xiaobai should be able to adapt to this place very well. If the three of them stay together, they should be safe, as long as they don't separate. With a swish, Han Fei disappeared into the forest. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei glanced at Little Black and Little White, who were still circling in the water. Han Fei was a little anxious. The timing of this breakthrough was not right. Without Little Black and Little White, he had difficulty finding his way. Han Fei tried to summon them a few times, but got no response. Fine, I can only rely on myself, he muttered. Reappearing in the forest, Han Fei suddenly felt a violent vibration high in the sky. Han Fei jumped into a tree to look around, only to see 100-meter large bird tearing a hidden fisher to pieces. Oh my god, the sky is dangerous too. Han Fei thought that person was stupid. He should have been more careful. It was very dangerous here, full of creatures that no one had ever seen. Even he wasn't quite familiar with these creatures. Suddenly, with a swish, Han Fei flashed out. A tongue shot out where he stood. Just now. It was a lizard. To be exact, it was a chameleon. There were many types of chameleons, but he had never seen this one. This chameleon was a bit like a dinosaur. It had 3 big horns on its head, 2 short horns between its eyebrows, 1 big horn on the nose, and 2 eyeballs on the 2 corners of its eyebrows. The moment the lizard looked at him, Han Fei knew he made a mistake. He forgot that for lizards, especially chameleons, the pineal gland on their heads had a light-sensing effect under normal circumstances, which could also be called their third eye. This was why the ghost-eye giant crocodile he saved could turn people into stone. Han Fei immediately closed his eyes and threw a punch. But even though Han Fei reacted so quickly, he still felt dizzy and fell to the ground from mid-air. Clang. Han Fei's head hit a stone, and he grimaced in pain. As for the chameleon, it had disappeared. Han Fei clutched his head. sh*t, this is too much. I didn't even touch you, Suddenly, Han Fei froze. Someone seemed to be staring at him. When he looked up, he found that a head was sticking out from the stone he hit his head with. f*ck. Han Fei flashed more than tens of meters away, and then found it was a damn turtle. Huh? A land tortoise? A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name: Fear Elephant Tortoise. Introduction: An ancient tortoise, which has an extremely strong defense, slow speed, and amazing bite force, that likes to sleep. When facing its natural enemies, it will release the demonic energy of fear. Once contaminated by it, one may have a mental disorder. The fear elephant tortoise has a docile personality and generally doesn't attack actively. Level 61. Quality: exotic. Enforcing law, fear. Contained spiritual energy, 55,809 points. Edible effect, it is a great tonic and contains great energy. Eating it can increase one's strength. Collectible, armor of fear. Absorbable. Han Fei smacked his tongue. I didn't attack it, did I? Han Fei waved at it. Brother Tortoise, hello. However, the eyes of the tortoise suddenly turned black, and a black mist emerged from its eyes. Swish. Han Fei flashed away, appearing 100 meters away. His mind was a little messy. And he actually saw Sun Mu slashing at him with a sword. No, it's fake. Han Fei waved his hand and dispelled the illusion. Han Fei quickly took out a mint leaf and stuffed it into his mouth. *SH*T. I just wanted to say hello. Why did you attack me? You have such a hard turtle shell. What's the big deal about a knock on your turtle shell? Han Fei shook his head, but didn't intend to take revenge on the tortoise. It was unnecessary. He didn't come here to hunt these messy land creatures. Although its shell was good, it wasn't easy to catch. He didn't want to waste his energy on a turtle. Han Fei kept walking forward. After walking only 10 kilometers, he had killed 3 big snakes, a squirrel, and countless ants. There was also a pangolin. But he didn't catch it because it drilled into the ground. Huh. Is this a banana? Han Fei was surprised to find a banana vine. Don't bananas grow on trees? Why did this banana grow on a vine? After thinking about it, Han Fei took out the blood-drinking knife and cut it off, preparing to plant it and forge the universe as a new plant. However, a piece of banana vine suddenly bent down, and a violent gust blew Han Fei hundreds of meters away. Haha, interesting. Can it attack? Let me cut a few off and give them to Xiaobai as a gift. Huh. Han Fei was about to cut the banana vines off when he suddenly found a big pineapple. Han Fei didn't notice it just now because this pineapple was like *King wall. It was an authentic plant with yellow striped leaves and red stamen, but it was too big. Of course, in Han Fei's eyes, it showed the name, colorful-leaved pineapple. It seemed that eating this pineapple could improve one's spiritual power. Without hesitation, Han Fei uprooted and stuffed it into Forge the Universe. He didn't stop until he pulled out more than a dozen pineapple trees. Much delicious food in the world he came from didn't exist in this world. What a pity. Now seeing the pineapples, he certainly wouldn't miss them. Han Fei kept uprooting this and that. At this time, Han Fei discovered an unusual plant. Its leaves were like a string of torches. From bottom to top, its color gradually changed from golden to deep red, looking very beautiful. O. A torch lotus? It produces flaming fruit and contains great energy, Wow. Good stuff. Let me take 2 skewers and have a taste first, Han Fei wondered if he had entered some sort of plant world. He had already picked up more than 100 kinds of spiritual plants. Among them, there were fruits that enhanced strength, boosted spiritual power, increased energy and blood, and restored energy. These were much rarer than what he saw in the Thug Academy's plantation. And pineapple. There was even pineapple here. So, this trip was worth it. Living in this world, in addition to cultivation, he also wanted to enjoy life. And these spiritual plants would make Han Fei's life better in the future. At this moment, Han Fei was holding a flame fruit as big as a peach with both Hands. The fruit was as sweet as honey and full of energy. What a place. If only I could take this place away. Hoo. Suddenly, Han Fei's body trembled. He quickly released his perception and found that a black panther appeared in his perception. Yes, Han Fei felt that it looked like a panther. The only difference was that this panther was pure black. Its tail was glowing, and its claws were extremely sharp. At the moment, it was rushing in his direction. Han Fei was speechless. Hey, why are you coming at me? This beast ran extremely fast, even jumping between trees. When it was running, there was no sound at all. It was really amazing. Oh my God, is it really coming for me? Han Fei smiled. He happened to need a mount. This panther should be quite familiar with the environment here. He could not only read its soul, but also use it to scare other creatures that wanted to disturb him. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't hear the Luo Xiaobai trio's voices, although he had the ability of clairaudience. And judging by the sound of battle alone, there were too many sounds. At the same time, there were at least 10 battle sounds that he heard. This meant that within thousands of kilometers, or more likely, within a few 100 kilometers, there were dozens of battles happening. The clairaudience was not that powerful. With it, he could only hear sounds within a few 100 kilometers. Han Fei stood still. These indigenous terrestrial creatures were easy to catch. They would never expect that he had something magical like the void lines. Therefore, Han Fei just needed to wait for them here. The moment they leaped over, he would flash onto their backs and control them. After a moment, the Black Panther approached him cautiously at first. Han Fei smiled without saying a word. This was the nature of cats. However, after 3 minutes, the smile disappeared from Han Fei's face. It can turn invisible. Han Fei immediately closed his eyes and listened. The blood-drinking knife appeared in his hand. Once it was within 10 meters of him, he would definitely be able to find it. Swish. Damn, so fast. Han Fei flashed tens of meters away in an instant, because when he sensed it just now, the panther had already appeared 10 meters away from him. Opening his eyes instantly, Han Fei flashed again. The Black Panther, like a black light, had clawed at where he was standing. Seeing the Black Panther appear, Han Fei flashed again and again. After flashing 3 times, he appeared on the Black Panther's back. Who? Smack. Who are you roaring at? Behave yourself. Han Fei's void lines had hooked onto the Black Panther's soul, and the Black Panther's message appeared in his eyes. Name: Shadow Fierce Cat. Introduction: a shadow creature, solitary, extremely fast, and as swift as the wind. With its shadow demonic claws, it can even tear apart divine weapons. Whoever is injured by the cat will have his soul damaged. Its tail is like a hook, and once hooked by the shadow fierce cat, one's spiritual energy will be sealed. The effect will be halved on creatures of the same realm. Level 60. Quality: exotic. Enforcing law: shadow. Contained spiritual energy: 53,862 points. Edible effect: eating it can increase one's power. Collectible: shadow orb. Absorbable. Remarks: taking shadow orbs can gain stealth ability. Han Fei couldn't help wondering, did I come to a zoo or a botanical garden, However, he didn't have the time to think about it. The shadow fierce cat jumping up and down for a while, had been completely controlled by Han Fei. In Han Fei's mind, images flashed by. From those images, Han Fei finally found something. There was really a city, but the city wasn't here exactly, it seemed to be on the other side of a high mountain. And the mountain seemed to be quite far away from him. As for the boneyard, Han Fei didn't find it in the mind of the shadow fierce cat. However, it didn't matter. He finally found a clue about the city anyway. He didn't think others had this ability. Most people would still be dangling in the woods. However, apart from the city, Han Fei found that the number of creatures here was beyond his expectations. There were monkeys, more than 50 kinds of mice, pangolins, big buffaloes, and weird-looking giant elephants. There was a big river here, in which there were weird creatures too. Huh? The panther's den? From an image, Han Fei saw that there was a spiritual spring in the panther's den. Han Fei immediately smiled. You. Xiao bai. I'll find you guys later. Come on, let's go back to your den. It was the first time that Han Fei rode a panther. Sprinting at full speed, he felt so good. Because this shadow fierce cat wasn't weak in strength, most creatures in this forest would not come close after seeing it. Some vines tried to wrap it up but were soon cut off by Han Fei. However, Han Fei saw a cannibal flower. It was so big that Han Fei felt that it could swallow a creature more than 10 meters long. It only took half an hour for Han Fei to be brought home by the panther. He was brought to a hidden cave. Outside the cave, there was an unpleasant smell, which probably had been left by the panther, meaning that this was its territory. Entering the cave, Han Fei was taken aback. In addition to the spiritual spring, there were also a lot of bones that were eaten by the shadow fierce cat. Among them, there was more than one turtle shell. The shadow fierce cat's attack power was very strong, so turtles could be easily torn apart by it. Of course, the shadow fierce cat didn't target their backs, but their abdomen. Han Fei collected these turtle shells. Lu Renquang would like them. As for the spiritual spring, it seemed to be dripping from the mountain. Bit by bit, it formed a big pit in the ground. There were at least 300,000 catties there. Wow, 300 million points of spiritual energy. What a great place. If only I could stay here longer. Han Fei took all the spiritual energy without hesitation. Then he looked around but didn't find anything special, so he controlled the shadow fierce cat to run back. Old Jiang was right. No matter how many opportunities there were here, finding the sea-quelling painting was his first priority. He shouldn't waste too much time here. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. He quickly looked in Forge the Universe and found that Little Black and Little White seemed to be mutating, with strange lights emitting from their bodies. Huh? Are they going to make a breakthrough? Han Fei was relieved. The sooner they made the breakthrough, the better. He needed Little White's help now. He needed Little White to lead him to find treasures, but Little White was evolving. That was a big problem for him. He shouldn't have fed Little Black the snake gall. Otherwise, with Little White, he could find any treasure he wanted. After a moment, Han Fei returned to where he was before. He perceived a fight in 3 places nearby. Han Fei shouted, "Let's go. We will check them out one by one. Since I'm already here, no one can stand in my way." The disciples of the Mountain Sea Pavilion were fighting a group of ants. Yes, a group of ants. These people were chased by ants. Jai Shun roared, "Don't panic. Let's go to an open place first. Don't stay in the woods." Clang. Perceiving this more than 100 kilometers away, Han Fei shook his head slightly. Those weaklings. So Han Fei turned his head and rushed in the other direction. This time, Han Fei saw the disciples of the Grand Void Academy fighting a few monkeys. Haha. Next place. After a while, Han Fei discovered Nangong Xian. This old man was walking casually, but no one dared to mess around with him wherever he went. He immediately discovered Han Fei's perception and shouted, "Which rat is peeping on me?" When Nangong Xian shouted, Han Fei had already left. He didn't know this old man well. If it were Yi Qing Feng, he might stop and talk to him. Han Fei rushed forward for more than 800 kilometers and suddenly found that Zhang Xuanyu was poking a mouse with a spear. A large swarm of rats was surrounding him. However, he didn't panic at all, killing a mouse every time he poked. "Let's go." The shadow fierce cat was running extremely fast. When he was about 20 kilometers away from Zhang Xuanyu frowned and flew into the air, planning to attack Han Fei with the momentary time. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Hey, are you blind?" "It's me." Zhang Xuanyu paused for a moment. "Fei? You son of a b****, where did you go?" Swish. The shadow fierce cat appeared, and the mice quickly ran away. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes widened. "What's this? Why are you riding it? You look quite comfortable." Han Fei said impatiently, "Come on up." "Where are Xiaobai and Le Renkuang?" Zhang Xuanyu sat on the back of the shadow fierce cat. "We were separated. We met a huge animal like the ghost eye giant crocodile. It was chasing us. Well, more than one animal. There were also many insects and another strange creature. Anyway, there were many creatures and we were separated." According to Zhang Xuanyu, at first Wang Dashui and Bai Lu were separated from them. Then they were chased by a large swarm of ants and a monitor lizard. Jiang Qin led the monitor lizard away, and Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan dealt with the ants and told the Luo Xiaobai trio to leave. The three of them walked and met a chameleon. Xiaobai said she would solve it. Anyway, they were all separated from each other in the end. Han Fei was speechless. He did meet many weird creatures along the way. It was excusable they became separated. Now, with this panther. No, this cat, he could find them again. Besides, Han Fei had an advantage in perception range. Han Fei nodded. "Okay, now let's find Xiaobai and Le Renkuang first. Where can we find them? Have you found out where Xiaobai is?" Han Fei grinned. "No, but I can listen." Swish. Half an hour later. When Han Fei found Luo Xiaobai, he found that she was controlling the cannibal flowers to attack her enemies. When she saw Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu appear on the shadow fierce cat, Luo Xiaobai was stunned for quite a while. "How did you two get together?" Han Fei smiled and said, "I found him. Come on up." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Xiaobai, come up and sit in front of me. It's cool to ride this thing." Luo Xiaobai was speechless. After hesitating for a while, Luo Xiaobai said, "I'll sit in front of Han Fei." Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei. After a while, under the guidance of Luo Xiaobai, they traveled more than 300 kilometers before spotting Lu Renquang under a big mushroom. This guy was holding 2 small trees with plums on them. He was drooling, seeming to be thinking, can I eat them, While he was hesitating, Han Fei said impatiently 100 kilometers away. Is food your only concern? Anything black should be edible, Fei Fei? Upon hearing Han Fei's voice, Lu Renquang smiled, hurriedly took the plums, and stuffed them into his mouth. After a while, Lu Renquang said, Fei Fei, I found that there were too many things here. Everything looks like a spiritual fruit to me. I've already eaten a lot of them. By the way, shall we pick the big mushroom behind me? Han Fei looked at the huge pink mushroom and said crossly, Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you things with weird colors are usually poisonous? Do you want to eat poison? Having said that, Han Fei still picked the mushroom. He did eat poison. Lu Renquang looked at the shadow-fierce cat in surprise. What kind of creature is this? Han Fei said, just like Granny Yin's cat. This must also be a type of cat. Lu Renquang immediately shook his head. That's impossible. Big Yellow is so cute, but this one is too fierce. Han Fei said in a huff, Shut up. Are you coming up or not? We're leaving. Han Fei manipulated the shadow-fierce cat to grow bigger. This was the basic ability of an exotic creature. After a while, the 4 of them drove the shadow-fierce cat, rushing straight ahead, down the huge valley. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, Fei Fei, are we just running around like this? There are so many resources here, including various spiritual fruits. Han Fei said, Let's go to the city first. As for the resources, we can rob others later. Luo Xiaobai looked back at Han Fei and said in surprise, Do you know where the city is? Han Fei said, I don't know, but this cat knows. Han Fei patted the shadow-fierce cat. In the howling wind, several figures suddenly flew across the sky. Han Fei looked up. Aren't they the Chow family? Are they trying to fly over with a fishing boat? Lu Renquang immediately said, Why didn't we think of that? This isn't in the sea. We can take a boat. Han Fei sneered. You think too much. I bet they'll be shot down within an hour. In a primitive forest like this, the sky was usually also a restricted area. Otherwise, the sky would be full of birds, but birds were rare in the sky now. Besides, he witnessed how the big eagle tore a hidden fisher apart with a single claw. If it wasn't necessary, Han Fei didn't want to fly through the sky. Sure enough, when the ghost speed divine boat had just flown less than 100 kilometers away, a huge shadow swooped down from the clouds. The speed was comparable to that of Han Fei after he had used the agility of wind and the Overlord's technique. _toot_. The sound of the flute was heard, the sky was full of flowing lights, and mystic rhythm resounded across the sky. Fist marks blasted into the air and explosions rang everywhere. When Han Fei and the others arrived 30 kilometers away on the shadow-fierce cat, they saw the ghost speed divine boat easily torn by the big black bird. Like a paper boat. In midair, Chao Tian punched towards the sky. His fist marks shot out, sending the bird's feathers flying everywhere. However, the big bird seemed to have some problems with its mental state and wobbled in the air, which must have been caused by Chao Jiaren's flute. Han Fei sneered. Look, they've been shot down. Although Chao Tian has amazing combat power, he can't just do anything he wants in an unfamiliar world. Who does he think he is? Zhang Xuanyu said, haha. Aren't we the fastest ones now? Lu Renquang nodded repeatedly. This cat is a good mount. No one can catch up with us, so we don't need to fight. Luo Xiaobai said, be careful. We are being targeted by someone underground. The others were all surprised, and Han Fei asked, underground? The ground could block perception, so it was hard for him to notice anything. Underground. Therefore, Han Fei didn't usually try to perceive underground. He would generally only perceive 2 or 3 meters underground. However, Luo Xiaobai could control spiritual plants, who could know more than him on this aspect. The shadow-fierce cat ran wildly with all kinds of fancy spiritual plants on both sides of the road, which were probably the kinds of flowers that Yui liked the most. But the more beautiful the appearance, the more dangerous they were. They didn't receive an attack from underground first, but an attack from the mushrooms. Buzz. While they were rushing forward, they saw many white flake-shaped things on the ground ahead, blocking their way. Then, they saw a white umbrella mushroom. Suddenly, the mushroom deformed. The mushroom column suddenly opened and they were shocked to discover that this was not a mushroom, but a big spider, a spider bigger than a house. The spider was disguised as a mushroom, waiting for its prey to come. As one spider woke up, all the spiders woke up. One umbrella mushroom after another turned into a big spider. Wow! Han Fei was sweating a little and quickly controlled the shadow-fierce cat to sweep past the gap beside them. All of a sudden, the 4 people and 1 cat found themselves in a spider camp. Puff. 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 In all directions, countless milky white silk strands were projected. But fortunately, the speed of the shadow-fierce cat was fast enough. It was like a black shadow, jumping and moving among the thousands of silk strands. Luo Xiaobai manipulated the vines to emerge, blocking more than half of the spider silk. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, look, there is a person there. Then they found that a guy was curled in a ball on a spider web, with only his head sticking out. His face was ghastly pale, and he had obviously been dead for a long time. Luo Xiaobai noted, he's a disciple of the Sea Cloud Tower. They've already made it this far in the jungle. That's really fast. Puff. A big spider leaped over, brandishing its claws. The shadow-fierce cat flashed from the side, almost rubbing against the big guy. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name: bow-footed umbrella spider. Introduction: a camouflage jumping spider, its belly is like an umbrella, and its feet are like bows. It can be disguised as harmless mushrooms of various colors, often hides among the flowers, and catches insects that suck nectar. Any creature smaller than them are its prey. It can jump up to 100 meters high at a time, and its bow-like feet are as sharp as knives. It fears fire and extreme cold. Level 59. Quality rare. Contains spiritual energy, 22,208 points. Effect: inedible. Collectible: spider silk. Absorbable. At this moment, Han Fei and the others saw that a large swarm of the spiders jumped up, trying to catch them who were flashing frantically. Humph! Luo Xiaobai clasped her hands and thousands of vines came out. However, the spider's claws swept across, cutting those vines into countless pieces. Lu Renquang's face was shaking, and he said, I said it before, I hate bugs. Han Fei stretched out his hand, and the infinity water turned into an invisible sharp blade, flying away. At the same time, his spiritual energy shot out of his body. Spiritual energy. Flames erupted instantly, and the flying spider silk was instantly burned and melted. For a time, a large number of spiders jumped elsewhere. This relieved everyone. Han Fei said, "Don't smile too early." Although they are afraid of fire, this flame is a spiritual energy flame, which is different from a real flame. Once my control is weakened, they will pounce at us together. Lu Renkuang immediately said, "If only Xia Xiaochan were here. She could burn this place." Han Fei thought, as a refiner, I have always been using spiritual fire in refining, but I forgot to learn a real fire refinement technique. Otherwise, I'd be able to easily destroy the spider camp . However, fortunately, this camp of spiders wasn't large. Han Fei said, "It's not far ahead. I can hold on. Don't attack them for now." But at this moment, the ground was shaking slightly. Han Fei perceived and immediately shouted, "Not good. Fly to the sky." This was because the shadow fierce cat seemed to be unable to resist the thing. Underground. Buzz, 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 . The four of them lifted off at the same time and flew to an altitude of 100 meters. A wind god boat appeared and Lu Renkuang quickly controlled it to fly forward. Han Fei tried to turn the shadow fierce cat into a shadow. After all, this big cat was really strong, fast, and responsive. But the ground collapsed, and a large number of red ants larger than a hand gushed out like spring water. Han Fei controlled the shadow fierce cat, but only persisted for 3 minutes. Before he was surrounded by spiders, spider silk, and flame ants. Firstly, they were entangled in spider silk, then spiders pounced at them, and then a large swarm of flame ants came up. Han Fei wanted to collect the shadow fierce cat, but maybe because there were too many things going on, the shadow fierce cat's soul shook, but gave no response. Han Fei had to retract the void lines. This cat could not be saved. The others swallowed saliva and looked shocked. Zhang Xuanyu asked in shock, "It became a skeleton so quickly?" Han Fei nodded slightly. The ants smell like marching ants. However, there should also be their natural enemies here. Otherwise, they would have eaten everything here a long time ago. At this moment, the flame ants and the bow-footed umbrella spiders were fighting each other. A large number of small spiders gushed out of the spider's belly. Luo Xiaobai shouted in a low voice, "Attention, a bird is coming." Han Fei cursed and said, "Wait a moment, you guys keep going. I'll go check it out." Zhang Xuanyu shot back, "No, let me use the momentary time to block it. As long as we pass the spider camp, we can land immediately." Lu Renkuang nodded. "I can use the sky swallowing technique too." Han Fei shook his head. "This one isn't the same as the one we saw just now. It's only over 30 meters in length. Let me try and see if I can catch it. If I can, we can fly through." Everyone couldn't help but glance at Han Fei in shock. "Brother, the big cat has just died and you're going to catch a bird again?" After 5 minutes, Han Fei's phantom glass wings spread out and he flew to the sky. His golden fish marks blasted towards the big bird. However, the big bird was very agile. It moved sideways in midair and dodged the attack. Oh! It's really quick. When the two were 100 meters apart, Han Fei disappeared with a swish, appeared next to the big bird, and threw out the void lines. However, the big bird turned into a shadow and evaded the void lines with an extremely beautiful posture. Wow! Good dodging skills. A string of information appeared in Han Fei's eyes again. Name, sky-swimming falcon. Introduction, one of the fastest raptors in the sky, with a trace of the blood of the ancient falcon, inheriting the sky-swimming technique, extremely rare. Its wings can break gold and crack stones. Its claws are very powerful, and no divine weapons can resist them. The sky was its battlefield. As the king of the sky, it's not afraid of any enemies in the same realm. Level 61. Quality Legendary. Enforcing Law Teleportation. Contained spiritual energy 63,258 points. Edible effect, eating it can enhance blood and speed. Collectible Sky Swimming Feather. Absorbable. Legendary? Han Fei was shocked. He didn't expect that a bird popping up randomly would turn out to be a legendary creature. Besides, it easily avoided the void lines. Obviously, this law of teleportation was comparable to his flash. This reminded Han Fei of the Yi family's star teleportation technique. Was there any connection between the two? At this moment, the sky-swimming falcon attacked again. The king of the sky didn't fear any creatures. Besides, it thought that Han Fei was weaker than it. Swish, 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 Flash, flash, flash. One person and one bird kept flashing in the sky. For a time, no one could win. Han Fei was almost hit by this bird several times. Even if Han Fei wanted to use the law of gravity, he didn't have the time. He couldn't use the power so quickly. Otherwise, this sky-swimming falcon would surely be able to kill him. Fine. I quit. Just fly in the sky. Han Fei and the sky-swimming falcon had been fighting from above the spider camp to the outside of the spider camp. Han Fei found that he couldn't beat this bird. If it hadn't been for him having enough spiritual energy to support him, he would have been successfully trapped by the sky-swimming falcon due to his lack of spiritual energy. This was the first time the phantom glass wings had encountered an opponent. This shocked him. Even a legendary creature could be so powerful after enforcing a law. Then what about Little Gold? However, although Han Fei failed to capture the sky-swimming falcon, in the eyes of Zhang Xuanyu and the others, it was a different picture. Zhang Xuanyu said in shock, "Is this the effect of the phantom glass wings? That's awesome. They can flash infinitely." Lu Renquang sighed. "I really envy him. How did Fei Fei get the wind god? Pearl?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. "No, this cannot be the full power of the phantom glass wings. Do you remember the speed Han Fei showed when he was in the snake cave? It was faster than now." Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang were shocked and looked at each other. Wow, this is just like cheating. After a while, Han Fei dove and flashed many times, avoiding the sky-swimming falcon's attacks, and landed in front of the Luo Xiaobai trio. The sky-swimming falcon was a little anxious. It was the king of the sky, not the king of the land. It didn't want to get close to the ground. So it stopped chasing him and hovered in the sky, as if taunting him to come back up. Han Fei gave it a middle finger and ignored it. Luo Xiaobai asked, "How was the consumption of energy?" Han Fei took out a spiritual fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, and said, "It's okay. For now, we don't have a mount. We have to find a way to find another means of transportation." Lu Renquang said leisurely, "You still want to catch a mount? Didn't you fail to catch the one in the sky?" Han Fei curled his lips. Why is this fatty so annoying? Just because I can't catch one in the sky doesn't mean I can't catch one on the ground. Han Fei said, let's walk ahead for a while. Just now, when I was in the sky, I believe I saw water in the distance. It could be a big river. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. That's great. We can cross by the river. Han Fei smiled. Do you think it's easy to cross the river? Do you think the river isn't dangerous? Luo Xiaobai said, let's check it first. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get from here to the river. Han Fei nodded slightly. The creatures on land needed water. If there was a big river, there must be many living creatures nearby. After all, water could nourish everything. This was why those big spiders laid a net here. There would be many creatures coming to the river. 1 hour passed. Han Fei and the others were running wildly. Flying stings were all over the sky and a swarm of big hedgehogs was chasing them. Lu Renquan yelled with a big shield on his back, what kind of creature is this? Land urchins? These things are fiercer than a sea urchin. Its stings are comparable to an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, especially the leader. My semi-divine shield has been pierced by it. Zhang Xuanyu sighed as he ran. Now I know how miserable humans were in ancient times. It's better to stay in the sea. If these things appeared in a village, it would only take half a day for the village to be wiped out. Luo Xiaobai's face changed slightly. These things are not afraid of poison. And the vines can't tie them. Han Fei sighed. Well, after all, we're going to run anyway. A bunch of air. Land urchins are nothing. The problem is, it's getting late. We need to pay attention to the difference between day and night. Yes, there was also day and night here, which seemed to be no different from the outside world. Han Fei knew that in the animal world, when night fell was the time when real danger came. At this time, in the jungle of flowers and plants, there were already countless lights flickering. The plants here were special, and the things that glowed at night were definitely not something good. Lights could always attract the attention of creatures. Glowing in the night, they clearly meant to lure prey. At this moment, it was shining everywhere, and Han Fei suddenly had a bad hunch. After a while, the swarm of big hedgehogs stopped chasing them for some reason. Han Fei and the others stopped, and Han Fei said solemnly, we're probably not far from the river. There is moisture here. Luo Xiaobai asked, did human beings live in such dangerous places in ancient times? No wonder the world collapsed. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquan nodded in approval. Han Fei rolled his eyes. I think the sea is more dangerous. At least, there are a lot of creatures I'm familiar with. Suddenly, Han Fei said, don't move. Everyone immediately looked at him in confusion. Han Fei discovered that there was a large swarm of butterflies in the distance. In the daytime, he had noted that there were no butterflies here. It was strange because, in such a tropical world, there were supposed to be many butterflies. Maybe there was a problem with the path they took? Or did the pollen not spread through butterflies here? But now he saw tens of millions of butterflies folding their wings and standing in a cluster of flowers. Han Fei frowned. How can we pass through? The road is completely blocked by these flowers. And what are the abilities of these butterflies? After a while, when Luo Xiaobai sensed the butterflies, she was surprised. Are those butterflies? Han Fei said in surprise, you know about butterflies? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. They're very rare, but there are still some in the Thousand-Star City. However, the butterflies in the Thousand-Star City seem to be different from these. Han Fei thought to himself, of course they're different. Those who can live in the city must be low-level and non-aggressive. However, there were 4 eye-like markings on the 2 pairs of wings of the butterflies. They also had a long tail, which was black, blue, and yellow, and was obviously poisonous. Han Fei said calmly, "Don't panic. Butterflies usually sleep at night. See? They don't move at all and their wings are folded." Lu Renquang asked, "But, how do we pass here?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "Fly over? As long as we fly at a low altitude, it shouldn't be a big problem, right?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes. We just need to pay attention to the surroundings, and don't let the creatures hiding on the spiritual plants attack us." After a moment, the 4 were flying in mid-air, more than 20 meters high, flapping their wings gently and preparing to cross the sea of flowers. When Han Fei and the others were halfway through, a butterfly suddenly spread its wings and flew staggeringly. They all frowned and Han Fei said, "Is it a mutant butterfly? Why is it flying in the middle of the night?" Han Fei suggested, "Let's fly a little higher, and keep quiet." But that butterfly suddenly flew towards them. Soon, Han Fei saw the butterfly's information. Name: moon-tailed silkworm moth. Introduction: a nocturnal moth, which feeds on pollen of various poisonous flowers and poisonous weeds. It is extremely poisonous and has extremely weak independent combat power. When being attacked, it will spread poisonous powder and open its phantom eyes. Level 56. Quality rare. Contained spiritual energy 15,233 points. Edible effect: inedible. Collectible: moon-tailed poison. Absorbable. F***ck. Han Fei was a little dazed. He should have guessed this early on. These were not butterflies, but moths. He relied too heavily on his previous experience. Where was this? The creatures were different from those in the world he came from. Han Fei said immediately, "Everyone, close your eyes. Put a mint leaf in your mouth." Hearing what Han Fei said, the others immediately understood. This butterfly had the ability to cause hallucinations. The other 3 immediately filled their mouths with mint leaves without hesitation. Seeing that the big moth seemed to be about to open the big eyes on its wings, Han Fei immediately hacked out and killed this thing. Full speed, fly over. Swish, 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 The 4 hurried away like the wind. However, all the other moths began to wake up. There was a strange light on their tails that flickered. In a moment, they were flying all over the sky. Han Fei shouted, "Watch out!" Han Fei hung a void line to each of the 3 of them, and at the same time, the phantom glass wings flapped and a gust blew up. At that moment, tens of thousands of moths were flying in the sky, and illusions were everywhere. Han Fei turned his palm over and the law of gravity appeared. As he flew ahead, a large swarm of moths fell. However, even if Han Fei took a mouthful of mint leaves, what he saw in his eyes was still an illusion. Han Fei seemed to see an ethereal figure, a huge palace guarded by skeletons. Various images appeared in the sea. F***ck. Sacrificing punch. Boom. The scary fist marks shot out. But the illusion was still there. For some reason, Han Fei saw a pair of eyes. A clear pair of eyes, very big, as if the whole world was covered with those eyes. Puff. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then he gritted his teeth and had the infinity water envelop everyone. Luo Xiaobai suddenly kept clicking. Flower burst. Wherever they went, the sea of flowers burst into pieces, and the sky was full of pollen. Through the void lines, Han Fei suddenly saw Lu Renkuang sitting alone in a boat eating sea melon seeds, Zhang Xuanyu lying on the ground and being beaten by someone, and Luo Xiaobai sitting on the roof and looking down blankly at a big city. Unfortunately, he didn't hang many void lines on them, so he could only see very few images. Puff. The four of them quickly broke through the sea of flowers. Han Fei saw a big snake pouncing at him, and a string of data appeared in his eyes. He slashed at the snake and chopped it up without hesitation. After more than 20 minutes, everyone fell to the ground. They had finally crossed the sea of flowers. But when Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang, he was stunned. Why? Are the two crying? Luo Xiaobai seemed to be depressed. Han Fei took a long breath. Fortunately, these butterflies were not high leveled. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. What did you just see? Luo Xiaobai's reaction was quite acute. She felt that her soul was being spied on. This time, it was different from the last time in the star shell. That time, whether it was Zhang Xuanyu or Lu Renkuang, they were all bewildered. But this time was different. With mint leaves, they weren't completely bewitched. Therefore, they all had a sense of being preyed on. Not only did Luo Xiaobai look at him, but Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang also looked at him. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Well, I didn't see anything. It's just that the technique I practice can hook onto other souls. That's why you felt an internal presence. Luo Xiaobai didn't believe it and stared at Han Fei. Then how do you know where the city is? Zhang Xuanyu nodded repeatedly, looking a bit angry. That's too much. Where did you get this forbidden technique? Spy on other souls. So, you've seen the soul of the big black cat you controlled, right? Lu Renkuang said, I also feel spied on. Did you see me taking a bath? Luo Xiaobai's face immediately turned red, and she glared at Han Fei again. Han Fei kicked at Lu Renkuang. You damn fatty, do you want to die? Why would I peep on a pile of fat? Luo Xiaobai stopped him and said, well, we shouldn't stay here for long. And Han Fei, unless you have to. Don't use that technique on us again. Han Fei. I really didn't see anything. Han Fei muttered, I was just worried about you, okay? It's so weird here. What? If you were bewitched? After a while, they finally hit the river. Lu Renkuang muttered, where did the Chow family go? Were they eaten after being shot down? Han Fei snorted. You underestimate them. If they could die so easily, how could the Chow family be so famous in the Thousand-Star City? Luo Xiaobai said, no one who came this time is weak. Perhaps some will die due to accidents, but it won't be many, at least not before we find that city. This river was very wide, but there was only water in the middle area. Both sides were overgrown with plants. They found the same problem, their perception couldn't enter the river water. Luo Xiaobai put some vines into the river, and her face changed slightly. The water is poisonous. My perception can only reach less than a meter down, and there are creatures below. Lu Renquang said, I can see creatures without using my perception. Oh, a knife is sticking out of the water. Han Fei saw it too. That scimitar-looking shape could be a fish fin. Zhang Xuanyu bared his teeth and said with a smile, is it a blade fish? Han Fei smiled. Do you think a blade fish could survive in this damn place? Han Fei thought for a moment. The river is only 100 kilometers wide and is very calm. Let me try controlling a creature to cross it. As he said this, he hooked a human-sized mouse out from the woods with a void line. In this darkness, there were all kinds of creatures who didn't approach, or were slowly approaching. Luo Xiaobai nodded. We shall leave here now. Otherwise, there will be creatures attacking us. Han Fei grabbed the mouse with one hand and threw it out. However, when the mouse had just flown 8 kilometers away, they saw a long tongue suddenly stick out of the water and strangle it. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. A toad? Or something like a salamander? There was a knife in the middle of the water, and under the grass on both sides of the water, there seemed to be other creatures hidden. Han Fei smacked his tongue and smiled. Don't worry. The mouse died too fast. I'll change to a different creature. Luo Xiaobai looked 7 or 8 kilometers away on the left. A land urchin? Han Fei grinned. Just a minute. Then he jumped out. Amidst rumbling sounds, Han Fei came back with a big hedgehog. _swish_. The hedgehog flew to the middle of the river, but once again, when it flew 8 kilometers away, a big tongue shot out. Although the hedgehog's long quills were all erected, it was caught by the thing in the water. This time, however, an array appeared on the hedgehog. It was a 6 spirit armor array. Han Fei smiled. How dare you get in my way? Let me catch you. At that moment, Han Fei perceived nothing but darkness through the void lines. At the moment the hedgehog was wrapped by the tongue, the void lines instantly shot at the thing underwater. _puff_. Han Fei felt his soul tremble, his head ached as if being stung by needles. And suddenly he bled from his 7 orifices. Seeing this, the Luo Xiaobai trio all turned solemn. Such a strong soul power. Han Fei was speechless. Is a random creature in this water so strong? Come back. The surface of the water shook, and spiritual energy surged on Han Fei, and he forcefully dragged a behemoth onto the shore. Wow, it's a toad, They all backed away. This toad was more than 50 meters in length and had a chubby body that was emerald green and black. Its jaw was exceptionally long, like Astro Boy's nose. A string of data emerged in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Ghost Water Poisonous Frog. Introduction: a magical poisonous frog that lives in the water of the underworld, poisonous all over, with infinite power, and has a terrifying jumping ability and predation ability. Its tongue is barbed and so poisonous that it can even erode divine weapons. The frog is so poisonous that almost no creature dares to be its enemy. Level 63. Quality: Legendary. Enforcing Law: Toxic Change. Contained spiritual energy: 75,324 points. Edible effect: Inedible. Collectible: Ghost Water Demonic Pill. Absorbable. Remarks: No poison cultivator can survive after taking the ghost water demonic pill. When seeing this message, Han Fei immediately shouted, Spiritual energy. Protective cover. The other 3 immediately did the same. Han Fei had already felt that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect began to eat poison. The lips of Luo Xiaobai's trio turned blue. This poisonous frog was still 10 meters away from them, but they had already been poisoned. Luo Xiaobai quickly took out detoxification pills. We aren't deeply poisoned. And ordinary detoxification pills should work. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. This poison is so strong. I feel that my spiritual energy can only last for about 30 minutes. Han Fei was shocked to find that their spiritual energy protective covers seemed to collapse soon. Can this thing even corrode spiritual energy? Han Fei shouted, let me take a look. Han Fei flashed and appeared on the back of the frog. Almost immediately, Han Fei felt that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect was devouring poison more quickly. Han Fei hurriedly propped himself up with the spiritual energy protective cover. In a single minute, nearly 2,000 points of spiritual energy were corroded. This meant that if he wanted to stand on the back of this thing for 10 minutes, he would have to consume 20,000 points of spiritual energy. Then if he wanted to cross the river, it would require 80,000 points of spiritual energy. However, Han Fei didn't panic. After flashing back, he said, you guys step back. Let me draw a few arrays. After drawing 10 coiled turtle arrays in a row, Luo Xiaobai said in surprise. Are you going to cross the river standing on its back? Han Fei grinned. Yes. Each of you, swallow a spiritual fruit. Standing on its back requires a lot of spiritual energy. At the same time, I will give you spiritual energy. Luo Xiaobai said, I can stand on the vines. Han Fei nodded. Okay. This thing is amazingly poisonous. I think no creature in the river can kill it. After a while, Han Fei shouted, come up. Swish, 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 . They all jumped onto the back of the frog and then all gasped in surprise. Damn, what level of toxin is this? The frog immediately jumped into the water. Even Han Fei covered his own body with a spiritual energy protective cover. Otherwise, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect would have burst with toxin. However, at this moment, their bodies flickered with spiritual energy, and Han Fei kept sending spiritual energy to the other three. Fortunately, the swimming speed of the frog wasn't slow. Luo Xiaobai's spines stretched into the water in all directions. Although the vines were withering, it didn't prevent Luo Xiaobai from perceiving creatures. After more than 20 minutes, Luo Xiaobai suddenly shouted, there may be more than one poisonous frog coming. Han Fei tore open a fish skin map. Yes, I knew we wouldn't be so lucky as to meet only one poisonous frog. Buzz. The coiled turtle array opened, and in the next minute, a big skeleton fish cut at them. Le Ranquangli exclaimed, what kind of fish is this? Why is it all bones? Han Fei sneered. Its flesh and blood have long been corroded by the river water. I had thought that the river water could be drunk and could attract other creatures. It seems that I was wrong. One big skeleton fish after another jumped and cut at them, and when the fish cut at them, their bones had already started to turn black. Han Fei didn't dare to use the frog's law-enforcing ability. God knew what the so-called poison change was like. What if they couldn't hold it? Han Fei said, hold on a little longer. If you can't, eat spiritual fruit. A large coiled turtle array only lasted for 4 minutes. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. I have tons of this array, okay, . When all the 8 arrays shattered, they finally reached the other side of the river. Suddenly, a big tongue stuck out. Han Fei immediately threw 2 coiled turtle arrays on the tongue. At the same time, Luo Xiaobai's spines flew across. Zhang Xuanyu activated the momentary time and Han Fei activated the draw technique. Boom. Click, jump. The frog leaped up and flew into the air. At that moment, in mid-air, something like starlight suddenly was shining, which were small insects floating in the air. They were all taken aback by the scene. No one noticed that there were bugs in the sky. Thanks to the coiled turtle array, Han Fei did not have to solve the insects. Another big tongue stuck out of the water. However, it only smashed the coiled turtle array. The Luo Xiaobai trio instantly jumped to the shore. Han Fei flashed, controlling the frog to jump back into the water. However, when the poisonous frog entered the water, Han Fei ordered in his heart, "Collect." It was rare to meet a legendary creature. He wanted to collect all the legendary creatures in this world he could. After landing, Han Fei casually ate a spiritual fruit and then stomped on the ground. A stealth array and concealment array appeared. Han Fei secretly exclaimed, "What a pity. The ghost water demonic pill couldn't detoxify, but was more like a treasure for poison cultivators. Otherwise, he would have tried to get a few more of the pills." However, Han Fei felt that Yi Qingfeng was very likely to make his breakthrough here, because there was too much poison in this damn place. Luo Xiaobai said, "We should have passed halfway. The latter half may be more dangerous." After discussion, they decided not to travel at night because it was so dangerous. This wasn't a matter of time. It was too dangerous at night. Crossing the river at night had a greater chance of them being killed. After more than 2 hours, the 4 of them hid in the darkness. There were rustling sounds around and there seemed to be various creatures wandering about. But at this moment, there was a wailing sound by the river. Explosion sounds rang and there seemed to be a violent fight, which only lasted less than 10 minutes. Lu Renquang couldn't help sighing. Someone failed to cross the river. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. If they succeeded, the fight wouldn't have ended so quickly. This shows that the people trying to cross the river aren't weak, but they still cannot solve the dangers in the river. Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "Their spiritual energy probably isn't enough to support them. If there are many people trying to cross the river, they will probably organize to cross the river together. Then the success rate will be much higher." Han Fei nodded. Yes, if 10 people or even 100 people cross the river at the same time, then how many people can those poisonous frogs and bonefish kill? After another hour, those people had tried 3 times to cross the river. 4. The longest time, they insisted on 30 minutes. Luo Xiaobai guessed, "It's been 2 hours, there must be a lot of people gathering on the other side. We have to hurry up." Han Fei shook his head. "No rush. In 2 hours, maybe a few people have gathered. Shall we make a plan to launch a sneak attack?" Luo Xiaobai retorted, "No, you have to remember the purpose of this trip. You're not here for revenge." Han Fei froze. I almost forgot. Although this river is a natural barrier, Luo Xiaobai is right. I'm not here for revenge, but for the sea-quelling painting. It's very important to get a head start. Now that they managed to cross the river earlier than others, they should continue to expand this advantage. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Okay. Let's set off in an hour. Zhang Xuanyu whispered, Fei Fei. Shall we catch something to ride? It seems faster than walking by ourselves. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Let's see what's on the road ahead. Before they left, another 2 groups of people tried to cross the river. 2. The surprise of Han Fei, some of them fought for a long time and seemed to have crossed the river. Han Fei yelled, Let's go now. In this damn place, there were crises almost everywhere. After hundreds of battles, they came to a pasture. In the pasture, there were many spiritual plants that resembled cotton wool. The huge cotton balls were like marshmallows that had just been baked. The point was, these marshmallows were not single-colored, but white, red, lavender, and light cyan. There weren't many dark-colored ones though. Han Fei pulled out a few of the plants and threw them into Forge the Universe. In addition to these, there were some scattered rocks with a strange smell, which was a bit like urine. Lu Renkuang immediately picked up 2 balls of cotton wool, stuffed them in his nose, and snuffled. What does this smell like? What kind of creature did this? It smells like urine. Luo Xiaobai also stuffed her nose, frowning and looking a little disgusted. Han Fei said, That's weird. Land creatures often urinate to mark their territory and warn other creatures. We seem to have run into the territory of a certain creature. But no matter what, they still had to enter. Han Fei looked up and found a big bird hovering in the sky, which was the sky swimming falcon. This thing was quite vengeful. It followed him all the way here. It was waiting to fight Han Fei again when he flew into the sky. Luo Xiaobai looked back and said firmly, Get in. They had to be quick. This was something else's territory. As soon as they entered this place, it must have detected them. If they were fast enough, they might have a chance to pass without a fight. The 4 of them ran as fast as they could. After a while, Han Fei saw a big pit blown out in the ground, and couldn't help being surprised. Could someone have come here before the 4 of them? Chao Tian? Or senior brother Dashuai? Or, who else? Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, Attention! Many of these soft flowers are incomplete. Luo Xiaobai noticed that many of these cotton ball-like spiritual plants seemed to have been gnawed on. Some cotton wool was pulled out and some had its color darkened. Zhang Xuanyu said, Look, there are bones on the ground, bones I've never seen. It was a strangely shaped skeleton of a terrestrial creature. The bones were incomplete with tooth marks and cracks. Han Fei felt a sense of crisis, but it wasn't so obvious. So, he said, Okay. Don't pay attention to these. Let's just run over. Woof woof underscore. A panting sound appeared in Han Fei's ears, which was familiar to him. The first thought in his mind was a dog. No, it can't be a dog. Probably a wolf. How can a dog survive here? But if it's a wolf, aren't they a sly creature? At this moment, the voice sounded like it was 300 kilometers away from him. But Han Fei suddenly shouted, Come on, use the majestic mystic spell and run. Hearing it, the others all turned pale and began to run wildly. When Han Fei raised his speed, the panting sound in his ears became smaller. However, he heard the wind whistling. Is this thing speeding up? After about 30 minutes, Han Fei perceived a. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is it really a wolf? But, why does it also look like a dog? Black and white, with black circles as if wearing a pair of glasses. Isn't this the legend among dogs, a husky, underscore? Of course, appearing here, it must not be a husky. After about an hour. While running wildly, Lu Renkuang screamed, "What kind of creature is it? Why? Is it so fierce?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "Fei Fei. Shall we stop and kill it?" Luo Xiaobai immediately yelled, "Vine burst. Hum, underscore." Behind them, something suddenly turned into 1,000 shadows. Like a beast. Tide crossing the border or 1,000 horses galloping, the shadows were rushing towards them. Han Fei had guessed that this couldn't be a common dog. It must be a legendary creature. Otherwise, a dog wouldn't have been able to occupy such a large territory. Han Fei shouted, "Keep running. I'll deal with it." Luo Xiaobai yelled, "No way. Let's solve it as quickly as possible." Deep blue, parasitic technique. Howl. Suddenly, a flame wave fell from the sky, and the dog turned into a fiery dog. Momentary time. Swish. Zhang Xuanyu thrust a stick at the dog, but it leaped into the air, its body split again, and Zhang Xuanyu missed it. Great sky swallowing technique. The dog shook all over, and Han Fei took the opportunity to flash over with a swish and through the void lines at this dog. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name: Wolf of Playfulness. Introduction: a primordial species, with the bloodline of the oceanic wolf. Extremely fast, curious, playful, with amazing bite force, and good at puppet techniques. They like to manipulate puppets, to play with them, and will bite the puppets to death when they get tired. Level 63. Quality: legendary. Enforcing law: doppelganger. Contained spiritual energy: 72,222 points. Edible effect: gain strength, but there is a certain chance of mental disorder. Collectible: none. Absorbable. Han Fei frowned. Wolf of Playfulness? Why do I feel something is wrong? However, Han Fei had no time to think about it. This dog was also good at puppet control? The moment Han Fei swept past, his body suddenly stiffened. Han Fei immediately said to the others, "Stay away from me and eat some mint leaves." Han Fei hadn't thrown the void lines to this thing yet, but had almost been controlled. It could be seen how horrible this wolf was. Luo Xiaobai and the others quickly stepped back, and Han Fei was still vying for control of his own body. At this moment, Han Fei struggled to draw his knife, trying to kill this damn dog. However, its clone appeared and threw Han Fei down to the ground with its 2 claws. Han Fei was speechless. Is it asking me to catch it? He immediately threw the void line towards the dog, and the dog instantly frowned and froze as if he was constipated. For a while, the two began to try to manipulate each other. In the eyes of the Luo Xiaobai trio, Han Fei was pressed to the ground, motionless, and the Wolf of Playfulness pressed Han Fei down to the ground, also motionless. Its long tongue drooped, and the saliva even dripped on Han Fei's face. Zhang Xuanyu called, "Fei Fei. What's up?" But then they saw Han Fei and the fierce dog bleeding from their 7 orifices at the same time. Luo Xiaobai hurriedly stopped Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang and shouted, "Their souls are fighting. We can only help Han Fei by means of our soul power." Zhang Xuanyu said, "I can use my soul explosion." Luo Xiaobai said, "No, if you use that, both Han Fei and this creature will be injured." Luo Xiaobai had never seen such a creature before and was at a loss of how to deal with this animal. Suddenly, they heard Han Fei's voice via voice transmission, Xiaobai, tickle it. Above the bridge of its nose, between its eyebrows Luo Xiaobai? The three were dumbfounded. Tickle it? Han Fei and the wolf of playfulness were still in a stalemate. Luo Xiaobai's heart suddenly did a flip. Han Fei can spy on other people's memories and thoughts, maybe he can also do that to this creature. She immediately tickled under the armpits of the wolf and on its forehead with a bunch of vines. The tall and burly wolf suddenly smiled and then began to tremble all over. In the end, it fell to the ground, lying on its back with its 4 legs twitching. Feeling that the opponent's soul control was removed, Han Fei immediately took the chance to reverse the situation and control the wolf, overwhelming its soul with 30 void lines. Hoop! I made it! Han Fei sat up with difficulty, took out a spiritual fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth. Han Fei kicked the wolf that was still lying on the ground twitching and said crossly, "How can you, a wolf cub, be capable of soul control?" The Luo Xiaobai trio walked up with a puzzled look on their faces. Luo Xiaobai asked, "So, you can really peep on other people's brains?" Zhang Xuanyu asked incredulously, "Fei Fei, are you kidding me? Catching such a fierce creature by tickling it?" Lu Renkuang was also speechless. "Yes, that's ridiculous." Han Fei thought to himself, "How can I explain this to you guys? Forget it. The more I try to explain, the more confused you will be, so he just said impatiently, "I saw it from its soul, okay? But let me make it clear, I don't have the habit of intruding on others." With that said, Han Fei glanced at Luo Xiaobai with an innocent look on his face. Luo Xiaobai glared at Han Fei and then looked at the wolf. "Have you controlled it?" Han Fei nodded and chuckled. "Yeah. You can stop tickling it." When Luo Xiaobai retracted the vines, Han Fei controlled the wolf to get up. For a time, countless thoughts popped up in his mind. What? The wolf wants me to keep tickling it, Nice try. Who do you think we are, Han Fei said, "Let's go. Our mount has arrived. Come up and we will set off." It was the same way as before, with Luo Xiaobai sitting in the front, Han Fei second, Zhang Xuanyu third, and Lu Renkuang fourth. Han Fei shouted, "Let's go. On the other side of the mountain, there is a smurf." Zhang Xuanyu asked tentatively, "Fei Fei, is there any drawback to your soul control technique? Will it hurt you when you use it?" Suddenly, the wolf of playfulness suddenly jumped up. Luo Xiaobai fell into Han Fei's arms, Lu Renkuang sank on the ground, Zhang Xuanyu hung upside down on the wolf's back, and they were all stunned. Luo Xiaobai hurriedly sat upright. "Control it better. Don't let it jump." Lu Renkuang rubbed his butt and climbed onto the wolf's back again. "Fei Fei, what are you doing?" Han Fei slapped the wolf on the back and said angrily, "It's not me but this ****. It suddenly jumped up. Hold on tight. Its soul is quite powerful. I can't control it well." After half an hour, they were out of this cotton field and the speed of the wolf immediately slowed down. It seemed like it didn't want to keep running. Han Fei's legs clamped its side. "Come on, run. You are a wolf. Be a real wolf, okay?" The wolf finally ran wildly again. However, after it ran for a while, they found that there were 2 more wolves of playfulness around. Han Fei said with a black face, "Don't look at me. They are its clones." "It is bluffing, showing other creatures that there are many wolves around so that they dare not approach. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help being surprised. This guy is quite smart. Han Fei rolled his eyes. If it were really so smart, how could we catch it? If Han Fei were this wolf, he would have picked the weakest one to start the battle. This was the correct way to fight. But he made the wrong choice to pounce at Han Fei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control it so easily. The wolf ran for a whole hour, and not many creatures dared to come up to attack them. Even if they did, they were easily solved by the Luo Xiaobai trio. After almost half a day, in a large patch of weeds, countless shadows were running wildly. Han Fei yelled, "Brother Wolf, come on, run. It's dangerous here." Lu Renquang exclaimed, "What is that? How can they run so fast on two legs?" Luo Xiaobai manipulated the weeds to form a net, trying to block these creatures. Zhang Xuanyu stood on the back of the wolf and was tied up with a vine by Luo Xiaobai. Brandishing the long stick in his hand, he activated both the instant mystic spear and momentary time and poked a big hole in the weeds from time to time. Han Fei was stunned. What kind of a world is this? Are those dinosaurs? They look a bit like dinosaurs. But they have scales and spiked elbows, and their heads don't look like dinosaur heads. I have never seen an animal like this before. Furthermore, if they were dinosaurs, there would definitely be more than one kind of dinosaur here, including those flying in the sky, swimming in the water, eating grasses, and eating meat. Buzz, 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 The wolf was so scared that he released dozens of his clones, which looked like an army. Suddenly, Han Fei perceived Chao Tian, Chao Jiaran, and Chao Qiao. Han Fei's eyes lit up immediately. Chao Qiao. Don't blame me this time. We are now competitors. Your brother and sister are too strong. I can only bring you some presents. More than 100 kilometers away, the Chao family people were standing on a big crab, walking rampant along the way. Chao Qiao was releasing poisons, and Jiaran Chao was playing her flute. Chao Tian had put on divine weapon-level armor and kept punching out. Chao Qiao said in a panic, "What kind of creatures are these? Why are they all ancient monsters? We can't pass the area through the sky or from underground. There are so many monsters everywhere." Chao Tian smiled gently and said, "It's okay. We should be able to see that city after crossing the mountain." Chao Qiao pouted. "Even if we find the city, what can we do? There are so many strong masters here, but there are only 3 of us." Chao Tian still smiled. "That's enough." Suddenly, Chao Tian frowned, looked in a direction, and said lightly, "Someone is coming. It's Han Fei." Chao Qiao said in surprise, "Han Fei?" Jiaran Chao's eyes flickered. She waved her hand, and a sound wave, like a knife, rolled in the direction Chao Tian was looking at. A moment later, Chao Qiao was shocked to find that Han Fei and the other 3 were riding a weird creature and running wildly. Suddenly, Chao Qiao wailed. "There is a swarm behind them." Luo Xiaobai cautioned, "Jia Chao is not simple. Don't get too close to her." Han Fei chuckled. "I know. We just need to run faster than them." When they were 4 or 5 kilometers away from the Chao family people, Han Fei controlled the wolf to run past their crab. Jiaran Chao wanted to create illusions with the flute, however, Han Fei and the others had the mint leaves in their mouths. All the objects in front flashed passed, and they left the Chow family people behind. The little dinosaurs who couldn't catch up with Han Fei and the others all turned their eyes to the Chow family. Han Fei yelled, "Chow Chow! What a coincidence! Take your time. We're leaving." First. Chow Chow. An hour passed. Han Fei and the other three finally saw an extremely tall mountain, which towered into the clouds and was surrounded by birds and 6 waterfalls. Crossing a lawn, Han Fei was surprised to find that there was a swamp in front of him. Then he perceived a crocodile-like creature with an open mouth basking in the sun, and there was more than one crocodile. Han Fei immediately shouted, "Fly into the sky." Hoop! They flew into the sky, and Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, "That bird is still chasing us." Han Fei gritted his teeth. "We must stay in the sky. The swamp and the cliffs are even more dangerous." At the moment when they flew to the sky, Han Fei issued an order, "Collect." In the stunned gazes of the other three, the wolf disappeared out of thin air. Han Fei didn't explain too much, but just said, "Its soul has dissipated, so I collected it. Okay, let's go to the sky and fight that damn bird." The sky-swimming falcon was really persistent. Han Fei, who was extremely threatening in its eyes, had aroused its desire to fight. Actually, Han Fei wanted to catch it too, but this bird was hard to catch. At least, he shouldn't try catching it unless he was ready to get hurt. Seeing that Han Fei and the others flew up again, the sky-swimming falcon took a circle with excitement and rushed at him. Han Fei took a breath. All right, you made me do this, hum, As soon as the overlord technique and the agility of wind were activated, the sky-swimming falcon was taken aback. Swish. Swish. Swish, Flash. 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 The Luo Xiaobai trio wanted to help Han Fei, but they couldn't keep up at all. Not only that, because fighting broke out in the sky, other big birds flew up and hovered around, seeming to want to join in on the battle. However, Luo Xiaobai and the others didn't fly high and were near the swamp. So those big birds didn't join in on the battle in the end. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. The air pursuit was very intense. Han Fei and the sky-swimming falcon hunted each other and flew around. At this time, the Chow family people finally arrived. Chow Tian was stained with blood all over, and he was slightly surprised to see this scene in the sky. Chow Chow sighed. Is this the real power of the phantom glass wings? Seeing Han Fei flashing in the sky, Chow Chow couldn't help but sigh again. Han Fei had known that the Chow family had come, but he had no time to pay attention to them. The sky-swimming falcon's teleportation ability was really strong, so the void lines couldn't catch it. Although Han Fei had an advantage of speed, the bird flashed away whenever he was close to catching in. Just now, he brought a swarm of little dinosaurs to greet the Chow family. He knew they would seek revenge for this present. However, while flashing in the sky, Han Fei roared, "Chow Tian, give it a second thought. I bet you can't cross this mountain." Luo Xiaobai and the other two approached, and flowers bloomed everywhere. Han Fei was in an air battle, and no one could disturb him now. Chow Chow nervously looked at the swarm approaching and said, "Well, I think we shouldn't fight against them." Jiaren Chow said lightly, "Shut up." Jiaren Chow glanced at Han Fei in the sky, who was tied up with a fight. Luo Xiaobai's strength was good, but she could beat her. As for Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu, Chow Tian would be enough to defeat them. The problem they couldn't figure out, why was Han Fei fighting a falcon in the Sky? The power of the birds in the sky was obvious to all. Besides, there was more than one sky-swimming falcon around. Does Han Fei want to make the bird his contractual spiritual beast? No. Was it worth the effort? Although the falcon is fast and capable, it's only useful in the sky, so Han Fei probably had other purposes. Besides, hidden fishers all have wings. Of course, they weren't as fast as this falcon. That's for sure. Even Han Fei, who had fully activated the phantom glass wings, couldn't catch this falcon. It must be a legendary creature. Han Fei wanted to control this bird. Chao Jiaran immediately said to Chao Tian and Chao Qiu via voice transmission. I'm not sure why Han Fei wants to catch that bird. I suspect that they just want to catch the bird and make it take them to fly over the mountain. Therefore, Han Fei must have a way to control creatures. No matter what, we must stop him from catching this bird. After that, Chao Jiaran said, attack. Chao Tian grunted, his momentum suddenly soared, and his body was covered with a bright golden light. Chao Qiu said in shock, sister. Is it proper to attack him now? Jiaran Chao grabbed her flute and played it without paying attention to Chao Qiu at all. As soon as the flute sounded, Luo Xiaobai and the other two quickly stuffed mint leaves into their mouths. Luo Xiaobai said calmly, I'll deal with Jiaran Chao, and you two solve Chao Tian. In the sky, Han Fei was anxious. _SH*T, this woman is quite smart. What should I do now? He heard Chao Jiaran's voice transmission, but he was determined to catch this sky-swimming falcon. Below. Luo Xiaobai pointed to the sky. Grand Spirit Summoning Art. Chao Jiaran said melodiously in a low voice, earth-shaking demonic sound. Zhang Xuanyu set up a spiritual barrier to protect Lu Renquang. The latter was glowing orange-red. Violent war body. After Lu Renquang activated the majestic mystic spell, his combat power was second only to Han Fei. He opened his armor box, and semi-divine weapons flowed out. Lu Renquang held a pair of knives in his hands, shouting fiercely, Quad. Thunder knife. Thunder rumbled. Lu Renquang stomped on the ground, and the earth trembled and the mountain swayed. In the swamp 100 kilometers away, a giant crocodile closed its mouth and slowly crawled to the edge of the swamp. _mu_. In the depths of the swamp, the sound of cows vibrated, startling Han Fei. Are there cows here? The horrible knife waves slammed Chao Tian straight on. The latter leaped down from the crab and punched out. In the blink of an eye, 100 fists blasted out, and the quad thunder knife was smashed in an instant. However, Lu Renquang sneered and squatted down on the ground. Divine Turtle. Shield, ultimate defense. Momentary time. Zhang Xuanyu took the opportunity to rush up and thrust a stick against Chao Tian's chest. Boom. The terrifying air wave blew the grass within dozens of kilometers. Bam. Chao Tian stepped back 3 steps, and Lu Renquang, holding his shield, retreated several hundred meters before stopping. Zhang Xuanyu was sent flying into the sky by the tremendous force. The other end. Magic flute sounds echoed, white flowers bloomed, and pollen flew all over the sky. The vines erupted, while melodies were like daggers. A big divine seaweed octopus appeared, and all the plants and trees rushed endlessly to Chao Jiaran. The latter flew into the sky expressionless, preparing to fight with Luo Xiaobai in the sky. Luo Xiaobai scolded, "Come down." A huge cage made of grass and wood covered the sky and the sun, and big cannibal flowers sprang up like mushrooms, blooming one after another. In the sky, Han Fei's eyes narrowed. Luo Xiaobai is fine, but Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu can't beat Chao Tian. It is not a matter of combat power, but a physical issue. Han Fei glanced at the falcon. Humph. Don't you want to catch me? Come on. Catch me. Han Fei pretended not to dodge it in time and was caught by the falcon's scary claw. The feather suit of wind was torn, and a falcon claw went through his skin. But suddenly, the falcon was surprised to find that it couldn't pull out its claw. On the surface of Han Fei's body, a tentacle appeared and a sucker on it clasped the falcon's claw. Gotcha! Blood oozed out of Han Fei's mouth, but he ignored the other sharp claw of the falcon and tied its soul with 10 buoyed lines. Han Fei was seriously injured, but the sky-swimming falcon was enslaved. Puff. After vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood, Han Fei jumped down from the sky. After about 5 minutes, and cast the divine healing technique on his body. Because of that clawing just now, Han Fei's 6 ribs were broken, and his internal organs were gurgling. For Han Fei, this was a heavy blow. However, at this time, the falcon had already been controlled. It dove from high up and clawed at Chao Jiaran. As long as Chao Jiaran was defeated, they would win. However, Chao Tian's face changed slightly. He was about to punch when Lu Renquang shouted, "Armor art." Momentary time. Chao Qiu's face turned pale. He wasn't worried about Chao Tian, but he never dared to underestimate Han Fei. Cloud dolphin. Chao Qiu shouted, and a big fish appeared in the air. Han Fei certainly knew how horrible the cloud dolphin's defense power was. The sky-swimming falcon's attack would probably fail. However, Han Fei didn't panic. He muttered in a low voice, sacrificing punch. A terrifying fist mark crushed all the way forward. Wherever it went, everything was turned into ash. Imposing dragon punch. An equally horrible fist mark was blasted out from Chao Tian, slamming against the sacrificing punch. Because of this, Chao Tian withstood the attacks of Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu with his body. However, Han Fei sneered and ran towards Chao Jiaran. As he turned over his palm, the law of gravity blasted down. Only in an instant, an amulet appeared on Chao Jiaran's body. However, because of the gravity, she could no longer play the flute. The magic sound disappeared, and the vines rolled wildly. Boom, boom, boom. One explosion was the collision of the sacrificial punch and the imposing dragon punch, another was the full blow of Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu. And the third was the explosion of the ultra-quality battle suit of Chao Jiaran. Han Fei saw a seal crack the law of gravity. However, Chao Jiaran kept vomiting blood while struggling to land beside Chao Qiu, so she withdrew to Chao Tian's side. Neither party won this battle. Blood kept flowing from Chao Tian's mouth, which was not much though. He just looked at Han Fei aloofly. Let's fight next time. Han Fei curled his lips. You've already been defeated by me. Logically speaking, Chao Tian's physique could not be as strong as his. But he wasn't sure. After all, the Chao family was very powerful in the 1,000-Star City. Chao Wudi was definitely not the only strong master in the Chao family. If the Chow family had an explorer or even a venerable level powerhouse, they probably would have a high-level body refining technique. After all, the indestructible body art was only a venerable level technique, although it was created by Ren Tianfei. The only thing that surprised Han Fei was, where did Chow Tian get such a huge amount of energy to support him in such a crazy fight? But at this moment, both parties ran out of energy. At least, Han Fei had no energy now, and his injuries were quite serious. Besides, this time, Han Fei and his companions didn't attack Chow Qiu because of their friendship. And Chow Tian's purpose was only to prevent Han Fei from catching the sky swimming falcon. Even he himself knew they couldn't kill Han Fei. After a while, the two sides separated. Luo Xiaobai walked to Han Fei. "How is your injury?" Han Fei put a divine healing technique on himself again, shook his body, and reconnected his bones. Then he said, "It may take a while to recover, but it shouldn't be a big problem." While speaking, he had already stuffed 3 spiritual fruits in his mouth. "Come on, let's hover in the sky for a while and fly over."